Chapter 26. The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. In accordance with Grnjotts of London. On the 24th of May at 8:00 p.m. will be holding a private auction of 3 distinct and separate lots. Attendance by invitation only. Lot 1, Ravenclaw's Cube. A personal project of the intelligent founder of Hogwarts, Rowena Ravenclaw's cube paved the way for the creation of the modern pensive. This cube is believed to be the first man-made device capable of holding memories. Lot 2, Slytherin's Locket. The personal talisman Salazar Slytherin wore around his neck in the years after banishment from Hogwarts. Rumored to possess secret powers, the efficacy of the magic of the locket is not guaranteed by Gringotts. Lot 3, Hufflepuff's Cup. This ancient chalice was used by the kind-hearted founder to administer potions in the very first incarnation of the Hogwarts hospital wing. It is unknown how long the cup has been in the Hufflepuff family, but it predates Helga Hufflepuff herself by at least 6 centuries. Gringotts of London affirms and certifies the authenticity of all lots as announced. If you believe you have received an invitation in error, or did not receive an invitation you should have, please direct your questions and concerns to Gringotts. Ask for Bloodthrust. Bloodthrust? Lawson questioned from behind his Death Eater mask. A goblin is running this. Yeah, Kavanagh said, pointing at the formal announcement in the legal notices section of the Daily Prophet. Check it out. They even included a picture of the goblin. I'm not sure, but I think it might be smiling. Lawson flinched at the gruesome winking visage. Have you informed our lord? Are you kidding? Kavanagh scoffed. I've been around too long to fall for that one. Lawson frowned. Does he not know yet? He's going to want his ancestors' locket. A sudden and violent shout pierced the air right, before both men felt the tattoos on their arms burn. Kavanagh winced. I think it's safe to say he knows. Kavanagh and Lawson hurried in behind Simmons to their master's chambers and found Jugson and the Dark Lord awaiting them. They could all feel the anger rolling off the Dark Lord, and as he crumpled a scorched copy of the Daily Prophet in his left hand. Spread the word, Voldemort instructed as the 3 newcomers bowed and waited attentively. It's open season on all Blacks. Kavanagh looked his master in the eye and was quickly reminded of his place as the Dark Lord shredded his meager mental shields and implanted a series of visual locations. Kavanagh forced his eyes closed as he tore his gaze away. Voldemort's breathing quieted as he ordered. You are to check those sites but touch nothing. Understood. Kavanagh mutely nodded. He took careful measured steps as he left the room, still dazed from the rough mental intrusion. Lawson, Voldemort whispered dangerously. You are to follow Kavanagh but do not interfere. He may pick up other tales, so make sure you are undetected. If he is killed or captured, you are to report immediately to me. Do not assist him. Understood. Lawson nodded firmly. Do not fail me. The Dark Lord turned to Simmons, indicating Lawson was dismissed. Simmons, you are to find out everything you can about the auction in 3 days. I expect a full report by this evening. Simmons nodded and briskly left the room, leaving Jugson alone with the Dark Lord. Your arm, Voldemort demanded as he twirled the wand in his hand. Jugson pushed his sleeve up again, revealing the dark mark. He grimaced but made no other movement as his arm burned, and the Dark Lord's magic was channeled through the mark. Voldemort smiled at Jugson's obedience. Lucius is on his way. Open a line of communication with our contact at Hogwarts. I have a special plan that will require a few of our allies. Jugson perked up at the mention of allies, and a wide smile grew across his face. I look forward to it, my lord. Voldemort scowled, angry at himself more than anything. He had managed to underestimate the Lord Blacks again. He wondered briefly if he had been too hasty in assuming they had nothing to do with the biggest thorn in his side. That fucker. Don't you mean? Those fuckers. Alan Weston winced. He knew he was going to be the bearer of bad news as soon as he saw the auction announcement. I cannot believe they would do this. the wizard ranted as he reread the legal notices section at the start of the Daily Prophet classifieds. Auctioning off the Dark Lord's soul? That's madness. It is a bit nutty, Alan agreed. The mysterious wizard was packing across the room. They have to know the only people who matter will see it's nothing but a trap. Oh, right, Alan agreed. There's got to be more to this, the wizard concluded as he settled into an immaculate armchair. He looked over the paper again, seeking out clues. Alan recognized the other wizard's expression when everything slid into place. What is it? This isn't about Voldemort, this is about me, the wizard in black explained ruefully. I did not see this coming. It's every bit as stupid as it is cunning. I take it. We have them to thank for Malfoy's week-long barbecue. They got my note. The man nodded with certainty. He considered his options. They're forcing me to attack a certain trap, look like a scared liar, or show up and play nice on their turf by their rules. Alan frowned. I'm guessing option 1 is out and 2 isn't really your style. No, the wizard said. We're definitely going and playing nice. We have to. Wait. The man nodded as he poured himself some brandy. This is too immense an opportunity to pass up even if they are forcing our hand. It is. Did you not notice? There are 3 objects in the auction. He took a sip and saw Alan's look of confusion. Unless I've misjudged the Blacks further, those 3 will complete the collection. And while they've announced it with the subtlety of a nesting dragon, it still is 2 weeks until the full moon, which is the soonest Voldemort could even attempt making another. Alan blinked in shock. The wizard smirked. Even if he could, I doubt he'd succeed on his first try. His soul is too fractured. Alan was watching the other man desperately. Are you saying? Yes, the man in black slowly agreed. He took another sip. Those fuckers have started the clock. My clock stopped. Albus picked up the magical device on the corner of his desk. He looked in a gap at the top curiously. Is that? Albus took a careful sniff and jerked the clock away. It smells like the owlery. Fawkes, do you know if the pooping owl is back again? Fawkes let out a chirp of annoyance before he realized he had shifted in his sleep and was about to fall from his perch. I've apologized numerous times, Albus assured the Phoenix. I never should have accused you of defecating on my desk. Fawkes let out a stream of soft chirping as he waddled his way back to the center of the perch. Something in today's paper, you say? Albus asked in surprise. He picked up the lifestyle and sports sections he had discarded earlier. Fawkes was about to settle back into the middle of his perch when he realized the balance felt off. Albus' eyes lost their twinkle as he read through the auction announcement several times. I don't understand it, Fawkes. Why would Harry do this? What could they possibly gain from this auction? The bird gave up on figuring out what was wrong with the balance and sat back down, facing Albus. He chirped a little, wondering why his tail feathers itched. No, Albus disagreed. It's not about the money, I'm almost certain. This is kicking a hornet's nest to see if there are any hornets, or to see if they will attack. Fawkes tilted his head, stretching out the kinks in his neck. You're right, of course, Albus said with a nod. This is why the Lupins both took the next few days off from work. Harry and Sirius have clearly put some thought into this, even if we cannot divine their motivation. Fawkes wiggled his bottom half as he slid back into a flatter position on his perch. Do you really think so? Fawkes let out a small chirp as the cold metal of the perch startled him on his sensitive underfeathers. I know, my friend, Albus smiled at the Phoenix. I should have some faith in them. They are no doubt under an immense amount of charms and wards, and they are protecting the other Blacks, so they have a plan. Fawkes let out several more chirps as his own body heat was countering the chilly metal he rested upon. My goodness, you're right, Albus gasped. They don't. Harry never, oh dear. Harry has no idea that Voldemort has made the Potter connection and is aware Harry and Sirius are not native to this world. This is no good. Fawkes warbled quietly, wishing Albus wasn't so chatty today. He lifted his right wing before folding it back under in a more comfortable position. Albus turned to the wall Fawkes pointed at. The chocolate frog cards. You're a genius, Fawkes. Fawkes closed his eyes and decided it was nap time. Albus began digging into his pockets until he located his chocolate frog card. Remus Lupin, he clearly stated towards the small magical portrait of himself. The surface of the card blurred and darkened, ending with only an inky color. Albus. Yes, Remus, Albus answered, feeling perturbed. I cannot see you. Can you see me? No, Remus replied. I know Harry's warded this place to high heaven. Let me ask him. What? Harry's muffled voice could be barely heard. You can hear him. Albus patiently listened, as Remus and Harry were talking on the other side of the connection. What about now? Harry distantly yelled. No change, Remus' voice replied. Shouldn't you be taking some of the wards down, not putting more up? What about now? No, Remus shouted back. He leaned closer and clearly said, I'm sorry about this, Albus. Quite all right, Albus replied. These things happen. This should do it. Harry's far-off cry was the last thing Albus heard before the black surface disappeared, and the chocolate frog card returned to its inert state. The holographic portrait of himself smiled and waved up at him. Albus frowned. You're mocking me, aren't you? The small picture responded by grabbing the bottom of his beard and feeding it into his own ear. After 2 fistfuls had been pushed in, the tip of the beard emerged out of his ear on the other side. The chocolate frog card proceeded to tug his beard left and right through his own supposedly empty head. Albus picked the card up and spoke clearly into it again. Remus Lupin. After a few seconds of nothing happening, he intoned, Tonks Lupin. Again there was no response, so Albus tried, Nymphadora Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks Lupin, Orer Tonks Lupin. Albus sighed as he was forced to accept the fact that Harry had not been adjusting his wards so they could communicate better. That bloody annoying bastard. The surface of the chocolate frog card darkened to blackness. The illusion of creamy off-white smoke billowed out, revealing the worried face of Severus Snape. What is it, Headmaster? Albus blinked. My apologies, Severus. I did not mean to call you. Severus was a little worried at the rare surprised look on Albus' face. I shall return to my class. Albus just nodded, deactivating the chocolate frog card. I'll need to watch what I say around you. The holographic picture just nodded as Albus stuffed the card back into one of his pockets. Albus looked over and saw Fawkes staring at him. They are most likely under a Fidelius charm and beyond a post-owl's reach. I could ask to borrow Mr. Potter's mirror, but I suspect that would upset Harry. Fawkes doubted Albus would ever let him get any sleep and flew over to his desk, intending to express his displeasure in a way that would ruin the mystery of the pooping owl. Albus watched the large avian lift its leg and exclaimed, Of course, you can reach him still. Fawkes was startled and couldn't stop himself fast enough. He saw his pet human was engrossed in penning a short note. Fawkes took the opportunity to drag Albus' hat in small, unnoticed steps until he'd fully covered up the small accident. Albus read through the note a second time and nodded. He folded it up and sealed the envelope with a tap of his wand. Can you get this to Harry? Fawkes figured if he was going to get any sleep, he should just take the note and not put up a fight. He grabbed it in his beak and disappeared in a flash of fire. Albus relaxed when he saw Fawkes return and settle right back into his favorite position on the perch. He decided he should warn the minister and DMLE to be especially alert for the next few days. He stood up and turned to the large portrait of a 14th century headmaster. I believe we should prepare Hogwarts defenses. Wise move, headmaster, the portrait agreed as it swung open, revealing a darkened room. Do you think they know what they are doing? Let us hope so. Stop. You have no idea what you're doing. Harry pulled his wand back from the portrait's surface. I don't see you giving me any ideas. The irate portrait of Lord Eugene Simmons growled at Harry. I don't know the first thing about manipulating portraits, and I certainly wouldn't tell you if I did. Please, Harry asked hopefully. The portrait just stared at Harry in disgust. Hence, Harry grinned, pushing his wand onto the nameplate at the bottom of the frame. Trial and error. Be honest, Harry. Sirius chided from the other side of the room. Okay, Harry agreed. Error and error. He sent a burst of barely formed magic into the portrait's frame. The magic soaked into the carved wood, visibly flowing up the top and then cascading back down. Harry thought he may have stumbled across something when the magic reached the nameplate at the base again and spewed fire at him, catching his sleeve. Ah! He shouted as he tried to rub the small flames out. He was rubbing furiously, making little headway, when his flailing arms caught a wingback chair on fire. Harry's wits finally came back to him, and he was about to squelch the fire when he was blasted into the wall by massive stream of water from Sirius' fire hose charm. Sirius was swinging his arm back and forth between Harry and the chair. Both were completely drenched and the fire was out, but Harry made girlish yelps every time the stream pinned him against the wall. The fire hose charm failed when Sirius was flipped in the air and dangling by his ankle. "Harry!" he whined before falling the short distance back to the ground. "Ooh!" Harry wheezed after having the wind knocked out of him by the overzealous firefighting. "Owa!" Sirius groaned after landing on his tailbone. The mocking laughter of Lord Simmons reminded them they were not alone. "What are you laughing at?" Harry grumbled as he took off his soggy robe. Lord Simmons looked down from his frame. "I'm laughing at a pair of morons." "Laugh it up," Sirius said, standing as he rubbed his sore bum. "Then remember your families have been exposed as Death Eater scum, and we took all your good shit." A cacophony of angry ranting started cascading in from all directions. "Nice, Padfoot." "Sorry, Harry," Sirius said as they left the room filled with angry, shouting portraits. "Our master plan of a giant portrait spy network isn't quite ready for the world." Harry shrugged. "I figured since we were in lockdown, I might as well work on something." He wrung his dripping robe out before remembering Fawkes had interrupted him earlier. He dug into his robe pocket and pulled out a scorched and blurry ink-stained envelope. He tried to open the letter and just tore the soggy parchment. "Great! You ruined it." "Don't blame me," Sirius defended. "That thing is more burnt than wet. What'd it say anyway?" "Albus was calling us foolish and trying to talk us out of the auction, no doubt." "No doubt." "I hadn't read it yet, but I think we can both guess most of it." Sirius scratched his chin. "You think maybe he was trying to bid?" Harry just looked at his godfather. "Yeah, didn't think so," Sirius agreed. "So I got the portkey working on the display case." "Oh yeah." Sirius nodded. "Magic detection is still finicky, but I got bored and figured we should entertain our prisoners." "Guests, Sirius," Harry corrected. "They're called guests." "What are you doing?" Remus questioned when he saw Tonks using the tip of her wand to dig into the surface of the kitchen table. Tonks didn't even look up. "I'm counting the days we're imprisoned here since time has lost all meaning." "It's not that bad," Remus reminded his adopted daughter. Tonks kept scraping and pouted. "Have you even been listening to what they're talking about?" Remus gave his daughter a gentle pat on the back as he turned to hear the ghost of Ginny Weasley shriek as powerfully as her mother. "How can you joke about domestic abuse? Battered women are." "I'm not talking about women," Sirius interrupted the ghost. "I'm talking about men." "Well, the men probably deserved it," Bellatrix argued, belatedly noticing Remus and Tonks were also paying attention. She was dipping a large pickle into a jar of peanut butter and snapping off progressively louder bites. "I know most women do." Tonks glanced at her father before asking Bellatrix, "You really don't know how normal people live, do you?" Bellatrix dunked another pickle and looked to Harry and Sirius for help. "Most people don't deserve to be abused, really." The two Lupins, two Lord Blacks, and Ghost all looked at the woman pitifully. "Huh," Bellatrix considered while stirring up her peanut butter. "That doesn't sound right at all." "Anyway," Ginny said, trying to get back on topic, "what were we talking about?" "How clueless Harry is when it comes to women," Bellatrix reminded. "I'm not clueless," Harry argued. "I know the important stuff." Sirius nodded. "I taught him the 27 primary and secondary erogenous zones." "Is it still 27? Remus sought a definitive answer. I don't think the female body has evolved recently, Harry said doubtfully. Sirius shrugged. Yeah, well, my astronomy professor told me Pluto was a planet, and I didn't think that would change either. Tonks turned to her dad and explained, I know how unlikely it is that stupid has suddenly become contagious, but I'm just not sure it's worth risking. Be nice, he scolded with a smile. Harry jumped up and was patting down the various pockets of his cloak before locating the warm, buzzing looky-talkie. The image on the handheld mirror faded away, revealing Jimmy's frantic face. Harry, thank Merlin you're there. Jimmy, what's happened? Hogwarts is in lockdown because there was some sort of attack, but I can't reach Dad who never takes his Auror bracelet off, and I heard them talking to Mum about Potters and Sarah was in Hogsmeade, and then the headmaster. Whoa, Harry said. Take a breath, are you under attack right now? Jimmy shook his head and calmly summarized. I'm in my room. The flu system is down. Hogwarts is surrounded by a giant dome that even blocks the secret passages. When did you last hear from your dad? This morning. He had to go to Malfoy Manor. Shit, Harry succinctly replied. We're coming. Get Sarah. She was in Hogsmeade when the dome went up, Jimmy urged before deactivating his mirror. I think this attack may be targeted at us. Harry clicked off his looky-talkie and saw everyone looking at him. Shit. All traces of annoyance gone, Tonks was focused and ready. Ministry. Go ahead, Harry said, but be careful and plan to come back here. Tonks apparating away snapped Remus out of his thoughtful daze. This is your fault. Yeah, it is, Harry agreed. And now we need to fix it, Sirius. Just bloody perfect, Sirius exclaimed, knowing what he had to do. I'm going solo. I don't trust apparating more than him with me. I'll hit Hogsmeade and see if I can find a trail, Harry agreed. Be careful. Sirius popped up to his room to get his gear. Bellatrix, Harry said, you are not to leave these wards unless in imminent danger. Bellatrix nodded, figuring as much. Harry winced at the look Remus was giving him. Your chocolate frog will probably be ringing off the hook as soon as you leave these wards, but you mind doing me a favor first? Remus nodded but had questions of his own. Where'd Sirius go? He's gearing up before going to Malfoy Manor. What? Harry glanced at Bellatrix. Earmuffs. She obediently put the peanut butter-covered pickle into her mouth and covered both of her ears with her hands. Harry turned to Remus and explained, Sirius is still keyed into the wards at Malfoy Manor. Odds are James is trapped in a hidden dungeon, and Sirius is going to break him out. Remus didn't want to blame Harry and Sirius for this, but was failing to find reasons not to. What makes you so sure he's still alive? Harry took a deep breath and saw Bellatrix was still keeping her ears covered. Because Voldemort's planning on bidding with the lives of Potters. Harry closed his eyes as he let his magical arms out, flailing them around to taste and sense the air. What favor did you need? Remus asked as he felt Harry's magic emanating around him and knew he was about to leave. Flu, owl, visit, or somehow check on Lord Peter Potter, Harry said calmly with his eyes shut. Maybe get him and any other Potters to Hogwarts if they want something. I'll check on him, Remus assured Harry. Thank you, Harry's eyes snapped open. Be careful. With a soft pop, Harry reappeared at the primary apparition point in Hogsmeade. He waited a second, ensuring Ginny's ghostly form hadn't stayed visible. Witches were herding young children out of the streets, and people were taking cover, peering out storefront doors and windows. Harry spotted smoke in the distance and attempted to apparate down the lane. He flickered right back into place and felt the echoing thump of anti-apparition wards in his head. He quickly broke into a run towards the fire. Ducking under a spell, Harry slid to a stop and turned towards the caster. Another spell crashed right into a magical shield as he raised it. He located a lone Death Eater hiding in the shadows and began a brisk walk up to the man. Not under orders to leave me alone. Avada Kedavra, the masked man shouted. Harry whipped a small rock right up into the path of the killing curse, as two other magical arms grabbed the Death Eater and bodily yanked him into the street. He was fighting against the forces, suspending him in air, and nearly had his wand aimed at Harry. Sappy. Stop that! Harry calmly twisted the man's wrist and effortlessly ripped the wand from his hand. The wand floated into one of Harry's pockets as he held the man up. Where is she? The man was struggling in Harry's arms and whipping his head side to side to avoid Harry's gaze. Both of the Death Eater's arms snapped, broken at the elbow, and he screamed in pain. Harry again asked, "Where is she?" The man stopped shrieking but was still fighting Harry's grip. "You're too late. By now she..." A massive explosion blew out the front door of Madame Puddifoot's, and several shouts of distress could be heard. Harry stunned the Death Eater before he could say anything else. From what the Death Eater was saying and the sound of fighting, Harry deduced Sarah was still in Hogsmeade, which meant keeping her here became priority. He knew altering the current portkey and apparition wards would take too long, so he quickly cast some of his own and tied them into an anchor stone he'd driven into the ground. He stunned the Death Eater once more and hid the anchor under his unconscious body. 2 more Death Eaters came out of Madame Puddifoot's and Harry charged straight for them. Neither got a shield up in time, but the one on the left managed to yell, "It's Black!" before his head hit the wall, knocking him out cold. "Go get him!" was shouted from the back of the tea shop just before a stream of better than a dozen Death Eaters came flowing to the front. Shields were up, and the curses began to rain down. Harry let an unconscious Death Eater serve as his human shield, taking the brunt of the curses headed his direction. He was about to charge headfirst into the fray when his ears caught the sounds of fighting coming from the back. Help! Harry decided a change in tactics was needed once he knew she was okay and roughly her location. He launched the mangled corpse towards the largest pack of Death Eaters and ran out the front door. 4 more Death Eaters were waiting in the street and began firing uncoordinatedly. Harry returned their curses with several of his own, putting them on the defensive and knocking out one. An invisible arm yanked the wrist of a Death Eater, sending his curse directly into the face of his comrade. Another invisible arm grabbed the unconscious Death Eater by the ankle and dragged him behind Harry as he circled around to the back of the building. The rear door was charmed to not open, but 4 simultaneous, well-placed punches proved the same could not be said for the door's frame. Harry again let an unconscious floating Death Eater lead his way. Spells tore apart the robed shield, giving away the attacker's locations. Harry deftly knocked out the 2 Death Eaters in the back room and pocketed their wands too. "Help!" Sarah shrieked from the next room. Harry dropped the smoldering body and barreled his way through the side door. 2 stunners took out the Death Eaters furthest from him, while a massive man had a handful of Sarah Potter's hair. She was unsuccessfully struggling to free herself. The near giant whipped his head around faster than should be possible for a man his size. "You!" Harry's eyes quickly determined there were no other immediate threats, and he answered, "Me!" A sharp crack erupted as the Death Eater's head spun around to face the other way. His body went limp and he fell forward with a loud thump. Sarah scrambled away from the ogre's body to retrieve her wand. She looked warily at his eyes, frozen open behind the Death Eater mask. "You killed him." Harry was feeling slightly exhausted already and saw an opportunity. "Don't move," Harry instructed as he positioned himself right next to her. 4 anchor stones floated in the air chest high, making a perfect square. Harry held his wand perpendicular to the floor in the exact center of the square, just as Death Eaters appeared at both doors. "Fidelio!" Magic erupted into a flat plane, rushing into the stones, and sending magical walls growing until they met the floor and the ceiling. All the Death Eaters that had been watching what was happening cried out in pain and clenched their eyes shut. Sarah saw Harry relax and hunch forward, resting his hands on his knees as he caught his breath. She saw more and more Death Eaters come into the room, none of which seemed capable of locating them. She saw the magic slowly flowing up and down from the 4 stones, flickering intermittently between solid and a hazy, opaque veil. "What is this?" "Don't touch it, please," Harry warned when he saw Sarah was mesmerized by the look of the magic on this side. He stood up and pulled out a pair of pepper-up potions. He swallowed one dose and held out the other to her. Pepper-up. Sarah accepted the potion gratefully, realizing she could take a moment to heal her ankle and numb some of her bruises. Harry smiled as steam trickled out his ears. This is a spell I made. Well, a friend of mine helped me, but mostly I made it. I call it a Fadelius cage. How's it work? Sarah asked as she trailed her wand over a cut on Harry's cheek. Harry appreciated the quick heal and smiled at her intellectual curiosity. It's sort of an unfinished Fadelius charm, without a secret, let alone a keeper. Sarah was impressed. From what little I know, that shouldn't be possible. Technically, this Fadelius only covers the thin layer of magic and not the space in between. That's why I was able to eliminate the secret keeping aspects. The spell inevitably fails because there's no capping the anchors. But as long as I keep feeding it a little magic, it keeps trying to complete the charm, protecting us in a place that can only be accessed from below and above. She was watching the magic flowing out of view into the floor and ceiling. How long can you keep it up? Sarah blushed when Harry bit back a snort. The spell, you pervert. Harry saw the majority of the Death Eaters were still in the room, trying to locate them. Not indefinitely, so how about we put off the rest of this discussion until later and get ready to bust our way out of here? Right, Sarah agreed, before paling at the sheer number of Death Eaters currently in the room. I don't suppose you can move the cage with us. Harry shook his head. Sorry, a mobile Fadelius is still beyond me, but I have ideas on how to anchor one to the moon instead of the Earth. Could that help us here? No. Then let's table that discussion too, Sarah urged, noticing more men coming back into the room. You think we're going to get out of here? Harry saw there had to be 24 men crammed in the small room and immediately beyond the doors. Harry grinned dangerously. There's no doubt in my mind we're getting out of here. I'm just not sure how many of them will. Harry noticed Sarah frowning. You know what they were going to do to you, right? Sarah swallowed to hide the lump in her throat. I have a fair idea. Good, because I'm feeling violent. Sarah knew that feeling well, experiencing it at least once a month. I just want to get out of here. Harry nodded towards the door he'd burst through. That way's shorter, but they've probably got a welcoming party waiting around the corner. I say we go through the front, and if we happen to destroy a fair amount of this god-forsaken place, then so be it. Sarah thought Harry looked a little too eager. It's a tea shop. It's a tool of dark witches, Harry argued. Discussion. Later. Sarah reminded, pointing towards the Death Eaters who appeared to be attempting group scrying in a more coordinated manner. Right, Harry agreed. Okay, you, stay behind me and stay out of my way. I can help, Sarah argued. You want to help, Harry said, taking a deep breath and getting back into the right mindset. Stun anyone moaning in pain. The whiner's really great on my nerves. Ready. Sarah nodded, and Harry turned his back to her. He prepared 2 magical arms while 4 others gently gripped the cage's anchor stones. Stay close, and don't fight me when I push and pull you around. Sirius apparated into the ward room at Malfoy Manor. He chose there because it was the place he knew best that was not currently a raging inferno. He called for Creature and stunned the elf immediately. He tightened his outer chameleon cloak and disillusioned himself. He'd taken barely 3 steps when he heard voices approaching. Sirius just held his breath and didn't move from the wall. He kept a shield on the tip of his tongue as 2 masked Death Eaters scurried by, wondering, why the hell would they need reinforcements to grab the girl? Sirius silently thanked his godson and crept down the hall. He was fortunate that he and Harry had dissected the entire manor layout, so he knew where the secret passage to the dungeon was. He snuck a glance into the drawing room, spewing fire out the roof, and couldn't stop grinning. The room was luckily empty as Sirius scampered across the hall into a living room with a 6-meter-high mirror. Sirius shook his head at how fitting that was and hurried over to the grandfather clock. Sirius pulled out his omnioculars and swore at the volume of wards covering the secret entrance behind the clock. There was no way he could get through that door without drawing a ton of notice, even if he did have the dark mark. He twisted a couple of knobs on the omnioculars and grinned in delight at the obvious oversight. After double-checking there was no one in the hallway headed this way, Sirius ran over to the wall just to the side of the door and pushed an illusory pin into the ground. He cast the spell storing the current appearance as the illusion he wanted before deactivating the pin. Silencing spells were rotated with blasting curses until Sirius had made his own secret tunnel. Sirius crawled into his new hole and reactivated the illusory pin behind him. He carefully finished his tunnel ending on the 5th step from the top. After ensuring the coast was clear, Sirius vanished the debris. He pushed a second illusory pin into the ground 10 steps further down. After storing the image, Sirius deactivated the pin and moved to right in front of his new wand-crafted hole. Reactivating the pin, the hole disappeared and the wall looked similar but not flawless. Sirius knew it'd have to do, as he cleaned the dust from his disillusioned form and took the long, curving flight of stairs 2 at a time. He slowed down as he heard a voice in the distance. A scream of pain alerted Sirius to the fact that this wasn't a friendly chat. "You liked that, didn't you?" Lucius Malfoy grinned in sadistic glee. "They say that one feels like rusty knives cutting across your body. Is it true? Is that what it felt like?" Sirius didn't notice any other Death Eaters, but kept his wand ready in his wrist holster. He quietly grabbed a shovel as he snuck up to Lucius and swung it with all his might. Lucius turned just in time to catch the shovel with his face. The blonde's nose was smashed flat, and he was unconscious before he hit the floor. "They say that one feels like a shovel to the face," Sirius said, tossing the shovel onto the ground. "NNGH," was the extent of the warning James Potter could shout in his condition. Sirius was ready and dove out of the way of a purple hex and sent back 2 of his own. The Death Eater that had been in the room rushed forward and took cover right next to the door frame. Sirius didn't even hesitate as he sent a blasting curse into the wall by the door. The stone exploded the Death Eater into the open and covered him in rubble as Sirius nailed him in the face with a vicious stunner. "Anybody else?" Sirius asked, eyeing the blind corner warily. "NNH," James replied. Sirius canceled the disillusionment on his cloak as he took in the full sight of the assistant director of the DMLE. James Potter was hurt pretty bad, hanging by his wrists, exposing his bruised and bloodied abdomen. He had a cut by his neck, and one eye swollen shut. Sirius sent a cutting curse at the chains and James fell to the floor. "Oh, he groaned at the sudden jolt on his injuries. "Sorry," Sirius said, not really sounding like it. He helped James remove the shackles and steadied the man as he struggled to his feet. James took a few tentative steps on his own while Sirius stunned the Death Eater again. "Damn!" broke his wand. "I'll use Malfoy's," James said as made his way over to the unconscious man. He accidentally kicked Lucius in the balls 8 times as he stood up with the man's wand. He numbed most of his bruises and applied a little basic field healing. He attempted to stun Malfoy only to get the spell reflected back. "Shit!" James swore as he ducked. "Try the shovel," Sirius cheerfully suggested. James looked at the wand uncertainly. "You think he jinxed his wand?" "Maybe," Sirius admitted, "but you did heal yourself. And I do know that Lord Malfoy, in Malfoy Manor, wearing the Malfoy ring, has some protection from direct magic." James looked over at Sirius and stared for a moment. "It really is you, isn't it?" "I think you wouldn't be out of place," Sirius grumbled. James took a couple of slow steps forward and offered his hand. Sirius thought it was kind of a goofy feminine gesture, but shook hands. "Sirius Black." "Thank you, Sirius Black," James said earnestly. "Now, how long until backup arrives? Are we waiting on a signal or something?" Sirius forced a weak smile. "No signal, no backup, just me, and we need to hurry before they notice us." "Just you," James clarified. Sirius frowned. "I'm not really feeling the love here." James was confused. "Why are you doing this?" Sirius huffed. "Lily promised herself to me. Now can we go?" "This is not the time for your jokes." "This is the perfect time for my jokes." Lucius groaned in discomfort as he slowly regained consciousness. What happened?" Sirius had already picked up the shovel and swung it like a cricket bat, whomping Malfoy back into unconsciousness. "Did you see that?" James nodded, noticing a lump forming on the top of Malfoy's head. "Excellent time for a joke, wouldn't you say?" Sirius scratched his chin. "Something like heads up, or Malfoy. If you're uninspired, I myself lean towards the you forgot to duck bitch camp." "Mosquito," James deadpanned. "Good one," Sirius encouraged. "I knew you had it in you. Now we really should get out of here." James frowned, looking down on Lucius. "Can we take him with us? He's just going to disappear off the grid until he can buy his freedom again." Sirius shook his head. "I can only side along one. That's why you get a rescue team of one. And I doubt I can transfigure him, because of that damned ring." "That's right," Sirius remembered. "I forgot how good you are at transfiguration. I need a Norton's brew and a willing subject to pull off human to inanimate. I suppose you could kill him." James seemed to be heavily considering the option. "Hang on," Sirius said. "We just need to get that ring off." "It'll probably poison us if we try to remove it," James argued. "I'm just saying you could kill him," Sirius reminded James of option 1 with a hopeful grin. "Or we could remove his finger." James shook his head. "Any cutting curse will bounce right off." Sirius jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Have you not seen how effective that shovel is?" James looked over at the shovel, and then Malfoy, and then the shovel again. He figured they could delve into the ethics of apprehension by amputation once the blonde Death Eater was locked in a high-security cell. A skilled healer could easily reattach the finger. "Unless we were to lose it," Sirius suggested. "It'd be a shame to get splinched because we had to carry an extra finger." James twitched in amusement. "Okay, let's do this." Sirius used a gloved hand to roll up all of Malfoy's non-ring fingers, while James got the shovel and positioned it right at the knuckle. Sirius took a step back, but couldn't tear his eyes from the sight. James took a deep breath and jammed the shovel down forcefully. There was an audible click sound, and the singular severed digit popped about a meter up into the air before clattering on the floor. Lucius woke up suddenly screaming in pain. Sirius immediately cast a silencing charm on the hurting Lord Malfoy and cheered at the success of the spell. James saw Lucius was going to try and crawl away. He took 2 steps towards him and swatted him viciously on the ear with the shovel. Lucius buckled back to the ground unconscious again. James," Sirius pointed out, "you could have just stunned him now." "I know," James agreed, "but I didn't want to let you have all the fun." Sirius guffawed at the unexpected response. "You severed his finger. I doubt I got all the fun." James was looking away, hiding his smile. He wrapped the unattached ring finger in a piece of cloth and stuffed it into Malfoy's pocket. With a grunt of forcing the magic through an unfamiliar wand, James transfigured the unconscious Death Eater into a plain red coin. He slid the coin into his pocket and nodded at Sirius. Sirius had taken off his chameleon cloak and was offering it to James. "Thanks," James said, accepting the cloak, unused to this kinder, gentler Lord Black. "We need to stay hidden if we can," Sirius explained as he tapped his head, and the disillusionment charm trickled down him and his dragonhide robes. "You stink a lot more than me, so you need the cloak." James activated the disillusionment charm on the cloak and took the lead. "Hang on," Sirius whispered harshly. "You don't know where we're going, so you follow me." "There's only one direction," James pointed out, not yet ready to defer to Sirius' judgment. "And if you even touched that door up there, you'd get blasted into the wall." "Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm the Auror here, right?" James argued as the pair had been walking up the steps side by side. "You're the damaged victim who's been tortured for the past few hours," Sirius scolded, trying to stay in the lead. "Don't overexert yourself." "SHH," James snapped as he stopped suddenly. "Do you hear that?" Sirius paused and listened closer. "Someone's coming. There's a room just ahead. Quick." James tried to run as softly as he could, cursing the sounds of his feet and wishing he had charmed silent boots like Sirius. Sirius yanked James off the side and pulled them both into a musty old cupboard. They cast silencing charms at the same time and shushed each other. They heard the footsteps getting louder when a voice spoke up. "He was already screaming when I saw him this morning, my lord. He's probably broken by now." "Do not underestimate the Potters," a powerful voice hissed. James and Sirius stared at each other in shock, suddenly realizing the Dark Lord Voldemort could catch them hiding in a broom closet. James' eyes hardened and he pulled his wand arm up. "It's him." Sirius grabbed onto James' hand and held him back. "Yes, it's him." "We can kill him now," James snarled, looking to Sirius for help. "Are you fucking insane?" Sirius whispered angrily. "We cannot kill him now, trust me. All we could do is piss him off, and you need medical attention already." "He killed my son," James snapped loudly, pushing the two silencing charms to their limits. He deflated into a broken man as he softly added, "And he killed my best friend." Sirius felt more twisted inside than he had since Azkaban. Hearing a James Potter echoing the same pain he'd gone through was just confusing. "There's nothing we can do. Not right now." "You fought him," James argued petulantly. "What are you so worried about?" "I didn't fight him," Sirius corrected. "Harry fought him. I don't care if you're Albus fucking Dumbledore, I'm not going head-to-head with Voldemort unless Harry's got my back." "You're the one always acting so superior." "That's the point," Sirius interrupted. "Acting. Pureblood politics bollocks is mainly about who can cheat the most in a dick-measuring contest." James had a flash of his Hogwarts days and another Sirius Black making an eerily similar statement. "Are you scared of him?" "I'm not scared," Sirius retorted as he slowly opened the creaky cupboard door. "I just have a healthy amount of respect for his ability to squash people like me." James couldn't help it. He snorted and started to laugh. Sirius whipped around and shushed him. "We don't have time for this." James wondered aloud, "When did you start acting responsibly?" Sirius scowled and retorted softly, "Probably about the time your sense of humor came back from sabbatical." James smiled at the barb and urged Sirius forward. "Come on." An ear-piercing shriek echoed from down the bottom of the steps. "Run," Sirius instructed, and he began to sprint up the steps as fast as he could. A Death Eater was blasted in the face before he even realized he was under attack. James cast a pair of exploding curses on the stairs behind them, making it more difficult to follow. "Don't use the door," Sirius shouted as he saw they were nearly at the top. "Follow me." Sirius fell to his knees and finally located the illusory pin, deactivating it with a touch of his wand. Sirius stuffed the pin in his pocket, canceled his disillusionment charm, and crawled through his homemade tunnel. He stopped and made sure James was right behind him. "As soon as we get out from under these dark mark-targeted wards, I can apparate us." James nodded, knowing this was a time to follow, not lead. Sirius deactivated the last pin and crawled out of the hole. He shoved it in his pocket as he stood up and discovered he was in a room with more than 24 masked Death Eaters starring his way. Thinking quickly, Sirius said, "What do you guys think of my disguise?" When it appeared they weren't going to curse him immediately, he added, "Aren't I just the spitting image of the good-looking Lord Black?" "Nah, you look like the tall one," a Death Eater pointed out. "The good-looking one has those hypnotic eyes." A few other Death Eaters turned towards the vocal member curiously. "Smith, is there something you'd like to tell us?" Right then, a clearly bruised and dust-covered disillusioned James Potter stood up behind Sirius, unable to see past him. "Get him!" 3 men shouted as they all started cursing. Sirius had already grabbed James by the arm and apparated them away before the first spell arrived. Sarah considered herself a fair witch. Both of her parents were above average in power, and while it's true her little brother started beating her regularly in duels last year, she knew she was far from a helpless-with-a-wand trophy witch. When the first 2 Death Eaters approached, she managed to stun them both and run away. She'd cursed several others, leading them on a frantic chase before a table got blasted into her ankle and she was boxed in. She admitted to feeling hopeless as they activated their portkeys, only to have her prayers answered as the portkeys remained inert. She sprung into action in their confusion and took great pleasure kneeing one of them in the crotch. She'd made her way further into the back, shouting for help again after losing her wand for the second time. These were the actions of a fairly competent witch, she assured herself. Even still, getting yanked around like a rag doll by Harry could give anyone inadequacy issues. She had flinched when the two nearest Death Eaters slammed into the wall with a loud crunch. She barely noticed the beauty of the Fadelius cage crumbling, as the sound of two more necks breaking echoed around the room. She felt the tension in the room thicken as dozens of curses flew straight towards them. She knew she'd be too late in getting a shield up, but she needn't have bothered as the body of a Death Eater was thrust into the path of the spells. A sudden mist of blood coated the right side of her face, and she felt things were getting too close for comfort. A glance at Harry showed him completely unaffected, and what she would have sworn was a smile flitted across his face. She began to think Harry might be crazy, but was forced to admit he was commanding magic on a level she'd never match. "I beat your master in open air," Harry snarled, playing up their fear of him. "You really expect to take me in close quarters?" Sarah was about to suggest less taunting when she felt something like an invisible snake wrapping around her midsection. She barely realized what was happening when she was thrust up to the ceiling. Her arms were mashed against Harry's back as they zipped from one corner of the room to the next, essentially ignoring gravity's protestations. Bones were breaking, curses were flying, chunks of the wall and floor exploded, sending dust and shrapnel everywhere. Sarah's eyes could barely keep up with carnage raining down when she and Harry landed on their feet at the door. Harry began to stalk down the hallway, enjoying every step as the Death Eaters kept backing up, frightened of getting too close. Sarah saw the destruction left in their wake. Blood was everywhere. The other door was hidden behind a pile of bodies and wreckage. There weren't even any patches of wall that had made it through unscathed. She remembered Harry's suggestion when she recognized how many were groaning in pain and shrieking about misplaced body parts. She fumbled with her wand to stun them when she was again jerked to the side, and a searing orange spell whizzed past her, collapsing the back wall. Sarah began to worry as she had lost her wand, and Harry appeared fully focused on the Death Eaters in front of them. Her wand came floating out from under a piece of the collapsed ceiling, and it just hovered there waiting for her to grab it. That small gesture proved to her just how in control of the situation Harry was. She quickly drew on his presence and nearness as a source of comfort. Sarah proceeded to stun all the still-breathing Death Eaters, while keeping her other hand on Harry's back. She saw Harry down another pepper-up potion, while the Death Eaters just watched them fearfully from the other end of the hallway. "You okay?" Harry asked softly out the corner of his mouth. "Yeah," she said as she moved closer to him, pressing her body up to his back. "Let's get out of here, please." "Sounds good to me," Harry said, wrapping an invisible arm around Sarah and magically tethering her to his back. She caught on to what Harry wanted and wrapped her arms around his stomach. She felt Harry rock back onto his heels before launching the pair of them like a torpedo down the hall. Drywall, plaster, chunks of stone and wood were exploding from the floor and walls. A shield in front of them deflected the only spells that came their way. Death Eaters were crushed and crumpled as Harry and Sarah span through the air with the force of a locomotive. The half-dozen or so remaining Death Eaters, who could still manage it, were sprinting through Madame Puddifoot's dining area and out the front door. "Go on, run away, you pusses," Harry shouted happily as he and Sarah flipped up and back to their feet. Harry grinned as he saw Death Eaters hustling down the street. "I think seeing them run away may be even better than beating them up." Sarah started to relax as she picked pieces of debris from her hair. She saw the flicker of a disillusionment charm a second too late. "Harry!" "Avada Kedavra!" Two separate voices shouted from opposite sides of the dining room. A pair of magical arms yanked Sarah down and out of the path of a killing curse, just as Harry turned in time to see the other sickly green spell line up with his heart. Sarah gasped when she saw the two spells had sandwiched Harry in, and he was unable to dodge. She could only gape in disbelief as the moment they were about to connect, Harry's body faded out of view into a ghostly incorporeal form. The curses zipped harmlessly through his body, leaving only faint trails of smoke as they passed. The two Death Eaters' faces froze permanently in shock, as the errant spells slammed into each other's unprotected and disillusioned bodies. Harry had never been more thankful for his animagus form than at that moment, and he gave the room a belated but thorough evaluation. Satisfied with his search, Harry closed his eyes and forcefully willed his body back into solid form. A gentle pop told him he'd succeeded for the first time, and he opened his eyes. He offered a hand to help a wide-eyed Sarah up. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention that last part to anyone." She looked over at the two lifeless bodies, and then Harry incredulously. "Okay." Harry walked with Sarah out the front door just as the roof caved in, destroying the last of the dining area. "Oops," Harry said with a little too much glee. "You okay?" Sarah just nodded mutely, staying close to Harry. The two of them were leaning on each other for support. Harry chuckled as they walked by a pair of aurors fighting to put out a magical fire. He could feel the adrenaline leaving his body as the danger had passed. They were disillusioned and fired killing curses directly across from each other, not the brightest bulbs in the bunch. "That was pretty stupid," Sarah agreed as she let Harry lead them over to the next building. He retrieved his anchor stone and canceled the portkey and apparition wards. He spotted Tonks running towards them, and apparently his body decided that was its signal to shut down. "Sarah," Tonks shouted, hugging the young woman she used to babysit. "You're okay." "I'm fine," Sarah said, trying to ignore the unknown wet purple pieces of Death Eater in her hair. "Harry came and—" She trailed off when she noticed Harry was laying face first on the ground. "Harry." She hurriedly checked him over and concluded he was healthy enough, just severely exhausted, a common reaction to multiple doses of pepper-up. "The headmaster is about to bring down the wards," Tonks informed. "Think you get Sleeping Booty to the hospital wing?" Sarah nodded. "Yeah, but you might want to secure the Death Eaters back there." "How many do you two get?" Tonks asked with a grin. Sarah shrugged. "Not really sure, maybe 30. "That's a lot of paperwork," Tonks gulped before spotting a junior auror. "Hey, Perkins, go secure the Death Eaters in Madame Puddifoot's. I'm escorting these two to Hogwarts." Sarah chuckled at Tonks' look of innocence. "Escorting us, eh?" Tonks waved her wand and began to levitate the snoring Lord Black. "You know, Sleepyhead back there was trying to convince me he understood women. Please. If it weren't for you, I doubt he'd ever have gotten out of there alive." "Tell me about it," Sarah agreed, walking in step with Tonks. "I must have stunned at least a dozen of them." It only took one sniff for Harry to determine where he was. The cushioned bed, the starched sheets, the oppressive sense of being smothered, and the smell all told him one thing: he was in the Hogwarts hospital wing. A pounding headache reminded him that he'd exhausted himself, so he asked, "Hello." "I'm here, Harry," Sirius' voice soothed as he watched Harry crack open his eyes. "I've got a potion for you, Lord Black," Madame Pomfrey's less than warm voice stated. Harry accepted the sludge and realized this woman didn't know him at all. He quickly knocked it back, grimacing at the texture more than the taste. He accepted the glass of water and tried to wash the taste from his mouth. "What happened when I was out? Why did I need to come here?" "You exhausted nearly all of your magical reserves," Poppy Pomfrey chided. "So," Harry asked, blinking in the brightness of the room, "I do that all the time. And do you have anything for my headache?" Poppy harumphed. "Pepper-up potions are not candy, Lord Black. There's a reason you are supposed to wait 6 hours before even considering taking a second one." "Can't you do something for my headache before you lecture me?" Harry pleaded. "If you want any of your words to get through, it'll have to be after this throbbing goes away." "You earned that headache and you're going to keep it, or you'll never learn," Poppy scolded as she retreated back towards her office. "Thanks for pissing off my boss, Harry," Sarah humorlessly cheered from the other side. Harry slowly began to look around the room and became aware everyone was staring at him. Jimmy was smiling, sitting on the edge of a bed next to Sirius. Tonks was grinning at him, as was Lord Peter Potter and Albus Dumbledore. On Harry's other side, Sarah stood, while James Potter lay in the bed behind. Lily Potter was clutching her husband's hand tightly, but looked like a coil waiting to spring a hug on Harry. She lunged forward and squeezed him, profusely thanking and praising him for saving her little girl. Harry was still feeling more than a little out of it as he hugged her back. Lily, let the poor man breath, James chided as he sat up. Thank you, Lord Black, if ever you need anything. Peter took the opportunity to interrupt. Yes, Lord Black and Lord Black. The House of Potter is indebted to both of you individually and to the House of Black. Stop, Harry jumped in. Really, it was nothing. All I want is a little quiet and for this damn headache to go away. Potter, the deafening shout came from down the hall. Harry clenched his eyes shut and was rubbing his temples at the sound of Severus Snape bursting into the hospital wing. I know it was you, Potter. Severus shrieked over the sudden loss of his hair. You're even more arrogant than your father, repeating the same immature, childish pranks. Are you even listening? I'm talking to you, Potter. Jimmy just paled, trying not to laugh at the shine on the top of his potions professor's head. Yes, I'm fucking listening, Snivellis, Harry spat out. That snot-filled wheezing you call breathing is like acid to my ears. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose as the throbbing seemed to increase. He slowly caught on to the oppressive silence hanging in the air and looked up. Harry, Jimmy warily interjected. I think he was talking to me. Harry saw varying degrees of confusion and shock staring back at him, aside from Albus and Sirius, who were both twittering in barely restrained amusement. Oh, bugger. Chapter 27. Harry wasn't sure what an anxiety attack felt like, but guessed this would be as good a time as any to find out. He looked pleadingly at Dumbledore. Ooh. Albus shook his head negatively at Harry. Harry uneasily met the shell-shocked gazes of all the Potters in the room and turned back to the headmaster, silently begging him with wide, unblinking eyes. No, Albus insisted firmly with a stern expression. Ooh. Harry stuttered before settling on a course of action. Harry, no, Albus said, wagging his finger at the younger man. Harry was trying to come up with ways of interpreting no into meaning yes, or at least all right, but just this once. Severus Snape finally broke the suffocating tension with a loud gasp. You're the Potter hellspawn in the prophecy. Harry knew exactly how to respond to that accusation. Obliviate. Severus deftly parried the memory charm and assumed a defensive position. How dare you? He sent back a disarming charm that Harry blocked with little effort. Headmaster, are you just going to stand there and let him? Obliviate, Albus regrettably cast, just as Severus turned his direction. The potion's master flashed a shocked look of betrayal just before his eyes glazed over. He fell into a gentle sleep from a swish of Albus' wand. Albus frowned at Harry, showing how distasteful, albeit necessary, his actions were. Thank you, Albus, Harry said, relaxing momentarily with a supremely grateful smile. But you missed a whole lot of the others. He finished, pointing towards everyone else in the room. Harry, Albus scolded. What the bloody hell is going on? James finally exploded, holding his wand at the ready. Lily was visibly shaken. She looked to be teetering on the brink of collapsing into tears. Harry. Harry looked at the closest thing to his mum that he'd ever remembered and could find no words. Bleedbur, blah. I need some answers, James demanded, swinging his wand arm across the room. Right fucking now. Sarah was frowning. You can't be Grandpa if you're a Potter. What? James snapped in confusion. Is this about the basilisk? Jimmy wondered aloud. What? James snapped again. How do you know about the basilisk? Albus jerked in surprise. Okay, not the basilisk, Jimmy meekly said. Harry, Lily repeated, unable to move. James suddenly put two and two together. His voice was as quiet this time as it had been loud before. Sirius. Stop, Harry shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Stop! You've all got the wrong idea. Just give me a second here. He held his hand up and took a moment to collect himself. 1 second turned into 3, and 3 became 5 before Albus realized Harry was calculating. Harry. Sorry, Harry admitted, biting his bottom lip, still hopping to wake up from this emotional nightmare. Sarah could tell Harry was hesitant to tell them everything and decided to start small. Just how closely are we related? Because I feel dirty already, and if you're just a drifter pretending to be my dead older brother. Sarah trailed off as everyone looked at her. What? It could happen. He's trying to hide the fact that he's our brother, Jimmy said, looking at his sister and trying to remember if she always had that freckle by her eye. I'm not your brother. If anything, I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm not. You're okay. This is getting confusing, Harry said distractedly. Just tell them the truth, Harry. They need to hear this from you, Albus urged. And you must know I will correct any and all falsities in your story. James turned to the headmaster hostilely. You knew about this. Albus took a step back at the vehemence suddenly directed his way. So did Tonks, Albus pointed and sold out the Auror subordinate. Hey, Tonks whined. Albus held up his hands in a gentle and calming manner. And please let Harry explain before you jump to the wrong conclusions. They all turned to look at Harry, who turned to look at his godfather. Sirius. Sirius had thought it was hilarious to see how rattled his godson had become, especially since it had been Harry, and not him, who had messed this one up. But the sheer anger James was exhibiting, coupled with how scared and fragile Lily looked, made the situation a lot less amusing to him. Sirius opened his mouth to say something and stopped at the sight of his former best friend. He opened his mouth once more, managed to produce a slightly strangled sound before finally just saying, Good luck, Harry. Sirius instantaneously popped into his animagus form and burrowed under Harry's hospital bed, letting out sad little warbled barking the whole way. James' wand fell from his hand the second he saw Sirius' transformation. His entire body deflated in defeat. Coward, Harry grumbled at the canine hiding out of sight. Lily staggered forward and gripped onto Harry's arm frantically. Please. Harry's heart never stood a chance at that look, and he gave up. You're right, I'm sorry. You all deserve an explanation, and I'm going to give you one. He took a deep breath and let it out. Right now, he nodded resolutely. This very minute. Harry, Albus cried while fighting the urge to strangle the young man. Okay, Harry said, grabbing a hold of Lily's hand. This may take a while, so you'll want to sit down. Lily wasn't going anywhere just yet, and kept a sweaty hold of Harry's hand. Right, Harry said as he uncertainly began. Okay, I was born Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter. Lily gasped, quietly mouthing, my baby. James was confused. My son is a blood purist. I'm not a blood purist, Harry pleaded before remembering, and I'm not your son. I think your headache might be contagious, Jimmy said, clenching his eyes in discomfort. Yeah, Harry quickly agreed. Maybe we should take a few minutes to relax our occlumency shields and look towards my wand. Harry, Albus shouted, pointing his wand at the young man. How can they be your parents and you not be my brother? Sarah logically questioned. Hang on, Jimmy said, thinking deeply. I know I've heard this riddle. They're not my parents. No, that's not it, Jimmy said, dismissing Harry's help with the riddle. Harry was getting irritated and shouted over everyone's questions. My parents died Halloween 1981. They gave their lives to save me. Lily painfully stared at Harry, while the other Potters fell back in their respective seats. Harry continued when he realized they were paying attention. My godfather, Sirius Black, was sent to Azkaban because people thought he was our secret keeper. Pathetic whimpering came from under the bed. I am not your son, Harry said, pleading with Lily to understand. And you are not my parents. Lily felt struck. She was being rejected, and this imposter was just trying to hurt her. Don't be a dick, Harry, Tonks said with a frown. Harry saw the way Lily was reacting and exclaimed, It's nothing to do with you. It's me. Trust me, I trust you because you've been so honest with us so far, James bitterly reminded. He picked up his wand and pulled his distraught wife closer. Who the hell are you? Sirius decided he'd had enough and crawled back out from under Harry's bed. He popped right back into place and grabbed a hold of Harry's collar. I think I've heard all I need to from you. Harry just looked at his godfather in confusion as Sirius pulled Harry up and slammed him down on the bed behind him. The cushioning charms ensured it looked worse than it was. Sirius, what are you? Sirius slapped Harry twice across the face and pointed an accusing finger at him. You know what, you? Harry didn't give Sirius a chance before he'd tackled him to the ground. Both of them were rolling across the hospital room floor, mere meters from the exit when Albus caught on. A flick of his wand and the door swung shut with a loud clap. Don't even think about it, Albus warned. Sirius and Harry stopped their struggling and looked at the door. In unison, they both exclaimed, Bugger. Sirius shrugged and said, Sorry, kid, I tried. What did you call me? Harry raged as he picked up and slammed his godfather into the door. Oa, Sirius weakly protested. Harry saw the door hadn't budged, and he didn't recognize the locking charm Albus had used. Damn. That is enough, Albus roared. It was worth a shot, Harry mumbled, knowing he'd earned this chastisement. Harry looked at Sirius curiously. That door wasn't open all along, was it? Nah, Sirius said, rubbing his sore shoulder. I opened it while I was regrouping under the bed. Regrouping, Harry repeated doubtfully. James' patience was once more at its end. You think this is funny? You think toying with us is amusing? Well, no, Sirius replied. That was why we were trying to make a break for it. I appreciate the effort, Harry said, while carefully maneuvering his godfather to stand in front of him. You're welcome, Sirius said, moving over to stand behind Tonks. But you're still telling them your story, not me. For the record, though, I'd recommend starting with the dimension traveling rather than repeatedly breaking your mum's heart. Harry's face was covered by his palm as he muttered to himself. She's not my mum. Dimension traveling. Peter Potter spoke calmly for the first time. Yeah, dimension traveling, Harry repeated. We come from a world where my parents died when I was 1, so no brother or sister for me, Harry said, nodding towards Jimmy, who'd moved over to sit next to Sarah. Harry figured he should try and get as many relevant details out as he could before curses started flying. A little before I turned 16, this was about 3 years after this knucklehead broke out of Azkaban. He got pushed through a dimensional portal of sorts and stuck in limbo. Last April, I started studying the portal, and he got spit out into this world after 10 years of basically not existing. Sirius had to be poked 3 times before he took over and explained. I woke up in a hospital bed and they asked me who to call. Last I knew, Harry'd walked into a Death Eater trap, and of course, I thought James Potter had been dead for over a decade, so I asked for Remus Lupin. Remus knows, James asked, feeling like the odd man out. Tonks started chuckling. He's going to be so upset he missed this. You want me to go get him? Harry offered. No, almost every voice shouted back at Harry. Right, Sirius snickered at Harry's pout. So anyway, that's when I found out it was 10 years later and I was in a new world. Remus was helping me, and that meant Tonks got to hear my story. I was excited and frightened to tell it to you, Sirius said, nodding towards James. But that was before I realized you were a prick. Padfoot, Harry scolded. Maybe I wasn't the most understanding bloke, Sirius admitted with a roll of his eyes. But come on. You insulted me, you told Jimmy how I was everything wrong, and you lost your bleeding sense of humor. James just stood there stupidly, while Lily was wrapped around him. You gotta admit that, Prongs. The teenager who graduated Hogwarts and the only James Potter I ever knew would have been appalled at what you've turned into. Sirius, Harry interrupted. Stop it. Sirius shrugged remorselessly, but stayed quiet. I get why you've never grown up, Harry said, earnestly addressing his godfather. I really do, and contrary to just about every other adult around, I think it's great. But I also get why this James Potter did grow up, and you need to get it as well. I get it now, Sirius reluctantly admitted. I might not have at first, but I do. Do you? Harry questioned. It's you goofy retard, Sirius said as his eyes began to get glossy. We both lost our best friends, but he lost you too, so he had to change. I still had you, so I had to try and be what I thought he'd want me to be for you. A smile began to grow, brighter and wider as Harry stood there listening to his godfather. He was just grinning proudly at him before he realized what was going on. Oh shit, Harry said, wiping his eyes. My allergies are always flaring up this time of the year. Is it the hay fever? Tonks asked with a grin. Or maybe the bullshit? Sirius was rubbing his sleeve across his face too. Whatever it is, it brought some bugs with it. Lily had managed to detach from James and scurried over to Harry, wrapping her arms around him as her tears were flowing freely. Oh, Harry. A little help, guys, Harry pleaded as Lily's body shook with sobs. She's crying, guys, like big honking tears. This isn't going to help my allergies. Harry set in between loud sniffles. Please, anyone. Everyone seemed content to let Harry struggle with the emotionally exhausted Lily Potter. There, Harry said, inside praying that she would stop crying. He awkwardly patted her back. There. Harry, Albus encouraged. Perhaps you could continue with your story. Harry just held on to Lily, who had moved around and was now resting her head on his shoulder. He looked at her with suspiciously bright eyes and continued. Right, okay. Well, about 2 months after I started working on the portal, I got sucked in it too. So it was around the start of June that I ended up in this world. I looked up Moony in the Muggle phone book and tracked down Sirius. Since then, I've been kinda playing catch-up with a new history of the world as I know it, and yeah. Thank you, Harry, for such a richly detailed account, Albus blandly retorted. I suspect the Potters would like to know a little more about your life, your youth, your friends, your accomplishments. Lily seemed to be getting a hold of herself, but still wasn't letting go of Harry. Peter saw Harry looked uncomfortable. Anywhere you'd care to start is fine. I want to hear about that scar on your head, Sarah suggested. If we died, then who saved you? James inquired. Who protected you when we couldn't? And if Sirius was in Azkaban, Lily said, looking up brightly. Where'd you grow up? Jimmy was scratching his head. Is anyone else getting a strong feeling of déjà vu? Oh boy, Harry muttered to himself. He was trying to figure out which question would lead to the least unpleasant conversation. Can we take a break or something? Still have a headache? Sirius asked. What headache? Harry said before catching himself. I mean, yes. You want to release me from my oath? Tonks asked, knowing a big chunk of Harry's secrets were out in the open now among the Potters. I can help. Harry and Sirius nodded at each other. You're good. Tonks turned to Sarah, then James, and then Lily in order. It's from a reflected killing curse. You guys saved him. I think Lily did some sacrificial protection charm thing, and he grew up with the Dursleys. Tonks paused on Jimmy and looked back at Harry. You did, didn't you? Harry had winced at every blunt answer and nodded guiltily to her question. James frowned and turned inquisitively to Albus. Albus was having entirely too much fun and explained. Why do you think I kept checking him for memory charms? Yeah, Harry said, moving over towards Jimmy and drawing his wand. Let me go ahead and undo that. James jumped forward, pointing his wand straight at Harry. Step away from my son. Harry just barely glanced over his shoulder, ripped the wand from James' hand, and pinned both of his arms to his sides. With a gentle tap, Harry broke the memory charm on Jimmy, who was staring cross-eyed at the wand between his eyes. Oh, Jimmy said, blinking away a split second of confusion. Okay. Harry took a step back, and his magical arms released their hold of James Potter. James was incensed at how easily he'd been dismissed as a threat, but a part of him felt awfully proud thinking of the kind of wizard his first son would have become. He felt the vice-like grip on his arms dissipate and plucked his floating wand out of the air. He strode over to his youngest. You okay? Jimmy nodded. I saw the name Harry Potter on the Jimmy stopped suddenly. Thing. I know you have the map, James assured him. I told Remus to give it to you. You did? Jimmy asked in surprise. Why didn't you just give it to me? I didn't want to set a bad example, James sheepishly admitted. And I don't always like remembering those days. Jimmy knew his older brother and Dad's best friend were difficult topics for his dad. Harry told me about his world, and then I told him to memory charm me. He was scratching his head, though that night is still a bit fuzzy. That's the alcohol, Harry explained, not a charm. Sarah stuck her arm into the air, waiting to be called on. Sarah, James asked. Can we back it up a second? Because I could have sworn Tonk said reflected killing curse. That's my girl, came the muffled exclamation from Madame Pomfrey's office. Everyone stopped and turned to the cracked open door at the end of the wing. They all remained silent and looked at the headmaster. Albus tiredly nodded and walked towards the office. I said that too loud, didn't I? The question came clearly from the office. Poppy, Albus greeted as he found her holding a cup up to her ear. Headmaster, Poppy said, still holding the cup. You understand what I have to do. Madame Pomfrey pulled the cup down and stated, I have another option. I'll swear an oath. I just want to stay here and listen. Albus looked at the matron silently. Professional curiosity, she explained. Albus tilted his head, indicating she should try again. Madame Pomfrey gave up the act and quietly confided, This is better than my soaps on the Wizamundo wireless. Please don't take this from me. Albus looked at Harry and saw no significant objection. Let's figure out the wording for your oath. Albus stepped in the office and pulled the door closed behind him. James watched Harry as he asked, Did you survive a killing curse? It was my mum's shield mostly, but yeah. Marked as an equal, Sirius ominously said, eliciting several gasps around the room. Oh, thank you, Sirius, Harry sarcastically chided. I always love when the conversation inevitably gets to my preordained trip down murdering lane. You beat him, James asked, suddenly remembering the very public duel. Of course you did. Sarah was again hung up on the words. Murdering is just a figure of speech, right? He's being a drama queen, Sirius replied with a nod. Harry was about to poke Sirius in the eye when he got a better idea. Since you seem so eager to answer questions, it's your turn, Padfoot. Harry picked his godfather up with invisible arms and plopped him right in the middle of the room. Sirius gulped at being thrust into the limelight, but stood there waiting patiently. How did he beat Voldemort? James asked. Sirius shifted his weight to the other foot. That's a complicated. No, Harry interrupted with a whine. Ask him questions about him. This guy comes from a whole different world. Aren't you curious? Everyone remained silent until James shrugged and answered. I knew a Sirius Black pretty well. I have only unfulfilled dreams for Harry Potter. Harry's jaw snapped shut with an audible click. Thing is, Sirius said, pondering a diplomatic answer. Harry's not real big on talking about this kind of stuff. If it was anything that could help here, I know he'd be doing something about it. I haven't even heard all the details. But, James was desperate, if you did it once, you can do it again. No, Harry said, glancing at Lily Potter. I can't. You broke his neck, James pleaded. He was paralyzed, and if he hadn't had a portkey, he was done. It's not that simple, Harry said. And don't underestimate Voldemort. That was a lot of luck because we had a lot of surprise on our side. Peter cleared his throat and sounded almost cold for the first time. I think you'll find we all know how seriously to take Voldemort. Harry spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, but I'm not your savior. I did what it took to beat my Dark Lord. And the closest thing to solace I have is the knowledge that I can't ever do that again. It's not an option. But the prophecy, James begged, is about someone else, Harry finished for him. Peter was able to see the larger picture more clearly than the other Potters. It would have been nice if Voldemort was as certain as you are. Harry flinched and stayed quiet. What do you mean? James asked his uncle. Peter was watching Harry as he explained. Have you not wondered just why Voldemort chose to attack Potters this morning? It wasn't because of any widely known Potters. They all turned to Harry, looking for an explanation. Peter felt a bit guilty, but continued. He obviously made the connection and targeted us for that reason. I doubt it's coincidence that tomorrow the Blacks are auctioning his ancestors' locket either. Shit, Harry said, turning to Sirius. We've got to prepare for the auction. Oh no, you don't, Lily said, moving forward to grab onto Harry's arm. We won't keep you all night, but we're not done talking yet. Harry looked to Sirius for help. Sirius just grinned and scolded. Be nice to your mother. She's not my you're not my mother, Harry repeated. Maybe not, Lily strained to agree. "But you and I need to have a private conversation before you leave." "I need to have one with both of you as well," James said in determination to Harry and Sirius. "Oh joy," Sirius said with a forced smile. Albus had quietly emerged from the matron's office and made his presence known. "You are still going through with the auction. After today's events, you know it's going to be even worse tomorrow." "Relax, Albus," Harry assured. "We are prepared for almost any eventuality, even if the Dark Lord makes the mistake of dropping by." "Will you at least, then, permit me to judge your preparations myself and assist you?" Albus inquired. "See, there's this thing called plausible deniability." "Harry," Albus said, as was becoming habit. Harry thought it over and suggested, "You may just want to stay away altogether." "I'm going to be there," Albus retorted with certainty, "whether it's to help or keep an eye on you." Sirius grinned. "How much did you pay for your invitation?" Albus smiled thinly. "The goblins know there's no chance we're going to accept any of the supposed offers," Harry explained. "Their cut is all of the bribe money they can get for invitations." "You might as well tell them," Peter advised the headmaster. "I probably overpaid at 250 galleons for mine." "Lord Potter," Harry looked at the Peter curiously. "I told you to call me PJ," Peter warmly reminded. "And I figured anything you two were neck-deep in would be worth being ringside for." "PJ," a contrite Harry said, "I thought you'd be angrier over the whole endangering all Potters thing." "I am upset," Peter stoically assured. "But as it turns out, you're a Potter by birth, and you both reacted immediately and effectively once you realized your mistake." "So we've got 250, Sirius said, looking at the headmaster. "Do I hear higher, lower?" Peter glanced at Albus and answered, "He's not embarrassed enough. He didn't pay anything." Albus nodded at Lord Potter's powers of deduction. "I convinced Bloodthrust that I was working with you, and I had the magic of a brotherhood charm to prove it." "Cheater," Sirius grumbled. Harry noted the air had a calm after the storm feel to it. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "So what now?" "Now, let's talk," Lily said, jumping up and beginning to pull Harry with her. "Harry," Albus said, attracting the young man's attention. He gave him a significant look and nodded. Harry knew what Albus was intimating, but couldn't help himself. "You think I should?" Albus nodded. "I think you need this." "All right," Harry agreed. "I'll memory charm this one while you take care of the rest." "Harry." "Kidding," Harry defended. "Geez, take it easy, Albus. You're not that young anymore." Harry let Lily pull him down to her private quarters, where she quickly established privacy charms. "Why, Mrs. Potter, are you trying to seduce?" Harry stopped and agreed with the look on her face. "Yeah, creepy." "The shield," Lily said, turning to face Harry. "The shield that protected you. That's why I'm drawn to you." "Kind of," Harry reluctantly answered, "but not really." "Because it sounds like an idea I had." Lily was watching Harry closely. "That involved sacrificing my magic and tricking the attacker into sealing a new blood bond, tying my soul into an eternal protection from that attacker specifically." Harry nodded woefully. "My mum didn't exactly leave me her spell notes, but that sounds about right." "I knew it would be strong, but—" Lily shook her head in astonishment. "Reflecting a killing curse." Harry smiled weakly. "When he possessed a wizard, my mere touch burned them. It was stronger than any protection I've ever heard of." Lily sat up in understanding. "So when you came into this world, the bond got transferred?" "Not exactly," Harry replied. Lily thought she had figured out the affect Harry had on her. "Why not? How do you know?" "I know because the bond is gone, and it has been for a while." Lily frowned. "And actually, the protection it offered has been gone even longer." "I don't understand." Harry knew he couldn't keep putting this off. "When I was 14, he used my blood in a rebirthing ritual that gave him a body again. With my blood running through his veins, it negated the protection." Lily was running through her theory. "It shouldn't have negated the protection. What probably happened was that it protected him from the adverse effects of the protection." Harry nodded slowly, adding this piece of information to his understanding. That actually makes a lot of sense and explains a few things. Like what? Lily was curious. Like why Albus was so insistent that I keep the blood wards active at Privet Drive after Voldemort's rebirth. And like my scar, Harry said, tapping his forehead. We all assumed it was the direct result of the killing curse, but all the curse did was to forge a link between my mind and Voldemort's. Oh no, Lily realized. The protection fought the link, didn't it? Harry winced in agreement. Anytime Voldemort was close or using the link, my scar burned. A few times it'd split open and bleed. Until now, I never even considered that it was the protection that was hurting me, fighting Voldemort. I'm sorry, Lily said earnestly. You didn't do anything, Harry assured her. And it did save my life, in the face of impossible odds. Lily nodded, frowning at the pain she knew Harry must have endured. On the plus side, it made it real hard for him to sneak up on me, Harry said, trying to lighten the mood. Lily bit her lip. She softly suggested, I could do it again. What? No, Harry snapped angrily that this woman would even consider such a thing. This Voldemort would never see it coming. He'd. You don't get it, Harry yelled, cutting her off. You're not my mother, it wouldn't work. Lily frowned. Maybe Jimmy could. Stop, just shut up, Harry shouted. If you knew what it would do to Jimmy, you'd never even consider it. You're not that cruel, just forget it. Lily quickly ascertained there was more going on than she knew. She could tell Harry wasn't going to be terribly forthcoming on the details without some careful prompting. She gave him a moment to collect himself before switching gears. Since you didn't know it was the protection hurting you, then why did you break the bond? Harry closed his eyes and avoided meeting Lily's gaze. Lily gasped. He broke it, didn't he, just to hurt you? No, Harry looked up as his eyes glistened. Although now that you mention it, he probably knew full well what the protection was doing to me. He practically got off on the way his mere presence debilitated me. So you broke the bond? Lily questioned warily. Harry sniffled a little as he took a deep breath and stared at his feet. I didn't break the bond. His voice was just over a whisper. I used it. Lily blinked in surprise. You used it. What could you have used it? Oh. Lily looked at Harry frightfully. Oh. Harry leaned back, his eyes shining as he stared up at the ceiling, unable to even look at Lily. I destroyed my mother's soul so that I could destroy Voldemort's. Harry let out a shuddering breath. I would have given my own in a second. I would have given almost anyone else's, but it doesn't work that way. He used my blood my mother was bonded to. Lily honestly wasn't sure how she felt about Harry's actions, but she could tell when he needed a hug more than she needed to make up her mind. She quickly moved across the room and held him tightly. You know she never would have blamed you, Harry. Yeah, well, I made sure she never could. Lily finally realized just why Harry was so vehement in his insistence that she wasn't his mother. His mother sacrificed herself to save him, and he sacrificed her to save everyone else. Pretending that Lily was his mother dishonored her memory and also made Harry vulnerable again. I think it's safe to say I know how she would feel better than anyone else, and she would have been so proud of you, Harry. She hugged him tighter, urging him to believe her. She would have been proud of your strength, so proud, Lily said, unable to hold back her own tears. Harry didn't even care that his allergies were making water stream from his eyes. I like to think so, Harry agreed, feeling like the load on his shoulders was getting just a little lighter. She would be, Lily said again. She would be. Okay, I get it, Harry said, hugging Lily back. And I think I figured out which side of the family my overdramatic streak comes from. Lily snorted in between her sniffles. I'm not your mother, Harry. We both know that. But I just want you to know that if you want to call me Mum, no one would blame you, least of all her. Harry patted Lily gently on the back. Let's not go crazy just yet. Lily groaned and squeezed Harry one last time as she pulled away. Why do you have to be like that? We were having a moment there. We were connecting. Kind of like long-lost mother-son, but not really. And you ruined it. Harry stepped back and pointed a finger. You were trying to guilt me into it. Lily had the decency to blush. Unbelievable, Harry said with a shake of his head. I'm opening up to you. I'm vulnerable. Lily arched an eyebrow as she hooked an arm around Harry's elbow and proceeded to escort him back to the hospital wing. And just how far do you think your apple's fallen from this tree? Harry's mouth twitched in agreement. True enough, I sometimes make Sirius feel guilty for not getting me Christmas presents when he was in Azkaban. Wow, Lily said, looking at Harry appraisingly. That's low. Ahem, Harry mockingly cleared his throat. That was entirely different, Lily said, attempting to end the discussion. So you grew up with Petunia. Harry nodded. Was that as bad as I'm afraid it was? It wasn't awful, Harry shrugged. Roof over my head, secret blood protection I didn't know about, unfair split of household chores, enough second-hand clothes and food to get by. The way I see it, it would have been about the same at an orphanage, only without the secret blood protection. Lily frowned and offered, If you want, we could go curse my sister sometime. Harry bit back a snort. I think I'd like that, Mum. Lily jerked her head to look at Harry in surprise. Harry broke into a grin. I'm just fucking with you, Lily. Cruel, callous bastard, Lily calmly said. Just remember you got that from my side of the family, too. Harry kept an eye on the devious woman walking next to him. You know you can't tell anyone any of this, right? Lily kept pace with Harry and just stayed quiet. I'll snap, Harry warned. I'm not kidding, I'll go dark, I'll kill everybody, I'm damn good at it. Lily just patted Harry gently on the arm. Please, Lily, Harry begged. Mum. They arrived back at the hospital wing and stopped at the door. Lily leaned forward onto the tips of her toes and kissed Harry gently on his cheek. Just because I'm not your mother, Harry, doesn't mean you can stop me from acting like it. Harry smiled back at Lily, figuring, if nothing else, he could spend time with her under the guide of apprenticing in emotional manipulation. They opened the door and walked in, finding the hospital wing lively with conversation. Hey, Harry, Sirius beckoned. Who else knows about us? I know there's Gin. Gin Weasley, Lily asked curiously. She knows about you. Harry nodded. She's under oath not to say anything. Lily chuckled. She told me she thought you were a woman in disguise. She what? Harry said in a higher voice than planned. A ghost popped into existence right next to Harry. I told you that bitch was crazy. Oh boy, Harry grumbled. Jimmy couldn't help himself. Who is the hottie? Oh dear God, Harry complained to no one in particular. Hello, the ghostly Ginny said with a flirtatious wave. You must be James, Jr. Harry saw the ghost and his almost little brother were both smiling shyly. He resisted the urge to bang his head against the wall. Everyone who's been gaping at me stupidly throughout the day and or is still harboring doubts, this is the Ginny Weasley of our old world. She died, and she haunts me. Ginny, this is everyone. Lily saw the tired look of resignation on Harry's face and started to laugh at the absurdity of it all. I'm sorry, Lily said in between her giggling. It's nice to meet you, Ginny. She just laughed louder, intermittently pointing at Harry. You know Ginny is Harry's soul mate, Sirius helpfully supplied, much to the amusement of Lily. And how does Lily get Harry so easily? It usually takes people time before they realize Harry exists to entertain us. She's not my soul mate, Harry insisted in a manner eerily similar to his claims that Lily wasn't his mother. He turned to his traitorous godfather. And you're about a half step away from a midget detention, buddy. Ginny floated over next to the highly amused Lily. Harry's still not sure how to accept my love, Mum. You don't mind if I call you Mum, do you? Not at all, Lily said, her wide grin shining. I think you and I will get along famously. Ginny, go, Harry pleaded as he was metaphysically pushing her away. Ginny could tell she was about to disappear and shook her finger at Harry. I told you that bitch was crazy, she reiterated just before disappearing with a pop. Wow, Jimmy said with a grin. I mean, wow. Harry looked over at Sirius. We really need to get to work on the rest of the preparations. James shook his head and stepped forward. Not yet, we need to talk. James Potter, family man, disappeared and was replaced with James Potter, assistant director of the DMLE. He strode out the door, confidently expecting the Lord Blacks to follow him. Sirius and Harry exchanged a few uneasy looks as they were led into an empty classroom. James sealed the door shut behind them and sent out several aura-level security spells. Harry looked over at Sirius, and they reached an unspoken agreement to wait on James. James was standing uncomfortably, occasionally packing and stopping. He looked up at them and began, "I'm in something of a quandary." "Can we help?" Harry asked. "Yes," James asserted. "You can. Let me explain my quandary. Hypothetically, let's say I'm investigating some robberies." Harry and Sirius stood there, not responding in the slightest. "And hypothetically, I made a huge break in the case. But the problem is I only caught the lead because I observed a man's surprisingly competent actions as he was saving my life and rescuing me from torture." "That's quite a quandary," Harry said while Sirius was fidgeting and swatting. "Oh, Sirius as he buckled away from a sharp poke in the side. "Stop it, Harry." "It is," James agreed. "And it's even more complicated by the relationship between myself and my leads." Harry let up on his invisible assault of Sirius and replied, "So how can we help you with your quandary?" "Hypothetically," James carefully pondered, "my job would be easier if there weren't any new cases to investigate, no further clues to follow up on." Harry was swatting Sirius' hands as he tried to poke Harry back. "You know, it's entirely possible the target of your hypothetical investigation has already retired." "Really?" James said, breaking from his cautious and careful wording. Harry and Sirius nodded. "No more new cases at all?" James slowly inquired. "Not even a little one?" Harry and Sirius exchanged smiles and looked at James. "Hypothetically," Sirius jumped in, "is there any particular place you regret not investigating?" James knew getting captured and tortured earlier left him feeling more vindictive than usual, but didn't let that stop him. "Thing is," James explained, "these cases, they've been targeting Death Eaters, and I arrested this guy named Travers." "Peter or Michael?" Harry questioned. He saw James look surprised. "Both are." "I meant Peter," James answered. "Peter's twice managed to buy his freedom with an imperious defense, a couple names, and carefully placed donations. If ever there were a Death Eater who should be separated from his money, it'd be Peter. I didn't know about Michael." "And this will help you with your quandary," Sirius clarified. "No," James said, not wanting them to think he was blackmailing them. "My quandary's been resolved. This would just make me happy." "Retirements can be flexible," Harry replied before looking at the older man curiously. "What gave it away?" James smiled and utilized the fine art of the backhanded compliment. "The least likely trait you'd expect from Sirius Black. He was smarter than he acted in public." Harry snickered at Sirius' conflicted feelings. James added, "He also managed to break into Malfoy Manor with a bit too much ease. He knew to avoid magic on Lucius. He wore specially charmed boots, a chameleon cloak, and carried illusory pins in his pocket." Harry shook his head sadly at his godfather. "I knew you'd blow this for us." "Says you," Sirius retorted hotly. "Mister, look at me, I'm Harry Potter." "Oops." "At least my way, we were able to control the situation," Harry said, clearly not remembering the last hour very well. "Your way, we wouldn't have ever even known you'd blown it for us. And who knows what would have happened then. I probably saved our asses." Sirius listened to Harry's rationalization with a smile. "1,000 galleons says you don't believe that." Harry pouted quietly. James took down his privacy charms and led them back towards the hospital wing. "I was groggy," Harry argued the earlier point. "You should have warned me." "Didn't you see? I was flashing you the hay, Harry. Don't forget we're in an alternate universe sign." James watched the two banter and bicker and felt pangs of jealousy. He wished he'd had this rapport with Harry, but felt grateful that Harry at least had Sirius. They arrived back to find Tonks and Jimmy regaling the others with stories of Harry's adventures at Hogwarts. "I just remembered," James said, turning to Sirius. "I've got a wand you could use." Sirius stiffened and looked at Harry. It was the other Sirius Black's. "Driftwood 12 inches, I think." Sounds about right," Sirius stumbled through the words. Harry carefully stated, "In the interests of full disclosure, I should mention we kind of, already, got that wand." "You what?" the Auror side of James asked dangerously. "We're sorry," Sirius yelped, "but it's my wand, and it was just sitting there in your safe, and you were about to give it to me anyway." James' stern face softened to a smirk. "I know." He turned and asked the others, "Where'd Albus go?" Sirius just stared at James, back perplexed. Harry elbowed his godfather. "Padfoot, you just got skunked by Bizarro Prongs." "I am going to break that little man," Sirius declared as Albus came up behind him. "You know the Muggles have a pill for that now," Albus commented as he brushed past. He lifted his pensive into the air. "Found it." "What's going on?" Harry asked as they joined the larger group. "Seeing as you need to work on your preparations for the auction, I thought perhaps you could leave behind a number of memories, so that we all may get to know you better." Harry glanced at Sirius worriedly before looking at all the others in the room. "That's a surprisingly good idea. How'd one of you come up with that?" Lily, James, and Albus all began to defend themselves, but a voice from the matron's office could be heard clearly. "It was my idea." "Got it," Harry said in understanding. He turned to Sirius. "So what highlights should we give them?" "Stuff like your birth," Sirius answered. "Could easily be the exact same here, in which case it's just a painful reminder. I'm thinking we should give them both our perspectives of that night at the end of your 3rd year." "You think that's a good idea?" Harry wondered. "I mean, you bit Ron's leg hard enough to break it, and Moony bitch-slapped you right after he transformed into Captain Wolfendwine." "It's a great night," Sirius argued, thinking of its importance to him. "And you were out of it for most of those Dementors," Harry added. "There were a fuckload there. It was bad." "Even still," Sirius insisted, "are you going to show when they captured you?" "Which one?" Harry said. "If you mean the second time, hell no. The first, though, where I was a main ingredient in the Voldemort rebirth soup, that one's not too bad. Cedric died and I got crucioed a few times, but it was all right." James saw the other Potters were as horrified as he was. "What the fuck?" Sarah finished for her father. Sirius smiled brightly as they all got a glimpse of Harry's crap-ass life. "Are you going to show them the basilisk?" Harry frowned at the looks on the Potters' faces. "That one seems to make people really nervous. I thought instead I'd show the end of 1st year, when I killed my first defense professor. That one's always a crowd pleaser." Peter wanted them to stop adding to his anxiety. "Why don't you just surprise us?" "Surprise you," Sirius nodded eagerly. "I think we can do that." Harry and Sirius took the pensive over to a corner and proceeded to fill it with several memories, many of them triggered to play in a set order. It took them 20 minutes, but they had deposited several hours' worth of memories to peruse. "You asked for a surprise, so the first few memories are queued up in order," Harry explained, handing Peter the pensive. "After that, it's pick and choose." Right away, Jimmy, Sarah, Tonks, Peter, James, and Lily lined up around each other and plunged into the memories. Albus held back as he watched Harry and Sirius. "You're going to be gone before they even come out, aren't you?" Harry nodded, slightly elated to have dodged the goodbye bullet. "We gotta do this thing." "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Tonks' frightened shout startled Harry. He saw she was still in the pensive. "Can people talk from inside a memory?" "In cases of extreme emotion, yes, but it is rare," Albus explained with a nod. He paused in reflection. "Just what memory did you show them?" Sirius smiled innocently. "Well, it starts with Tonks pregnant." "Really?" Albus said, intrigued. "Who's the lucky man?" Harry shook his finger negatively. "We don't want to ruin the surprise." 5 loud shouts of outrage and shock came from the group at the pensive. Albus stumbled momentarily and began to look at the pensive and memories contained warily. "I'm not going to like this, am I?" "There may be a few special highlight reels," Harry meekly admitted. "We looped your I trust Severus Snape with my life with Snape's Avada Kedavra like 20, 30 times in a row," Sirius explained. "And there's even a Sirius, we both know it's more important that he be alive than happy." That one really got my goat. "Oh dear," Albus mumbled, wondering how he'd not seen this coming. "Come on," Harry said, motioning with his head. "We've got a lot of work to do tonight. Albus, perhaps we'll see you tomorrow." "I will be there," Albus assured. Harry and Sirius walked out of Hogwarts and down to the edge of the wards. "You sure you're up for this?" Sirius asked. "We can postpone, it's been a long day." Harry shook his head. "Nah, I'm ready, I'm juiced. These wards are going to take some work, but I've built up a lot of nervous energy just waiting for an outlet." Sirius nodded in agreement. "And I want to find out who this fucker is." Harry patiently sat cross-legged on the floor of the small converted chapel within a clear cylindrical tube. The top was smoothly curved, and it stretched all the way into the floor below, giving the tube an appearance that made Sirius giggle. He claimed it was the irony of the similarity to the After Dark mark, but Harry wasn't convinced. Floating behind Harry, at about eye level from his seated position, was a large, shiny mirror laying parallel to the ground. A transparent film was being pulled and stretched from the surface of the mirror, encompassing a crystalline display case. In the display case behind Harry's head were the 3 lots they were required by Goblin law to present. Enlisting the assistance and authority of the goblins to manage this auction meant a few extra risks, but it was well worth the effort of earning the goblins' stamp of approval, so all parties involved would know there was legitimate bait in the trap. There were 4 rows of seats, 4 seats on each side of the aisle splitting the room in half, and every one of the seats was filled. 32 middle-aged and older uninvited wizards and witches were all exchanging wary looks and inspecting the seemingly innocent meeting room. "Welcome, welcome," Sirius cheered, emerging from a side door. "I see we have quite the packed house here." Bloodthrust was the only goblin in the room. The pleasantly vicious creature nodded to Harry and Sirius and stood off to the side near the door Sirius had used. He was eagerly anticipating the results of this auction. "It looks like everyone coming is already here, so let's seal the doors and see if we can't avoid interruptions." Sirius looked over the podium and touched his wand on a button that in actuality did nothing other than give the appearance of a control console. Heavy-duty solid metal doors appeared with the sound of creaking and stressing. Suddenly, all the sets of doors slammed shut, blocking all the windows, both side doors and the door in the back blanketing the room in darkness. The interior lights gradually brightened, while everyone in the seats was getting a little restless. "Oh, don't fret," Sirius chided the nervous people. "Make sure you hang on to your invitations. You'll need them if we alter the customized Fadelius on the fly. Treat them like your safety blanket, as it appears we may have a few uninvited guests." "First things first," Sirius continued. "We certainly want to ensure the safety of all of our properly invited guests, and there were many protestations that it would be rude and way too easy on us to make you surrender your wands. So we found a middle ground. Harry." Harry turned his hands flat onto the stone floor and pushed down hard, feeding extra power into the wards. With only a whoosh sound for warning, every guest seat was surrounded with a clear cylindrical tube very similar to Harry's. Shouts of outrage and worry began to spread, and a few attempts to portkey away failed. Some of the people were testing the strength and knocking on the inside walls and top of their tubes, surprised to find it made no sound, but they could hear just fine. "We've got crashers," Harry warned Sirius. "Excellent," Sirius explained to his literally captive audience. "It appears some people are intent on getting in the way of this auction. Let's hear their grievances and see if we can't resolve this peacefully." Another faked motion of touching his wand to the podium, and the front door slid open, revealing 24 masked Death Eaters. "Is there a problem, gentlemen?" The Death Eaters stormed into the room, shouting war cries and thinking they'd overcome the wards. Many had stopped to look around the room curiously. Other than one goblin and Sirius, all the others were sitting down looking like a giant upside-down rack of test tubes. The man in the lead hesitated for only a moment before shouting "die," and launching a devastating blasting curse straight at Harry in his tube. Harry didn't even blink as the bluish-purple spell zipped towards him. The magic slowed to a crawl as it neared the reflective glass and could only slide across the curved surface of the giant tube. The spell completed its circuit of the tube, picking up speed at the end, and rocketed off right back at the surprised caster. The force of the spell had been magnified, and the Death Eater's body was like a leaf in front of a cannon. The man was blown clear out of the building, leaving only a pair of smoking boots behind. The thick metal doors slammed closed, crushing many thoughts of escape. "This is so freaking cool," Harry commented from inside his tube. "It's like I could feel the magic in here. It tickles." The more knowledgeable uninvited guests swore upon realization of the protective measures the Lord Blacks had taken. The other Death Eaters had heard more than a few rumors about what happened yesterday, and it was no secret that a lot of their mates did not return from their missions. They had a fair idea of their Lord's expectations for success. They watched the mission commander get roasted by a calmly seated Lord Black, who was clearly more enamored to feel a tickling than he was bothered by the violent death. They spotted their inside men all looked nervous as hell and were making no motions to assist them. The next Death Eater in line glanced over his shoulder before asking uncertainly, "Die?" Harry's tube flickered and flashed with magic as he narrowed his eyes at the masked men. He sensed their hesitancy and calmly asserted, "I will break you." "Oops," the lead Death Eater said, tossing his wand to the ground. "You got me." "Coward," a voice in the back of the group shouted. Several more wands clattered to the ground and voices emerged. "Oops. Oh, shucks. Clumsy me." Curses foiled again. They all turned to the area from which the "coward" exclamation had come. The lone Death Eater, still holding his wand, tossed it backwards over his shoulder. "Damn peer pressure." "Smart move," Sirius commented as he walked over to a glistening anchor stone on the ground. He swished his wand over an edge of the stone, and it rotated slightly. A purple beam of magic bled out the stone and connected with another glistening-shaped rock. The line of magic streamed between the stones as they rose from the floor and stopped at the ceiling. Left in purple magic's wake was a solid black nothingness. "Why don't you guys walk on through there so that we can get on with our auction?" The freshly wandless Death Eaters all looked at the mysterious darkness and then back towards the Lord Blacks. "We'll just stand, if that's okay." Harry stared down the lead man until he swallowed the lump in his throat. He turned towards the other Death Eaters and nodded. "Excuse me, gentlemen." He calmly walked straight into the black wall and disappeared. "You can go," Sirius nodded towards the wall while keeping his wand ready. "Or we can make you." "Works for me," was the response as the lemmings began to follow each other into the black wall. A couple of them hesitated, caught Harry's eye, and then changed their minds, jumping to the front of the line leading towards the unknown. "I'm off. Goodbye. Good luck, Uncle Andre." The last was directed to Andrei Romanov, who was suddenly fidgeting inside his giant test tube, unconsciously rubbing the tattoo he was really beginning to regret. "What have you done to them?" Albus inquired from within his own transparent, penis-shaped prison. "Nothing yet," Harry explained. He still hadn't stood up or made any ambulatory movement. "Why don't we give the Ministry workers here on undercover missions something to do?" Sirius watched the last of the Death Eaters disappear and saw on the quickie map he'd charmed that all 23 of them were accounted for and not moving. "That sounds excellent. Now I can see some of you have recognized our little protections around here, and for those of you that haven't, feel free to interpret your neighbor's look of fear and uncertainty as I explain this. We are on a black property in here. For the next few hours, we've enacted some living wards. Only those genuinely invited are exempt from the negative effects of the wards, and most of those effects are currently being restrained by our unconventional use of a sentient anchor. I see the looks of doubt from those of you with only a passing familiarity with the law, but living wards are only illegal if they're anchored to a property. Anchoring them to a person is a perfectly acceptable alternative. Since then, the wards do not develop their own personality or become uncontrollably dangerous. Now that we're clear on that point, let's just see who the Ministry chose to invite without our consent." Again, Harry placed his palms flat on the ground and pushed. Slowly, most of the seats, clear arched tube, stone floor, and all, lowered about a meter into the ground. 10 of the tubes remained firmly in place. The guests, now seated with just their heads above the floor, all looked up at the people separated from them. Without warning, one of the tubes, still even with the ground, shattered, and the wizard within sent 3 quick spells towards the magical display case. Harry and Sirius both watched impassively as the case, and all its contents disappeared with a pop. "I do believe we have an unspeakable in the house," Sirius announced calmly as he saw the portkey on the case had worked exactly as planned. He mimicked pushing a button, and a solid wave of light magic erupted from the east wall. It slowly passed through everyone in the tubes without incident, but forcibly pushed the loose unspeakable into the inky black wall on the other side. Sirius smiled at how effective the living wards were. That was rude of him. "You attacked him," another of the heavily cloaked individuals exclaimed. "He was uninvited, and in an ancient lord's home. I think it's safe to say the law is on our side in this one. Not to mention we now have a legitimate threat to our property from which we must protect," Sirius explained as he walked to the floating mirror and cast a spell at it. The surface of the mirror rippled like liquid, and the crystalline display case floated up and out of the mirror. The same slight veil of magic covered it as before. "Now how many of the rest of you are aurors on the clock?" One hand went up, subtly glancing towards all the others. Sirius shook his head. "The least you could have remembered is that you always work in pairs. Now, I should point out, aurors on the clock get to walk out the door and not pushed into the wall." 6 hands went up among the remaining 9 tubes at normal height. 22 tubes were still submerged, guests stuck to their seats, with barely their head above ground. "Excellent," Sirius cheered. "Because everyone going through that wall is getting splashed with a draft of living death and encased in solid rock." The 6 tubes all shattered at once, and the aurors immediately took the opportunity to rise from their seats. "You all still have your so-called invitations," Sirius reminded, once he was sure they weren't going to attack him. "Read them." The aurors discovered another Fidelius secret that said simply, "The shed door is around back." As soon as they were done reading, the invitations burnt themselves until even the ash was gone. "Help yourself to anyone out there," Sirius said as the front doors spun sideways one turn and the metal doors slid up and down rather than side to side. "The Death Eaters, the highly irritated unspeakable, and any of the rest of these dangerous trespassers we send through the wall. Bit of advice. If I were you, I'd check their arms for tattoos before administering the antidote." There was a tinkling sound of glass breaking, and suddenly a wave of force swept through the room. Harry and Sirius were unaffected, but everyone else in the room felt like they were being squeezed and compressed, tighter and tighter. "Oh, you are good," Harry said, looking towards the would-be thief fading into view frozen in place. The room darkened, and one of the 3 remaining tubes at normal height lost an illusory field and revealed a jagged hole and empty tube. Sirius walked over to the completely immobile wizard whose face was reddening and peered in the display case. He got through the first wave, but missed the muted collapsing. Sirius walked back over and tapped his wand to the podium. "I'm impressed," Harry said, nodding with respect to the man he expected was another unspeakable. A ripple of white magic crossed the room, pushing the frozen wizard into the black wall. As the white curtain of magic passed through the people, they felt the pressure of their tubes lessen and their bodies relax. Harry stared at the other 2 ministry workers, measuring their worth. The 2 tubes shattered, allowing them to stand from their seats. "You can go out that door," Harry nodded towards the aurors who were leaving. "Or that one," he said with a motion towards the black wall. The man and the woman hurried out the front door, and it sealed shut behind them. Sirius began again. "Now I know some of you may wonder why you work for the ministry, but are still here. The answer to that, I'm afraid, lies in the tattoo on your arm." He made a show of tapping his wand 3 times on the podium. 13 more tubes began to grow up from the ground, leaving 9 people neck deep, staring at the Death Eaters carted up to their fate. 3 of the men began banging and punching the walls of their tubes. Spells reflected right back on them. One older woman was begging for sympathy. "Yeah, we don't care," Sirius said, as another white wave of magic swept from the east wall. "Tell it to the aurors." This time, Tubes and all were pushed across the room, breaking against the black wall and sending all the people in them away. And then there were 9. Sirius pushed a button, and then all the rest of the people still seated partly underground were raised back up to the proper height. 2 tubes shattered as Harry greeted. Albus, PJ, I don't recall your names on the guest list, but I believe you may be able to help us out here. The 2 older men moved over to stand next to Harry. A portly gentleman looked at the other 6 people sitting by him before asking, out of curiosity, just who was on the guest list. Just one name, Harry happily informed them, nodding his head towards the goblin. Bloodthrust. The goblin standing off to the side smiled, grotesquely, looking much like his picture. Now I want to know, Harry asked, still seated on the floor facing towards them. Just who would turn themselves into uninvited trespassers of an ancient and noble lord's home. There was some noticeable shifting from the people realizing what they'd managed to walk into. Albus, PJ, Harry asked, do either of you recognize these people? David Monroe, Albus said, nodding to one of the 2 gentlemen in the back left row. David inclined his head. It's been a while, Albus. Master Monroe, Albus explained, is a world-renowned mental healer, and he's been in charge of Frank Longbottom's care. I do not know why he'd be interested in this auction. That's Lord Charles Marbury, Peter Potter said, pointing to a graying man with a shiny nose. He's an alcoholic. Harry looked at Peter curiously. Peter shrugged. I don't know what kind of details will help you. Harry, Sirius called out in warning. He was looking through a charmed pair of omnioculars. Harry, you might want to take a look at this. Sirius walked over towards Harry and reached right through Harry's tube, handing him the omnioculars. Harry canceled the charm on his eyes and looked through the omnioculars. His first thought was to wonder why the hell Sirius had turned on the clothesless feature in a room of old men. His next thoughts were all about the man sitting next to David Monroe with a very familiar tattoo on his arm. Huh, Harry said, handing the omnioculars back to Sirius. He cast another magical sight spell on his eyes and recognized a line of magic around the Death Eater's neck. Both the man and David Monroe next to him were wearing necklaces that fooled magical sight. It was only because Harry had used the same thing when he traded for Dobby that he recognized the slight but unique effect. Harry glanced over, making sure Sirius was still alert and ready. He cocked his head, staring at the 2 men. How the hell did you manage to sneak a dark mark through there? David Monroe stood up calmly from his seat and walked straight through the tubes surrounding him. I'm afraid that was my doing. The man with the dark mark also left his tube and moved to stand protectively at David Monroe's back. Albus stiffened and drew his wand, while Peter took a step away from everyone. All the remaining tubes shattered and the front doors opened. Harry just stared at David Monroe, waiting for him to move. I must humbly ask that everyone not invited to please leave now while I'm giving you a choice. Albus watched the others hurry out the front door and leaned over. You don't mean me, do you, Harry? Harry saw David Monroe give a slight shake of his head and answered, I'll catch up with you later, Albus. Albus frowned. I'm afraid I'm going to. He stopped suddenly as a wave of white magic crested out from the right wall. Proving just how spry he still was, Albus galloped 3 brisk steps and dove head first out the front door. Rather than allow the wave to push him through the black wall, the doors sealed shut behind him and Albus was stuck outside looking in. Bugger. Peter just laughed at him. Inside the building remained only the 2 Lord Blacks, 2 necklace-charmed protected identities, and 1 bored-looking goblin. Harry turned to the goblin. I don't mean to be rude, Bloodthrust, but would you? Bah, Bloodthrust grumbled as he turned to stalk out the front door. I expected more from you, wizard. 1 measly death, bah. As soon as Bloodthrust was gone, 2 more tubes appeared boxing in the 2 unknown men. Who are you? Harry said to the one with the dark mark while keeping an eye on the other. I recognize the magic of your necklaces. I know those aren't your true faces, so I'm asking you, who are you? The man with the dark mark was about to remove his necklace when the glass tube around David Monroe shattered. Alan, wait, the supposed healer said. Harry immediately realized he was right in that it wasn't coincidence that Alan Weston had been in possession of a Horcrux. "It'll be easier if I tell you my story," David Monroe explained, drawing Harry and Sirius' attention his way. "You can start by removing that necklace," Harry said, wanting to see this guy's face. David Monroe frowned. "I think it may be easier." "Humor me," Harry urged strongly. "Very well," David Monroe agreed. He tilted his head down and pulled the charmed necklace over the top of his head. Dark, messy hair was the first thing Harry could see. As the man lifted the necklace down his face, brilliant green eyes were staring back at Harry. The man's complexion got lighter and clearer. He was younger than David Monroe looked, but it wasn't until the effect reached the superior smirk on his face that Harry recognized him. Harry's brain processed it, but his gearshift was stuck in neutral. He just stood there staring in shock. There were a million different things running through his mind. Each sudden insight led to another moment of clarity as another mystery unraveled. "Fuck," Harry swore in realization. "Neville's really gone, isn't he?" The man's pupils dilating were the only sign of surprise he showed. He had been startled at how quickly Harry reached that conclusion. "That's one way to put it." "How else would you put it?" Harry snapped angrily. The man nearly looked humble. "Sometimes I prefer to think he lives on through me." "Harry," Sirius said, jumped in, staring at the man in confusion. "Did Voldemort have a kid and never tell anyone?" "No," Harry replied, watching the man's every move. "But he did have a diary." Chapter 28. Sirius looked at the man and summarized his feelings on the subject. "What?" Harry sighed in sadness. It was the prophecy getting out, wasn't it? The man occasionally known as David Monroe nodded. "What?" Sirius said, not following that at all. "Please, for all the slow people in the room like me and the Death Eater, what?" "Speak for yourself, Lord Black," the Death Eater known as Alan Weston mumbled. Sirius just stared at the Death Eater, daring him to give Sirius a reason to curse him. "When Frank Longbottom let the prophecy get out, he opened the door for people to send Neville presents. Bloody hell," Harry said, thinking back to his talk with Albus. Why didn't anyone question it when a 7-year-old managed to cast an expansion charm in his backpack? It only made it that much harder to notice an old diary mixed in with all the other books. The healthy, pleasant version of Tom Riddle shrugged. He was the chosen one. "Oh, that's rich," Harry darkly chuckled. "Coming from you." "So this guy ate Neville?" Sirius asked as he pointed at Tom and looked at Harry. Tom waited for Harry to clarify, uncertain just how much Harry knew. "Metaphysically, yes," Harry said with a nod. "The Horcrux in the diary leeches the soul and life force from a naive and innocent child in Presto. New physical body in the real world for the Horcrux to inhabit, while little Neville's body gets cold and dies." Sirius was still keeping his distance and pointing at the man. "I thought you said the diary had a teenage Tommy Jr." Harry was watching Tom display some real emotions. He sprung into the world a teenager, but that was back in, 88? So you're about 36 now. Tom made no effort to deny Harry's claim. Instead, he explored another avenue of conversation. "You really are from another world, aren't you?" "Fuck," Sirius swore, still pointing at Tom. "Does everyone know about us? First Albus figures it out. Just the other day we discover Voldemort knows, and now Tom Riddlebottom and his pet Death Eater are giving us shit. What the hell, Harry?" "Tom Riddlebottom," Harry repeated, glancing at the look of horror on Tom's face. "Oh, that name's going to stick." Tom softly mumbled, "As long as it's not on a t-shirt." "Stop that," Harry ordered. "I'm having enough trouble reconciling the idea of a child murdering dark artifact with the mysterious fucker fighting the Dark Lord. You don't need to add in humility and a substandard sense of humor." "If I may," Tom politely interrupted, "I believe the Dark Lord discovered something while dueling you or shortly thereafter. It was then that he began to investigate parallel worlds. His investigation tipped off myself and most likely Albus. But I must say, until today, I didn't believe it was true." Sirius was still pointing at Tom and looking at Harry helplessly. "Well, shit." Relax, Sirius, Harry said, shifting his weight while watching Tom. While I'd like it if you didn't get into the habit of just blurting that out, Tom here was already convinced after we knew so much about him. Tom nodded silently. What I don't get, though, is how he's so human, or why he's doing this. Why? Sirius repeated. I'm just going to take a wild stab in the dark and say Dark Lords don't play nice with other Dark Lords. Tom stood there calmly, willing to let them reason things out in front of him. Not just why he's opposing Voldemort, Harry said, noticing how tense but obedient the other Death Eater was, but why he's here and making himself so vulnerable to us. Tom saw they were waiting on him and admitted, I'm here because I need your help, and you won't give it with anything short of full disclosure. Can we speak freely here and without interruption? I'm willing to tell you nearly anything, but I'm not prepared to extend the same courtesy to Headmaster Dumbledore. Problems with Albus? Harry questioned. Tom shook his head. He never gave me the benefit of the doubt when I was a student. I am reluctant to find out if he would understand my situation now. What makes you think we're any different? Harry asked. You're not giving me a choice in the matter, Tom explained. But I know you won't trust me easily, so I have a suggestion. Harry and Sirius exchanged a glance. We're listening. Tom squared his shoulders to address Harry. Are you familiar with the charms of brotherhood? You gotta be fucking kidding me, Harry grumbled in disbelief. You want a charm of brotherhood. Sirius remembered when Harry explained his plan to get one from Albus, and wasn't sure how much to read into that fucker, attempting to extract the same from Harry. I'm not willing to condone Veritaserum, Tom argued, and I doubt you would trust the results if I did agree to it. Perhaps you should remember you're in no position to negotiate, Harry said, as the living wards sprung to life, encasing both uninvited men in giant solid blocks of crystal up to the neck. I'm far from helpless, Tom said coldly, letting his dark side show for the first time, and will not continue extending this kindness indefinitely. The crystal prisons around the two men began to liquefy and melt with no visible motion from Tom as he stared down Harry. Harry was reminded of just who this adversary was and remained alert and vigilant. True, but as I'm sure you've noticed, all of your attempts to wrest control of the living wards have failed miserably, though I find it interesting that you and Albus go through very similar processes of trial and error. Tom's harsh look faded into one of humble embarrassment. I must admit I'm perplexed at that. You've protected yourself in a way that eludes me. He slowly and obviously withdrew his wand and began to trace magic across his fingers. I swear on my existence that I will not intentionally reveal either of you are from another world, nor that you are the Death Eater bandits, for as long as you permit me the courtesy of a charm of brotherhood. He finished by extending his magically glowing hand towards Harry. Your existence? Harry questioned, already beginning to cast the same magic over his fingers. My life and magic are debatable topics as to whether they are mine, Tom explained. Existence felt the most fitting. Harry clasped hands and sealed a charm of brotherhood with Tom Riddle. It was a concept Harry never would have believed just a few hours earlier. Agreed. Both men felt the magic of the charm reacting and watched each other for any signs of deception. Tom amicably broke the tense silence. You are certain Albus isn't listening in? Not certain, Harry shook his head. Though I highly doubt he is. I can tell you what he's trying right now is going to fail, but he is a brilliant wizard. How do you know it's going to fail? Tom inquired, knowing the likelihood of crossing wands was much lower now with the charm of brotherhood between them. He's basing everything off an inaccurate assumption, Harry said, feeling slightly proud of his plan. An assumption you also made. Care to enlighten us? Tom asked. He noticed Alan looked uncomfortable and knew he needed to move this conversation along. When he saw the hesitancy from Harry, he added, I've no intentions of attacking you or your wards. I'm just curious. Harry sensed truth from the charm of brotherhood, but common sense still told him not to trust this man. I think we're getting away from the story you need to tell, Harry said, producing the usual pair of recliners for himself and Sirius. Understood, Tom genially replied. A slight twist of his wand produced a pair of finely crafted chairs for himself and Alan, copying the Lord Black's. As Harry indicated, one of the most important events leading to my existence was the prophecy getting out. After the Dark Lord killed the both of you, he became intensely focused on destroying Neville Longbottom. For years, he was thwarted by the protections surrounding the Longbottoms. Stories of his persistence led into rumors of a prophesized savior. When Frank Longbottom confirmed those rumors and leaked the details of the actual prophecy, Voldemort ordered all of his followers to get Longbottom using any means necessary. Tom was speaking calmly, like a history professor patiently lecturing his class. Fortunately for me, Lucius Malfoy had been entrusted with a diary that would ensnare any who used it. He did not know of the significance of the object, only that it was a tool for which he could earn the Dark Lord's favor. Tom paused and hesitantly admitted, I did what I was created to do. I tricked a child into trusting me and ensnared him with promises of the greatness he could achieve. It didn't take long before Neville had made me whole again. I took his body with me and went to find the Dark Lord. Harry felt genuine emotion from the Brotherhood charm and was constantly comparing this version with his memories of the diary from his old world. This is so fucking surreal. Ha, Sirius exclaimed. Not so much fun on this side, is it? A little dose of your own medicine. Excuse me, Harry inquired. Just what is that supposed to mean? You know, Sirius said, uneasily noticing how similar his godson and the strangely dignified version of the Dark Lord looked and acted. That tone of voice where you're saying a bunch of stupid shit that's way beyond belief, but still makes a twisted kind of sense. Harry just stared at Sirius for a moment. Sirius crossed his arms and stuck his fingers out to the side, wiggling them wildly. Invisible freaky arms! He put a finger on his forehead and motioned it, flipping up. Avada Kedavra. Sirius, Harry snapped. Perhaps you'd care to share a few of your own secrets instead of mine. Sirius gulped. Never mind. Harry turned back towards the two others who were failing to keep the confusion off their faces. Continue, Mr. Riddlebottom. Tom frowned slightly at the name but resumed his tale. When I located the Dark Lord, he was furious. I'm not sure why, but I stayed back and observed him. I wanted to see what I'd become, what kind of wizard and leader I was. Suffice it to say, I was disappointed. Electing not to approach him, instead I just watched for a few days. I saw Death Eaters cowering in fear, many of them regretting their decision to join me. I saw myself taking pleasure in punishing them, dispensing all the blame for failures on them and never admitting my own faults. After a while, I came to a sad conclusion about the Horcrux process. Harry saw Tom had paused and was waiting. Harry glanced at Sirius before statting. Feel free to pretend we're enraptured and are encouraging you to continue. Tom looked disappointed but explained. When Voldemort made his first Horcrux, I believed that I'd figured out how to make multiple Horcruxes and avoid the most damaging side effect, insanity. He took a breath and asserted, I've come to discover that I was wrong, and thus, by definition, I'm the only sane piece of Tom Riddle left in this world. You hear that, Sirius? Harry mocked while thinking Tom was way too calm about this. There's a sane piece. Yeah, Sirius caught on to what Harry was doing. The piece that ate Neville, you know, the good piece. Alan Weston was bristling, clearly unhappy with the Lord Blacks, but he continued to be a civil guest. Tom smiled sadly. Nevertheless, I felt uncomfortable revealing my existence to the Dark Lord I'd become. I discovered Lucius was the one who sent me to Neville. He was waiting to hear if his use of the Dark Lord's cursed diary was successful before sharing his plan with Voldemort. So I relieved him of those memories and planted a fake diary into his vault. Harry saw Tom had paused again and doubtfully asked, So that's it? You saw him being a Mr. Meanie Pants and decided you'd rather frolic under a rainbow through fields of daisies with the bunnies. It's not that simple and you know it. I'd appreciate it if you stopped trying to bait me, but I understand if you feel you must. Tom was rewarded by a couple of narrowed pairs of eyes and calmly explained. I didn't oppose him at first. I wasn't helping him, but occasionally I'd toss in a new element into his plans to see how he'd respond. Simple obstacles a rational mind would overcome. Encourage a little token resistance when he wasn't expecting any. It was months before I accepted a disturbing truth. I'm much smarter than Voldemort. Sirius didn't sound nearly as sarcastic when he commented. Says the man fighting a stalemate from the shadows for 20 years. Yeah, Harry agreed, showing more curiosity than anything else. He's held you off, it seems. What makes you so sure you're that much smarter? Tom crossed his legs and pondered the answer. I know if I were him, I would have figured out my identity by now. And like I said, I didn't oppose him at first. It wasn't until I discovered a Death Eater who'd gone so far as to fake his own death in an effort to get out from Voldemort's control that I began to actively oppose him. He glanced over at Alan as the other man began to fidget in his seat. Harry shook his head in spite of what the charm of brotherhood was telling him. I'm having a lot of trouble buying this change of heart load. You were already a cruel bastard at 17. Hell, you made a Horcrux. Tom nodded. It is a foul and dark magic, I agree. And while the costs of doing such an act may seem too high to you, the allure of a magic so powerful is undeniable. For what little it is worth, the part of the process I recall bothered me sufficiently to swear off the necessity of making more. I still have not uncovered what changed Voldemort's mind, but I do know it was more than a decade before he made the second. And you've not been having any second thoughts, Harry said, unable to resist the pun. Tom shook his head. Even if I sought to uncover a way around the known limitations, it would most likely cost me my rationality. I take solace from the knowledge that I cannot make one. I do not have to worry about the temptation because it is not an option for me. Harry bit his tongue, thinking of the eerily similar words he'd used with others in regards to his defeat of his Voldemort. Sirius saw something about that had rattled Harry and drew attention his way. So we're just supposed to accept this change of heart stuff you're shoveling. It wasn't a change of heart or pity for the Death Eater I just met, Tom earnestly answered, as much as it was further disappointment in Voldemort. Here was a man who had faked his death, but was unaware of the soul magic in the dark mark. Voldemort knew he was not dead and was torturing him, most likely in the same way he tortured your Bellatrix. I reached the same conclusions you did in that the mark was permanent, but ownership could be transferred. As I unraveled the layers of the dark mark, I discovered a number of other weak spells blended into the soul magic. Compulsion and obedience charms, secondary and tertiary leeches on their magic. It was everything I despised in my youth. A follower, an ally, or an emissary should be able to think for his or herself, and at full strength, without undue influence. Obedient, weak drones may be easier to control, but are a significant waste of resources. And in spite of all those subtle corruptive magics, people were still willing to fake their deaths to get away. Tom finished shaking his head in sadness. I admit I felt a little lost then. Fortunately, the Death Eater I'd saved, and whose mark I controlled, was like a stray puppy that I'd made the mistake of feeding once. Alan cleared his throat loudly, before patting his chest innocently. We got acquainted with each other while he healed, and he opened my eyes to an opportunity before us, Tom continued. I had a chance to fix all the mistakes Voldemort had made and be the sort of wizard I knew I could. Inspire the people and remind them of why they followed me in the first place. Oh, lovely, Sirius summarized. A glass-half-full Dark Lord. Not a Dark Lord, Tom said, shaking his head. I've seen where that path leads. No, I intend to follow the path last taken by Albus Dumbledore. Harry and Sirius exchanged wary looks. I will rise from the glory of saving the wizarding world and defeating the Dark Lord, Tom said matter-of-factly. And I need your help to do it. Sirius could barely believe the audacity of this man. How's that charm working, Harry? He's telling the truth, Harry assured him, or at least what he believes it to be. Tom glanced regrettably towards Alan Weston before turning back towards both Lord Blacks. Considering your noble and ancient status in this world, I feel I should mention the Death Eater, whom I saved and has helped me to forge my own path, is Regulus Black. Sirius and Harry both froze in surprise. Sirius just kept staring at Tom, waiting for him to say something more about his bizarro little brother. Harry's gaze moved from Tom over to the suddenly nervous and fidgeting Alan Weston. Harry lifted his arm and pointed at Alan. "You're—" "Regulus is alive," Sirius blurted out finally. Tom nodded with an amused smile. Harry saw Alan was still avoiding eye contact. "You're—" "Harry," Sirius interrupted, pulling his godson's arm down. "He's talking about Reggie. I think this is more important." Tom opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Sirius' yelp of pain as he slapped a hand over his eye. "Damn it, Harry." "Maybe if you'd let me speak," Harry snapped, "you might learn something." "I'm talking to Riddlebottom," Sirius argued, pulling his hand down when his eye stopped stinging. "Sirius," Harry said tiredly. Noticing even Alan was looking at Sirius incredulously. "What kind of retarded Death Eater is going to have a muggle dryer?" Sirius looked over at Harry curiously, before he gasped in comprehension. He slowly turned his head to see the Death Eater had removed his charmed necklace. "Why you gotta call me Reggie?" he said in irritation. "You know how much I hate that." "Reggie!" Sirius exclaimed, his face splitting into a bright grin. He pulled the reluctant and oddly older man but sort of younger brother into a hug. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" Regulus looked at Sirius. "I had no clue who you were until after you'd broken into my place, snatched the Slytherin locket, and stolen my dryer." "Oh," Sirius recalled his many gently warmed bathrobes. "Right." Regulus shrugged indifferently. "And even since then, you've pretty much been a prick." "Shit," Sirius swore. Harry's face split into a victorious grin at Regulus' blunt assessment. "Did you?" "Shut up, Harry," Sirius snapped, knowing full well that he was on the receiving end of what he'd said to James. Harry started to laugh. Oh. The words were more insistent as Sirius again said, "Shut up, Harry." Harry grinned at his godfather when he was startled to feel genuine happiness through the charm of brotherhood. He turned to Tom, who was smiling back at him. Sirius and Regulus easily fell into their own private conversation, both excited to speak to something close to the brother they thought they'd never see again. "So Alan Weston," Harry said, turning towards Tom. "He couldn't continue being Regulus Black," Tom replied as he levitated his chair over next to Harry. "Why don't we let those two catch up? It will allow us to take advantage of a little privacy and the protection of our charm of brotherhood." Harry uncertainly watched the privacy dome surround him and Tom riddle. "You doubt my intentions," Tom said, prompting an earnest discussion. Harry was on guard, but found himself beginning to believe and trust the words of Tom. It was more the unsubtle way you revealed Regulus' identity. Divide and conquer is the next stage of your master sales pitch. "I'm going to be honest with you, Harry," Tom urged, while adding strength and resolve to the charm of brotherhood. Harry sent a burst of magic to match into the charm and smirked. "Is that your way of saying you've been lying thus far?" Tom shook his head. "There will always be differences in the truth you hear, the truth you can accept, and the truth as I see it. I've been honest so far, but that was primarily to ensure your cooperation to get to this point." Harry nodded and listened attentively. "I'm not a light wizard," Tom said, smiling at Harry's snort. "Nor are you a dark wizard, but if we work together, there's nothing beyond our reach." Harry was amazed to realize this supremely confident wizard respected him for some odd reason. It was most definitely a change from any facet of Voldemort he'd seen before. "I'm not talking about taking the world by force," Tom continued. He paused and considered the possibility. "We'd probably manage that one a lot better than Voldemort has, but I know your conscience wouldn't ever allow it. I'm talking about shaping the world we live in, a revolution known only to us." Harry looked at Tom dubiously. "That sounds like an awful lot of work." Tom laughed. "I've heard the vitriol you spout towards blood superiority and just about everything hereditary in our world. We share views on greatness and the beauty and power of true magic. When Voldemort falls, just about everything standing in our way can be painted with his brush and tainted by his association. The ills of our world can be healed, and our lives can be whatever we make of them. If we work against each other, Neither of us will accomplish a fraction of what we could by working together. Albus Dumbledore's time has passed. It's our turn, Harry." Harry was beginning to see a side of Tom Riddle that would attract others. He was a man with a vision and the power to back up his words. "You seem to be presuming an awful lot." Tom looked off into the distance. If a junkie could foresee what his life would be, if he could see what he would look like at his worst moment, do you think he would ever take that first hit? Knowing where it would lead him, would he ever start? "Voldemort's not a junkie," Harry argued. "No," Tom agreed. "But he's not who I want to be. Voldemort is the madness, I am the man. That's not someone I'll ever allow myself to be, and I hope it's not someone you'll ever let me become." The Brotherhood charm was as strong as ever. Harry clarified, "You want me to be your dark magic nanny." "You really infuriate Albus, don't you?" Tom said with a shake of his head. "You know what I am, right?" Harry could think of several answers to that question, but nodded silently. If Voldemort ever figured out who I am, or rather what I am, then he could have a control over me that I'd be powerless to resist. Harry hadn't even considered those implications. That's why protecting your identity is so important. Tom nodded. "There's a way that I could be freed in case Voldemort ever got me, but it requires a Horcrux. That was why Alan had the locket. Neither of us appreciated losing that, as I had to move Sirius Black's skull into a place where Alan could access it." "So you do have the skull," Harry said. That's all of them, right?" "I'm going to try and lure the Dark Lord into a trap in about a week," Tom assured him. "Really? Your public announcement of Voldemort's Horcruxes has backed me into a perilous position, and one I must address sooner rather later." "Oh," Harry realized. "Sorry about that." Tom chuckled darkly. "Your sincerity is just oozing from the charm of brotherhood." Harry shrugged, knowing he couldn't exactly convince him otherwise. "Why'd you show Reggie Sirius' skull instead of the ring? Just to fuck with him?" "Contrary to your experiences with Voldemort's and Tom Riddle's," Tom chided. "I do have feelings and am not a cruel, heartless man." Harry felt slightly ashamed, and saw Tom was surprised to sense the emotion through the bond. Tom twisted the invisible ring on his left hand. "No, I'm sorry to say the ring is no longer a Horcrux, thus the skull was the only active one I possessed. Had I known you were going to announce the other 3 Horcruxes up for auction, I would have spared Alan the uncomfortable experience." Harry looked at the Slytherin family ring featuring a shining emerald resting in the middle of a silver ouroboros. Golden claws decorated the sides, holding the very lifelike snake in place. "You managed to remove the fragment without destroying the ring." Tom slid the ring up and down his finger a couple times. "That was not my intention, but yes." Harry felt the nudge from the charm and inquired, "And just what was your intention?" With a sad look, Tom explained, "I thought perhaps I could absorb the other soul fragments and become closer to a whole person. It was a mistake I was lucky to survive. I'm not going to go into it now, but the other fragments are vile and the Horcruxes must be destroyed." Harry could tell whatever happened was a big reason for his current attitude. He glanced over towards the protected display with the lots for the auction. "You sure you can't extract the soul pieces? Those are some pretty valuable old toys." Tom shook his head. "I'm sorry, but there's no controlling where the soul fragment goes if you destroy its bindings. The one in the ring came after me, and I foolishly tried to accept it. I've come to believe that it was Neville, and his soul that saved me and called for help." "Neville's soul called for help? That is no ordinary affliction Frank Longbottom suffers from," Tom stated darkly. "He is a good man and a good father." "Hang on," Harry interjected. "You're telling me the soul fragment is in Frank?" "No," Tom insisted. "It's gone, I made certain of that, but it didn't go quietly." "You fuckers are sons of bitches, ain't ya?" Harry said, recalling the Horcruxes he'd destroyed. "It attracted too much of the wrong kind of attention, too. It's also the reason Alan volunteered to rejoin the Death Eaters." Tom was fiddling with the ring and constant reminder. "Even the ring hated it. It's my understanding that the ring rejected Voldemort when he put it on, and for that reason, to spite it, he turned the ring into a Horcrux." It doesn't seem to mind you, Harry commented. Tom shrugged. I suspect it trusts me about as much as you do. It refused me the lordship of the Slytherin line, but recognizes me as the head of the family. Speaking of Slytherin, Harry questioned, how do you plan to reconcile our differences on pureblood supremacy? Differences, Tom said. I assumed we shared somewhat similar ideas on the value of blood. He saw Harry's frown and added, Voldemort's only using the pureblood agenda as a means to an end. I believe preserving the ancient bloodlines are important, particularly the genetic gifts and familial magics. But I could care less whether your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents were all purebloods or not. You don't care. Harry, my magical relatives were all inbred weak idiots. My mother was 2 steps from being a squib, but as soon as some fresh blood was introduced to such a noble and ancient bloodline, even Muggle blood. Tom trailed off and shrugged. I may not be very humble, but I am quite intelligent, and I'm easily the most powerful wizard of my generation. The truth is that the most powerful politically, financially, and sometimes magically tend to flock to the pureblood banner. A necessary evil Voldemort is all too eager to exploit. In the world after his fall, we can oppose issues of purity by associating them with him. So you oppose it, Harry clarified. Tom shook his head. I believe in the importance of history, families like the Potters or the Blacks. You're the result of a Muggle-born added to the Potter line, a half-blood like myself. Blood purity doesn't matter, but the bloodlines do. That doesn't sound very much like your most famous ancestor. Tom looked up sadly. He lived in a very different time, and I suspect history has not been kind to the Slytherin legacy. I know you've mocked the unchecked hereditary seats in the Wisengamot. Maybe it's time to catch up to 14th century Muggles and institute a House of Commons for elected Wisengamot seats. Harry looked at Tom warily. This is your private little revolution. I like to think of it as our revolution. Intelligent, rational wizards like us should be able to agree on mutually beneficial changes. Yeah, Harry said. It still sounds like a lot of work. Tom wore a predatory smile. Don't worry, I've got ambition enough for both of us. Harry let out a small sigh. So what kind of help are you looking for? Tom looked up hopefully. I'm not saying you're getting it, Harry diplomatically offered. Just wondering what you want from us. Nothing life-threatening, Tom assured him. But I need all of the Horcruxes destroyed before I can kill the Dark Lord. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds suicidal. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Forgive me, I need all of the other Horcruxes destroyed. Then when I kill Voldemort, I can capture what remains and lock it away. Lock it away, Harry repeated skeptically. Tom nodded sadly. As long as I exist, he can't move on. He'll be powerless, bodiless, and locked in a prison of my own design, but he will exist. Harry frowned. I'm not a fan of imprisoning Voldemort. He's a bloody, tricky bugger, even if he is insane. The only other option is, as you said, suicide. Tom turned to face Harry and showed his dedication to survival. And I am not willing to accept that. Harry got the message loud and clear, but didn't have to like it. So that's it. You just want us to give you our priceless little toys so you can break them. You're not asking us to back you up when you fight him. No, I don't need physical assistance, but I do need your help with legitimacy. Harry smiled distastefully. Makes sense. Tom nodded. David Monroe, renowned for his skills at healing the mind, suddenly overpowering and destroying the Dark Lord would be hard for many to believe. But when I mention that my good friend Lord Harry Black has been known to keep me on my toes, then it's far less surprising that I defeated Voldemort. Bugger, Harry said. I knew beating the crap out of him in public was going to come around to bite me in the ass. Tom smiled. If you want, I'm willing for you to have played a large role in the defeat of Voldemort, but I get the feeling you do not wish for the fame or the glory. It's going to earn Alan some recognition and amnesty. Perhaps Sirius would like an Order of Merlin Third Class. Harry looked over and saw Sirius smiling brightly, while Regulus was rolling his eyes. Maybe, maybe not. Tom saw Harry's eyes wandering and canceled the privacy dome surrounding them. So do we have an agreement? You provide the Horcruxes and validation while I handle all the other pesky details. Harry pretended to slowly nod before stopping. No. No, Tom asked in surprise. Sirius and Regulus walked over. Reggie gave me most of the highlights. Destroy the Horcruxes, kill the Dark Lord. He claims the whole thing will be over in a matter of days. Regulus looked like he didn't mind the unwelcome childhood nickname as much as he had before. Did I hear you right, no? Harry nodded and stood over by his godfather. If we were being nice, I can see us returning the locket to you guys, but we busted our ass for those other two. Padfoot, you were almost killed. And do I have to remind you of all the pussy that damn cup cost you? Sirius nodded in support of Harry, even if he didn't agree with him on this. Harry could tell Sirius didn't care, but insisted. We've invested too much to just give up the Horcruxes for free. This is to end the reign of the Dark Lord, Regulus snapped. This isn't about profit. Harry smirked at Tom. Really? Because all I've been hearing is how this is going to catapult David Monroe to being the apple of the wizarding world's eye. The next Albus Dumbledore. The way I see it, Tom is planning to reap the windfall and in the process give me a few more headaches dropping my name as he sees fit. Regulus looked upset, but Tom just laughed out loud. Damn, Harry, I had you pegged as a Gryffindor, but now I'm not so sure. What was your house at Hogwarts? Harry's mind recalled a distant memory of when he was just 11, and a hat spoke to him for the first time. He grabbed onto Sirius' arm and walked backwards, keeping his eyes and body facing Tom. Regulus glanced at Tom uncertainly. You'd think they wouldn't need a conference to answer that one. Tom watched Harry and Sirius yapping away behind a silencing charm and saw both of them grinning dangerously. I think they've come up with a price for the Horcruxes. Harry and Sirius walked back over to the other pair. Harry explained, If you must know, I was a Gryffindor, but that was more my choice seeing as Albus made sure I came to Hogwarts believing all Slytherins to be evil. Tom said, feeling the charm of brotherhood tingling in the back of his head. Something tells me you should have been a Slytherin. Sirius was smiling. Funny you should say that. We've decided on a fair trade, Harry explained calmly, thinking this would be a real test of this Tom riddle. You get to destroy the Horcruxes, and in exchange you name me the heir to the Slytherin line and pass the family ring on down. Regulus blinked at the unexpected offer. He frowned. And what do you plan to do if the ring rejects you? Tom had a calculating look on his face as he stared at Harry. It won't reject him. I've no doubt the ring will jump at the chance. What? Regulus asked. The only direct ancestors left are fractured souls unable to produce heirs, Tom explained, keeping his eyes on Harry. The line is dying. Harry has already been accepted as a noble and ancient lord once. He's young, powerful, he's defeated a Dark Lord, and he may be the only other Parselmouth in the UK. Tom was fiddling with the ring on his finger. He was disappointed in himself for not having thought of this before. It would make a lot of his future plans easier, but it would give Harry further power over him. And just what do you plan to do if you are Lord Slytherin? Harry sensed none of the outrage he half expected and saw Tom wasn't dismissing the idea out of hand. I suppose considering Voldemort, you could say I'll be restoring the name to one synonymous with greatness. But if we're being really honest with ourselves, I'll probably just use it to piss as many people off as I can. Albus will be miserable, I'm sure. Tom's lips thinned into a tight smile as he slipped the ring off his finger and held it up. A glimmer of white magic flashed through his fingertips. I must ask that you keep this a secret until after Voldemort is defeated. Harry and Sirius exchanged looks of surprise that Tom was willing to agree to their offer. Tom was reassured by their surprise. He held the ring out. Are you prepared to accept your new title, my heir? Shit, you're not kidding, Harry mumbled. He thought over his spontaneous plan just a moment longer before pulling off his black family ring. He accepted the Slytherin ring, glanced over at Sirius' fearful look, and slipped it on his finger. The glistening emerald flickered black and white as a tiny golden snake appeared inside the jewel. It slithered around and froze in the shape of the letter S, centered in the emerald. Lord Slytherin, Sirius greeted with a bright smile. Lord Black, Harry greeted back. Lord Slytherin, Sirius repeated, liking the sound of it. Lord Black, Harry agreed, looking over at Tom and Regulus. He turned to Sirius and showed him the Black family ring. Sirius caught onto the unasked question and nodded. Harry tossed the ring to Regulus and told him, "I'm not expecting much, but it's worth a shot." Regulus glanced at Tom, who shrugged in response. Regulus slipped the Black family ring onto his finger, and it quickly resized to a smaller ring, indicative of a family member, not a lord. Sirius grinned at Harry. "My little brother is older than I am." "I'm not calling you my lord," Regulus warned Sirius. "And you owe me some restitution for my washer combo." Harry smirked at Tom. "You can call me your lord if you want to." "This," Tom said, motioning between them, "this right here is the reason I hesitated so long." "Come on, Padfoot," Harry said, jerking his head towards Regulus and Tom. "Let's be nice to our loyal subjects and allow them to kiss their lord's rings." "Now that we've finished our business, will you answer a few questions?" Tom gently asked. Harry nodded. "How did you defeat your Voldemort?" "Oh no," Harry said, shaking his head. "I may never answer that one, and certainly not the day we meet." Tom knew he wasn't going to get the answer to that one, but hoped asking it would make Harry more willing to answer others. "What made you ask for the Slytherin title?" "My sorting," Harry fondly recalled. "The sorting hat told me Slytherin would help me on the way to greatness. I said no back then, but second chances, right?" Tom smiled at unsubtle reminder. "Any advice you can give me based on your original world?" Harry and Sirius looked at each other. Sirius answered first. "If you gotta kill a baby, always use the killing curse." Harry grinned. "If you're unsure, it's safe to assume it's a one-time, one-way portkey." "The worst thing you can do," Sirius insisted, "is to overestimate your opponent. Trust me, they're always untalented and lucky, and alone." Matching tattoos to easily identify your followers are a must. It never hurts to reveal all your plans and leave your opponents in a complicated death trap. It's safe to assume it worked. No need to stay and watch. If you ever meet a snake named Nagini, just run the other way. Tom looked at Regulus. "They're mocking me, aren't they?" "Picked up on that, did you?" Regulus grinned back. Tom accepted the good-natured ribbing as a very positive sign. "I don't suppose you'd care to expand on your survival of the killing curse." "Care to," Harry repeated. "Nope, sorry." Tom nodded. "Perhaps then you'll share just how you've managed to keep the living wards uninterrupted." "Still haven't figured it out." Tom shook his head. "You said I've made an inaccurate assumption." Harry glanced around the room. He turned to Sirius. "It might be better to just let them take the display case." "That's what I figured," Sirius nodded, thinking of all the tracking and spying charms built in. He walked over towards the mirror and floating display case, casting a spell. The case sunk down into the surface of the mirror. Sirius turned to Tom and Regulus. "I'm going to want this back." Harry had also moved over, breaking down the black portal covering the west wall. He looked over his shoulder at Tom. "Now have you figured it out?" Tom tilted his head. "This is the first you've shown your back to me, but I do not see the significance." Harry pocketed the ward stones that had powered both walls and looked smug. "You've been acting under the assumption that I am the sentient anchor to the living wards." "I've seen the magic flowing into you," Tom mused aloud. "Unless you've cloaked someone on your back." "A sentient anchor only has to be capable of making decisions," Harry said. "No strain from casting or maintaining the wards." "Are you not willing to reveal who you trust so much?" Harry felt the nudge in his back and explained. "No one will see a house elf that doesn't want to be seen, and it's hard to find a willingness to protect or loyalty stronger than from a house elf with a master who treats them well." Dobby's head faded into view, peering over Harry's shoulder. He smiled and nodded. "Hi, Mr. Fucker," before a snap of his fingers faded him back into invisibility. "The magic appears to come from you," Tom commented. "And from the house elf bond you can convey all your intentions without a word. I'll admit I may not have ever considered that. Regulus saw no one else seemed fazed but had to ask, did that elf just call him Mr. Fucker? When no one answered him, he turned to Tom. Can I call you Mr. Fucker? Tom paused. Yes, provided you never call me Riddlebottom. Regulus started and stopped a couple times. I'm going to need to think on this. Sirius had finished deactivating many of the security measures on the mirror and display. He carried the large mirror over towards them. If anything happens, the entire case gets portkeyed into a subspace. Every layer of the wards contains the same spell with it. He lifted up a small rock. Here's the stone needed to access the subspace and alter the wards. Mind you, there is no off switch. You have to be working the stone while you remove the case. Regulus looked at Tom, assuring him he didn't follow that explanation in the slightest. Thank you, Tom said, pocketing the stone and accepting the mirror. He looked at protections on the mirror. This is an impressive piece of magic. It's nice to see someone applying their mind and talent. Really? Regulus asked at the unsubtle jab. You want to go there now? I know how competitive you tried to be with your brother in your youth, Tom chided. And now, here's something a lot like him, and he knows wards as well as anyone. And he has warm sheets, Sirius added. Tom sighed as he saw Regulus was nearing another temper tantrum. Harry looked up and warned, You might want to put your necklaces back on because I'm about to. He was interrupted as the entire building began shaking and the strength of gravity doubled momentarily. Living wards are down, Harry said, standing up from the rune-inscribed corner of the floor. The faces of David Monroe and the unknown other man were back in place, just as the front doors whipped open and Albus came running in, wand up. He swung his arm around the room, surprised to find all 4 people perfectly healthy and calm. Just a second, Harry said, closing his eyes in concentration. Okay, Portkey and Apparition are down. Harry, Albus asked, letting his wand arm relax. What's going on? Good day, Albus, David Monroe said, gripping onto the mirror. Harry will be in touch. 2 consecutive pops indicated Tom and Regulus had apparated away, taking the Horcruxes with them. Albus recognized the significance of the frame they left with and turned around in horror. What have you done? I just took the Portkey and Apparition wards down. You think it's a bad idea? You're right. It is a bad idea. I'll just put them back up. Albus' thoughts of chasing after the 2 others vanished, and he looked at Harry in disappointment. I thought this was all for show. Harry stuck his head out the front door and saw no signs of Aurors waiting to pounce. Everyone gone. Albus nodded. What happened to your assurances the items were safe? They are safe, Harry simply stated. PJ left too. Albus frowned. He was the last to leave more than half an hour ago. Did you deceive Monroe and convince him that he has them? Listen, we caught 30-something Death Eaters, Harry reminded with a jerk of his thumb. For what it's worth, this is not how I expected my day to go at all, but it wasn't the kind of offer you refuse. Albus shook his head in confusion. Why would you put yourself in a position to allow anyone to blackmail you over something as important as this? Harry was smiling confidently. Do I look like I've been blackmailed? You look pretty happy to me, Sirius said while flashing Harry the all-clear sign after checking the Fadelius protected shed. Do you even know what David Monroe plans to do with them? Albus tiredly asked. Harry nodded. Yeah, I do. And what's that? Harry glanced at Sirius and shrugged. Defeat the Dark Lord. Albus frowned under the realization that researching David Monroe was getting more and more important. Who is he? You really want to know? Harry asked with a grin. Albus recognized that tone of voice. You're not going to tell me, are you? Harry's voice was laced with sarcasm. He very well may be the next Albus Dumbledore. Albus was watching Harry. That's not a compliment, is it? Harry just smiled innocently. Don't look at me like that, Harry. I can make your life very difficult, you know. Harry just kept smiling. Albus was getting worried as Sirius was smiling now too. I'm sorry. Harry was enjoying Albus' insecurity entirely too much. He's not going to eat me or assume my life, is he? Harry, why did your eyes widen and our brotherhood charm twitch? Harry, get back here. Harry. Chapter 29. A 78 Montrachet. James accepted the 2 bottles of wine. And a 61 Petrus. Are you trying to impress me? Harry and Sirius shook their heads. You invited us to dinner. We figured we should bring the wine. Are these bad ones? James looked at the exorbitantly valuable bottles. You have no idea about wine, do you? Not a clue, Harry admitted. We've got a whole bunch more if you want to come pick something better. Something better, James repeated doubtfully. Harry, these bottles are worth a small fortune. I can't accept these. Forget accepting them, Sirius said. Let's drink them. I'm not surprised they're valuable. Harry leaned closer and whispered. There's a good chance they came from a magically warded display case in Peter Travers' wine cellar. James blinked as he looked back down at the 2 bottles in his hands. He squelched his first instinct to take them in as evidence. He glanced over his shoulder before whispering back, all ready. Harry nodded. Why haven't I heard anything about this? James wondered. Sirius asked, how many robberies have you attributed to the Death Eater bandits? 8, James replied. Sirius smugly added, and what happened to anyone who reported a robbery? Harry happily explained. Public perception says anyone targeted by the Death Eater bandits must be a Death Eater. That's probably why less than half of them were even reported. James couldn't stop the vindictive smile from spreading across his face. He looked back down at the wine in his hands. I'm going to enjoy drinking these. Come on in, guys. Harry and Sirius hung their cloaks on the stand by the door, walking into Potter's home as guests for the first time. They're here, James shouted loudly. It sounded like a stampede coming around the corner with Sarah and Lily in the lead. Lily arrived a split second before Sarah, as the 2 slammed into Harry's body with a double thud. They both were desperately hugging the life out of them. Harry hadn't even caught his breath before Tonks was embracing him too. He saw Jimmy smiling at his discomfort before he also joined in the smothering group hug. See, Sirius exclaimed. I told you that cologne was every bit as good as the brand name. Trust the power of the pad nose. Harry sent out an invisible arm and flicked the aforementioned pad nose. Harry then used his invisible arms snaking all around the mass surrounding him and patted everyone on the back. There. Shut up, Harry, Lily ordered in between sniffles. Okay, Harry weakly said, not taking much comfort from the sudden group hug. But a little reminder, I grew up in a cupboard, not a big fan of tight, enclosed spaces. The Potter family and Tonks all disentangled themselves and gave Harry room to breathe. Harry relaxed and smiled at the expressive show of emotion. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but what can I do to avoid that happening again? Oh, Harry, Lily said, fighting back tears as she thought of her time in the Pensive. The things you, and when you had to, and when it was the most heartbreaking thing I've ever, her words finally crossed into truly unintelligible gibbering. She lunged forward and hugged Harry again. Harry resigned himself to holding on to Lily Potter for a little while and shifted her to the side so he could talk with the others. Let me guess, the mirror of Arist. Lily let out a small wail, and Tonks and Sarah latched onto Harry again. Oofkay, Harry said, slightly more prepared than the first time. He was patting them all on the back with invisible arms. I feel it's only fair to remind you that I was 11 when my parents and family were what my heart most desired. So we're talking years before I ever learned about the Feast of Satiation, and how once every 4 years an entire colony of Vila goes into a frenzied lust for one very magical weekend. That's just a rumor, Sirius insisted, giving Harry a significant look. Harry smiled at his godfather. Sure it is, Harry said as he tapped his nose with his forefinger. Smiling back, Sirius mirrored the gesture, tapping his nose with a silent nod. Lily was still hugging Harry as she wryly commented, If only you'd had a mother, you might not have been such a pervert. Somehow, I doubt his godfather would have let that happen, James said with a grin. He quickly clarified, I meant he'd still be a pervert, not that he'd kill Harry's mother. Harry scrutinized his godfather. Let's not be hasty and rule anything out just yet. Prison changes a man, Remus added from the side in a faux, raspy voice. Sirius faked a look of emotional pain. Mooney, making fun of my most painful and private moments. Remus growled. I owe you both for the crap they've been giving me. You promised never to tell anyone about my evil pedo twin. But we didn't tell anyone, Sirius argued. I intend to keep honoring that promise. Besides Mooney, I'm sure you can imagine some of the things we could have put in there. Harry was finally released from Lily's grip as he turned to Sirius. Have you been holding out on me? Sirius shook his head. I was thinking of this world and how I've accidentally walked in on. 9 times is not accidental, Remus snapped. Lily sighed and pleaded. Can we please at least pretend to be responsible adults and not discuss our perversions or homicidal tendencies for one night? Just one. James laid a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. I think we can manage one. A loud, extremely high-pitched shriek interrupted James. Sirius winced. Someone step on your house elf's tail. House elves have tails, Jimmy asked in confusion. Sirius frowned. How else are they supposed to eat? Nappy, James called out, interrupting the surreal byplay. Yes, massa, Nappy replied as she appeared. I didn't mean fo chu ti here dat. Is a sorry, massa. Are you okay? Nappy nodded her head. But you screamed. Yes, massa, is a sorry fo dat. Lily tried to sound gentle. Why did you scream? Nappy looked embarrassed. Chew know how is a like pickin' cotton. Lily translated for the others. She's referring to the lint trap in our Magi Wash and Fluff. Nappy uses it as stuffing in the wonderful pillows and quilts she makes. Yes, Miss Lily, Nappy agreed. I mackin' a quilt and was pickin' my cotton. Isa just startled and screamed. I didn't mean to interrupt Cho even in. Isa juice, gonna put the finger back and not be askin' no questions. What? Lily snapped in surprise. What? Peter Potter said as he and the headmaster approached the welcoming party. James was remembering a bit of paperwork he'd put off and forgotten about. Oh, crap. James. Sirius just started laughing. It's Malfoy's, isn't it? What? Albus snapped in surprise. What? Jimmy asked in confusion. James looked slightly embarrassed, but not all that upset. With everything going on that day, I guess I just forgot. Harry looked way too happy, holding in his giggling. You forgot you had Malfoy's finger in your pocket. James saw the looks his wife was giving him, as he shrugged helplessly. Hang on, Sarah shouted. She turned to her little brother. So when my whites came out pink, that really wasn't a prank. I told you I had nothing to do with that, Jimmy insisted. I think I'm going to be sick, Sarah said, running off to change and burn some of her clothes. Sorry, honey, James called out to his pale little girl. He saw the looks of horror and amusement on others' faces as he turned to the squat, frowning elf. And sorry to you too, Nappy. Nappy waved her hands in the air in distress. Chew de massa, I de Nappy. Chew don't have to apologize to me. James saw his wife still looked pretty upset. I know. Always empty the pockets before putting it in the dirty laundry, but it was a big day. Sirius noticed Lily was still speechless and asked, If you're not using the finger, do you think? You, Harry said, swatting his godfather on the arm. What? Sirius argued. It's a collector's item. There can't be more than 9 others like it in the world. Harry sighed. Think about where that's been. It's probably clean and snugly soft by now, Jimmy argued. It's the size of a baby's arm, Nappy supplied. Lily was beginning to lose hope that this was going to be the perfect family dinner she'd envisioned for this evening. I'm sorry, but that finger is going into evidence, James assured Sirius. Albus cleared his throat. Would you mind perhaps explaining why you have Malfoy's finger? Everyone turned to look at Albus, displeasure on their faces. Albus sighed. How many times must I also apologize for my evil pedo twin? That's it, Lily yelled. No more evil pedos, no more severed fingers, no more homicidal tendencies, or what was the other one? Perversions, Remus helpfully supplied. No more talk of perversions either. I want a pleasant family dinner. Anybody got a problem with that? Lily slowly swiveled her head from side to side, daring the others to speak up. They had all pasted smiles on their face as they nodded at Lily. Harry leaned closer to her and softly joked, "It's okay to cry, you know." Lily let out something in between laughter and crying, and took the opportunity to hug Harry once again. "Okay," Harry said, accepting the unexpected hug. "I was just trying to be funny. You really shouldn't cry. It makes people uncomfortable." "Shut up, Harry," Lily said, intentionally hugging him harder. She let go and walked over to her husband. "I think we need wine." "I'll get the—" James trailed off at the look on Lily's face. "I mean, I'll give you the wine and go take care of the thing." "Smart man," Lily said, grabbing the bottles and leading the rest back towards the dining room. Albus waited for the others to pass and pounced on Harry. "I was hoping you might shed some light on a few of the mysteries surrounding David Monroe." Harry waved his godfather on and looked at Albus. "Jumping right into it, eh?" "The longer I keep you, the more I risk your mother's wrath," Albus explained. Harry darkly laughed. "Why are you the last one to keep calling her my mother?" Albus frowned. "What would you prefer I call her?" "Lily, Mrs. Potter, master, whatever you want," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. He saw Albus wanted a better explanation. "Yes, I mean Lily is family, as are all the Potters. And there isn't a good word for our relationship, but you're insulting my real mother every time you call Lily that." "My apologies," Albus said, slightly shamed. "Now please stop stalling with your attempts to get me into trouble with your evil pedo twin mother." "That'll work," Harry cheered, thinking evil pedo twin was a sufficient qualifier for calling this Lily Potter his mother. Albus was beginning to think he wouldn't be getting any decent answers tonight. "Harry." "Yeah." "David Monroe." "Interesting fellow," Harry grinned. "Very interesting." Albus sighed and whispered conspiratorially, "Will you at least confirm if he is the mysterious wizard in black?" Harry's voice dropped to a mocking whisper. "Will you at least call him by his proper name?" "That fucker," Albus quickly added. "Is David Monroe that fucker?" "No," Harry said. Albus blinked. "He's not." "No," Harry corrected. "I was answering the first question. No, I won't confirm it." "Harry," Albus frowned, knowing without a doubt that David Monroe had to be. "You told me you were blissful in your ignorance," Harry reminded. "Why would you want to lose all that safe protection of the sand surrounding your head in the ground?" "Harry," Albus said, wondering just how many meanings and emotions he'd managed to use with that single name. "Okay, let me put it this way. You know more than a fair share of my secrets, and you know why it's important that they stay secret." Albus nodded. "David Monroe, as I'm sure you've guessed, also has a number of secrets that should stay secret. He's from a—" "Don't even try to guess," Harry interjected. "Just don't." Albus sighed in frustration, thinking of his distinct lack of options. "Listen," Harry said. "You remember how Tonks and Remus trusting me was enough for you at first?" Albus nodded. "Same thing," Harry said, sending magic into the brotherhood charm he shared with Albus. "Have a little faith in my judgment." "So you trust him?" Harry chuckled, about as far as I could throw him. Albus sighed. "Okay, maybe not even that far." Albus took a breath and tried to salvage something positive from this discussion. "I understand you don't trust easily, but you at least believe him to be a good man." "No," Harry blurted out way too quick for Albus' liking. "A good man? Hell, I don't even think I'm a good man." Albus just glared. "It's a switch I can flip on occasionally," Harry admitted. "But David—" Harry saw Albus was desperate. "For what it's worth, while I might not buy his motivations, I do believe that David is trying to be something of a good man." Albus latched onto that as solace and nodded. "Or rather, he's trying to do good things," Harry clarified. "We are who we choose to be, right?" Lily Potter cleared her throat loudly. She was standing in hallway, holding 2 glasses of wine. "Sorry about that," Harry said to Lily as he accepted the offered glass of wine. "It was his fault." I know, Lily said, holding out the other glass for Albus. Drink your wine, headmaster. Albus double-checked the hidden bezoar he kept in his false tooth and warily took the glass. Lily glanced over her shoulder as Harry hurried towards the dining room. Harry sure likes getting you in trouble. He most certainly does, Albus agreed, subtly casting detection spells on the wine. And you know it only works because you allow his. Don't, Lily warned. Albus wisely stayed quiet and took a sip of the wine. I know you're not the one I'm angry with, but if nothing else, perhaps you'll learn to never place an orphan with people like my sister. Albus was quietly mumbling into his glass. You were the one who gave him the blood protection. What? She snapped dangerously. Nothing, Albus quickly exclaimed. Lesson learned. No role in child placement without many, many layers of accountability. Lily nodded in agreement. Albus began to walk with Lily towards the dining room. Perhaps Harry's former headmaster relied too much on your brilliant advice and counsel in those sorts of matters. Lily looked at him curiously. You know, if you want to distance yourself from Harry's former headmaster, I'd advise against rationalizing his actions for him. But the sucking up to me is a nice touch. Albus smiled in amusement. I can see where Harry gets his bluntness from. Don't push it, Lily warned, making it clear he wasn't out of the doghouse yet. Check it out, Jimmy said, pointing towards Nappy's glazed-over eyes. Harry can obliviate house elves. Obliviate, Harry cast yet again on the poor elf. Stop saying that. Lily looked up in surprise. I didn't think it was possible to memory charm a house elf. Nappy looked up. Chew can. Obliviate, Harry cast once more. Stop, or I'll start casting them on everyone. It's cool, Jimmy defended. James came in from the back way. What I miss? Harry can MMPH. Jimmy was cut off as a buttery roll floated up and was crammed into his mouth. Nothing, Harry said, just nothing. He saw Jimmy was now calmly eating the roll. Jimmy's got the right idea, how about we eat? The large group settled into the lengthened dinner table, and several of the dishes started to get passed around. Sirius leaned over towards James, asked, So you took care of the thing? James chanced a brief glance at his wife and told Sirius, It's gone, give it up. But I wanted to MMPH. Sirius's whining was cut off by a roll as Harry saw Lily was getting irritated again. James grabbed a roll of his own and commented, You like to use those arms, don't you? They have their uses. Harry couldn't help but want to show off. Food from all around the table floated into perfect place onto his plate. I can be a terror in a food fight. Lily shook her head with a smile. I shudder to think of the... She was interrupted by the sudden splat of mashed potatoes smacking Harry in the back of the ear. She saw the guilty party at the other end of the table. Peter. What? Peter defended. He was practically asking for it, thinking he could take on all of us at once. I never said that, Harry insisted, as some hot gravy was poured down an unprepared Peter's back. No, Lily shouted. I will not have this evening descend into... She stopped suddenly as an olive tweaked her nose. Oh, crap, Jimmy muttered under his breath. James Edward Potter, Jr., Lily said, breaking out the full name. Dad hit me first, Jimmy pleaded, pointing across the table. You're grounded, James retorted in lieu of an empty denial. I'm still in school. Lily had reached her breaking point and drew her wand. She clenched a fist around the tip and slammed it down on the table. The magic reacted instantly, and every plate in front of a guest jumped up and flew into their respective faces and laps. Lily smiled at all the indignant shouts. I feel much better now. Harry looked up from the food covering his front and smirked at Lily. A worthy opponent, I see. I did not do this to Lily trailed off into a shocked gasp as the bottle of wine floating over her head proceeded to pour its entire contents into her hair and down her favorite dress. It's on now. With a whip of her wand, 2 still warm pies came arcing in, circling around the group and zeroing in on Harry from 2 sides. 2 Invisible's punches sent steaming peach and blackberry, filling splattering into all directions. Sirius just grabbed the two glasses in front of him and simultaneously threw their contents into the faces of Harry on his right and James on his left. Albus, not one to miss an opportunity, sent out an animated army of chicken wings marching down the table. The chicken wings were pouring salad, dressing into a miniature trebuchet they'd fashioned out of a ladle and a napkin holder. Sarah and Jimmy were focused on tossing anything they could get their hands on at Harry. Jimmy saw how pointless their efforts were as everything bounced back towards them. He noticed his sister wasn't paying him any attention and transfigured an ear of corn to look like a swollen, rotting finger. Timing it as a hailstorm of peas bounced back at them, Jimmy subtly levitated the finger right in front of his sister's dress and jammed it into her awaiting cleavage. Sarah looked down and saw the discolored finger pointing up at her accusingly from between her breasts. She started to shriek. She toppled wildly out of her chair and scrambled back trying to get away. She was pulling on the offending digit, but her grip slipped, and she cleanly knocked herself out, leaving a small dent in the wall where her skull hit. Everyone paused for a moment to observe the first casualty. "For wanting to be a healer, that was pretty pathetic," Jimmy commented. Tonks admitted from the other side. "In fairness, I saw what you were doing, and I might have hit the finger with charms to lock it in place and wiggle constantly." The pause in fighting lasted only until another ladle full of dressing splattered onto Harry's shield. Albus snapped his wand, and the chicken wings all fell lifelessly where they were. "I see cooler heads have." His declaration was cut off as a giant amorphous jelly monster had appeared behind Albus and fallen forward. The headmaster's entire upper torso and head were submerged inside the dark green gelatinous blob. Albus barely opened his eyes and saw the world was tinted green. He closed them in concentration and appeared to vibrate in place. The resulting green jelly explosion coated the walls, ceiling, and everyone else, shields and all in a sticky, soppy mess. "Get him!" Lily shouted with a renewed fervor as a pie knocked the back of Albus' head forward. What had started as a chaotic battle quickly turned into a bloodbath, a gravy bath, and an eau juice bath. Albus made no offensive maneuvers and hunched down, letting everything hit him. He hid his face behind his arms resting on the table. The good-natured food fight offered the Potters an opportunity to vent some of their anger for Dumbledore's counterpart on the old man himself. Harry spotted the crafty magic at play and moved over towards the wall where the real Dumbledore was invisibly observing. "Not going to sneak away, are you?" Dumbledore knew he'd been spotted as he watched the others laying into his hastily transfigured body double. "This is you and your manipulative memories' fault." "They're just memories," Harry argued with a grin. "A little unvarnished truth from my life experiences." "Yes, and arranged to play in a devastatingly precise order," Albus commented. "The Mirror of Erised at the end was a masterstroke." "Sirius talked me into that one," Harry agreed. "I thought it felt a little too Dumbledore-ish for me." Albus sighed at having become an unflattering adjective. He canceled his invisibility spell and attracted the others' attention as he loudly asked, "Are you about done?" One last conjured pineapple clunked off the illusion's head. "Sorry," Remus said meekly, having been the last one to stop. "Mob mentality and all." Albus frowned, knowing he definitely would have bruised from that pineapple. "And do you feel any better?" "Yes, much," Lily happily concurred. "I do," Tonks nodded in slight surprise. "That was fun," Jimmy agreed, "especially since Sarah missed most of it." James was already casting a simple bruise-relieving charm on the back of his daughter's head. He helped to her feet while Albus reversed his double's transfiguration. Lily was looking at the carnage everywhere, including the green jelly dripping from the ceiling. She grabbed a handful of her own hair and squeezed. A small stream of wine dripped out and into her empty glass. She lifted her glass in salute to Harry and drank it. "Ugh, that's horrible," Lily announced, wincing from the taste. "Pretty disgusting from this side, too," James added. Sarah extricated the ear of corn from her chest and dropped it down her little brother's back. Jimmy's hair and front were covered with mashed potatoes. He just shrugged indifferently at the corn pressing into his back. Sarah picked a couple of kernels from her cleavage and warned her brother, "I'm going to make you rue." Jimmy begged, "It wasn't that big a." "Rue," Sarah shouted. Remus saw Harry and Sirius looked lost. Jimmy's first detention with Snape was to write lines. 3 rolls of parchment of I shall rue the day I ever met Severus Snape. Since then, it's kind of. Sirius couldn't help himself. He's a rude bastard. "Oh, Merlin," Harry groaned. "Pardon me, Lily, but—" He paused and used a pair of invisible arms to yank the chair right out from under Sirius. Sirius's tailbone hit hard, and he yelped in pain. Lily had finished dabbing her face clean and admitted the obvious. "It appears we didn't prepare enough food." "You know, I don't think it's the amount as much as it is us," Harry suggested. "Is this how most of your dinner parties go?" Lily asked while brushing a deviled egg off her shoulder. "The good ones," Harry agreed. "And besides, it's hard to call this a dinner party when we're all family." He paused a beat and added, "And Albus." Albus cleared his throat and retorted, "I believe you'll find we're brothers in magic." Lily stood up from her seat. "How does sandwiches and beer sound?" She received nods of approval and continued, "You can take turns cleaning up and meet me back in the kitchen." "Sounds perfect," Peter heartily agreed, knowing his entire left side was still coated in green jelly. James explained, "There are 2 showers upstairs and 1 downstairs. Sirius, there's a hose out back." Harry chuckled and moved to follow Jimmy towards one of the bathrooms. "Nappy," Lily called out. The elf popped into the room and had her mouth open before she took in the current state of cleanliness. Nappy just looked from Lily to James to the walls to everyone else. She was making a little keening sound and appeared to be nearing a breakdown. "Relax, Nappy," Lily tried to comfort the elf. "We're going to leave this room and you can clean it at your leisure. No rush, no pressure. We're going to help ourselves and stay in the kitchen." Nappy was taking quick and frantic breaths, unsuccessfully trying to calm herself. "Can Isa sing, Miss Lily?" Lily smiled at the kind-hearted creature. "Of course you can, Nappy." Nappy looked at Lily pleadingly. Lily nodded and could tell Nappy was eager to get to work. "All right, everybody out. Let's stop bothering poor Nappy." Wet squishing sounds accompanied every step as they all filed out of the dining room, away from the tiny creature waving them on. The doors closed behind them, and a deep voice was heard from the edible battlefield. "Swing low, sweet chariot." Harry took a bite from his roast beef sandwich and elbowed his smiling host. "I know this probably hasn't lived up to your expectations, but I like this more than a formal dinner." Lily smiled at Harry. "Why is that?" "The food may not be as fancy, but it's more intimate." Harry took a sip of his beer. "The formality of entertaining guests versus the familiarity of friends and family." "You know you're welcome here anytime," Lily offered. Harry nodded in gratitude. "If you don't mind, I'd like to put up a ward or 2. Secure it a bit more and let me know if anyone tries to attack here." "You're pretty good with wards, aren't you?" Harry shrugged. "I know a bit, one of those side effects of my life." "Harry," Sirius shouted out in between giggles, "have you seen today's Quibbler?" "Oh dear," Lily muttered as she saw all the others were crowded around a copy of the eccentric periodical. "What is it?" Harry asked warily. "Another supposed conquest of yours that I dearly hope is Polyjuice," Lily said distastefully. Harry accepted the paper and saw the magically moving photo on page 8. "That's my bedroom," he said as he saw his half-naked body sleeping. The covers over his legs shifted, and Dolores Umbridge's surprised face came up from between his legs and looked right into the camera before burrowing back under the covers. The scene repeated over and over, with Umbridge looking surprised each time. Harry growled at the unsubtle laughing. "Oh, Tonks." Tonks was cowering behind her adoptive father as far from Harry as she could. She softly asked, "Yeah." Harry grunted at the extra effort in the distance, but yanked her to float right in front of him. "It wasn't me," she insisted. Harry looked back down at the small print by the photo. "Photo courtesy of Tonks Poopin." "Okay, it might have been me." Harry growled. "Parley, truce, uncle," You're not a pirate, and your only uncle is Lucius Malfoy, Harry belatedly added. Or perhaps your dad. Jimmy and Sirius both found that addition and Remus' reaction particularly amusing. "Truce, Harry, truce," Tonks begged. "Can't we all just get along?" Harry narrowed his eyes. "You have more pictures, don't you?" "Tons," Tonks happily agreed. "There's this one where Snape's hair is tickling your nose and it looks like you're petting him." "Tonks." "Truce," she insisted back. Harry saw the eager looks on the others' faces and set her back down. "I'll agree to a temporary cessation of hostilities while I figure out suitable terms for a truce." "Done," Tonks agreed, "but I'm not doing a midget detention." No midget detention," Harry agreed. "You need something special." Lily saw Harry's devious smile. "There's a lot I don't know about you." Harry chuckled and looked up in surprise to see his owl at the window. "Kid Killer Majee, you got something for me." The owl hooted as the window opened and flew over to land on the counter in front of Harry. He stuck out his leg and waited until Harry untied the letter before pouncing on the roast beef sandwich in Harry's hand. "Were you expecting a letter?" Albus asked as he watched Harry casting diagnostic charms on the sealed parchment. Harry looked at Albus and shrugged. "I don't know that many people beyond those in the room." Harry detected some unknown magic in the parchment, but it wasn't on the whole paper, just a small spot. He unrolled the letter and discovered a string sprouted near the bottom left corner, sticking out a couple of inches from a small magical seal. "There's a string coming out of the parchment," Harry said, seeing if anyone else recognized the spell. Sirius could tell Harry wanted a response. "If it's anything like a passed-out drunken hag, trust me, you don't want to pull on that string." "Oh God, I'd forgotten about that." James cringed, remembering a trip down Nocturne Alley the summer after his first year. Harry did his best not to think about that and read the letter silently to himself. "Harry, I suspect you'll have more use for this than I will. It never liked me much, but as you know well, it makes a powerful tool to use against its brother. Nevertheless, I am now in possession of an excellent yew wand that likes me far more than this one ever did. I suppose it's also worth noting that my yew wand's previous owner is secure in his cage. Brothers in magic and brothers in wands, eh? We'll be in touch. David." Harry blinked as he took in the meaning of the letter. He looked up and saw no one else could see the contents before inspecting the string excitedly. He grabbed onto it and carefully tugged. The small circle around where the string connected lit up in a white-hot fire, and a holly wand was erupting out from the surface as he pulled the string up. "I have got to learn this spell," Harry commented, highly impressed at the magic involved. Just as the full 11 inches were out the seal on the parchment and the string disappeared, the wand began to fall. Seeker reflexes kicking in, Harry snatched it out of the air. "Oh!" Harry groaned in release as the comfort of his first wand reacted to his magic. His eyes were shut in contented bliss. A geyser of red, white, and gold sparks streamed from the tip. It lasted several seconds before slowing to a trickle. Oh, Harry grunted again as another couple of spurts shot out the tip. "That was disgusting," Sarah summarized for all those watching. "Ah," Harry said one last time, as 2 more dribbles of magic oozed out the tip of his wand. "That's the stuff." Albus suddenly put 2 and 2 together. He obliviated Ollivander. Harry didn't feel like implicating the man just yet and flashed a smirk at his godfather. Harry turned to Albus with a determined expression. "I think it's time I joined the order." "Really?" Albus said in surprise. "You were waiting on the wand." "Sure," Harry shrugged, indicating that had nothing to do with it. "But only until Voldemort is defeated." Albus blinked. "Of course, the order will be disbanded after the Dark Lord is gone." "So," Harry trailed off, "don't I get a merit badge or something?" Albus frowned. "I'll introduce you at the next meeting, but it's nothing so formal. The only identifiable characteristic is one of these." Albus floated his personal chocolate frog card into Harry's hand. Harry thought the holographic picture of Albus had jammed his beard in his ear, but it moved too fast for him to be sure. "Potter, are you there?" A shout came from the fireplace in the other room. Kingsley? James asked, hurrying into the next room and spotting the bald Auror's head in his flue. The Dark Lord is dead. Get to the ministry. I've got to track down Albus next. Kingsley's head disappeared before James could say another word. The what is what? James repeated in disbelief. The what? Albus shouted from the kitchen. I believe he said the Dark Lord is dead, Harry said with a grin while still inspecting the chocolate frog card. And may I say, it's been a pleasure being a part of the Order, but I'm glad that chapter of my life is over now. Albus was too flustered at first to properly respond. James hurriedly kissed his wife on the cheek and promised to be in touch. He apparated straight to the ministry. Albus looked at Harry standing there calmly. Harry, is this? Harry nodded with certainty as the chocolate frog card in his hand flared to life. Headmaster, Lord Black. Kingsley Shacklebolt corrected himself in obvious confusion. Relax, Kingsley, I'm part of the Order, Harry assured him with a smile. Right, Kingsley warily agreed. Where's Albus? I shall summon him immediately, Harry pompously replied as the chocolate frog card was wrenched from his hand. Give me that, Albus loudly pouted. I'm here. The Dark Lord is dead. Voldemort was going after the minister's daughter, but David Monroe protected her and killed him with a lucky shot. Mad Eye's testing what's left of the body now. Kingsley's head turned to the side. I've gotta go. There's a secure flue to the site connected from DMLE headquarters. Albus just nodded at the chocolate frog card as it deactivated. He looked over to Harry expectantly. Harry was content to act nonchalant. So do Order members get like a pension or something? Albus sighed and apparated away. Harry glanced around the room before turning to Sirius with a glint in his eyes. You know, Padfoot. I like that look in your eye, Sirius exclaimed, grinning excitedly. Harry was smiling, while the others were still struggling with the shock of the Dark Lord's sudden defeat. I was just thinking this calls for a celebration. Yeah, Sirius asked hopefully. Harry nodded. We should throw the party to end all parties. Who were you thinking on inviting? Well, Harry admitted and scratched his head. I was thinking we should invite everyone. Everyone. Grimmauld Place. Say about 2 to 3 hours to set everything up and let the good news spread. I bet we could get Jin to close her doors and sell us her current inventory. The twins could probably help put together a light show or two. Sirius was smiling so brightly his face looked like it would split. I remember how things were the first time when I was hunting Wormtail. Ministry obliviators are going to hate us. That's why they're invited too, Harry grinned. Sirius was running through ideas in his head. He jumped up and jerked his head. Well, come on, we've got work to do. Harry turned towards the still stupefied Lily Potter. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Thank you for a lovely dinner, but it looks to be a long night. Harry and Sirius happily marched out of the room, off to hastily arrange the party of the century. Lily, Remus, Tonks, Peter, Jimmy, and Sarah were all still standing around slowly comprehending the magnitude of the news. Voldemort is dead, Lily tried out the words. Jimmy nodded and voiced the only question on his mind. What do you wear to a Dark Lord defeated party? Harry and Sirius didn't have enough time for all of their grand plans, but they did create a giant circular dungeon room with no visible doors or windows that served as the primary dance floor. Hire a DJ, enchant several trampolines illegally, steal all of Hogwarts school brooms, hide the second and third floors of the manor, ward the entire property from Muggle notice, magic a massive hole through to the roof, and conjure a few hundred masks for anyone who wanted them. The masks were of Voldemort's face, locked in a look of surprise with "I'm so dead" branded across his forehead. The immense circular room was a serious project. It was big enough to fit the burrow stacked twice within the room. All the walls were charmed to show memories controlled by the throne-like stage where the DJ worked. Also at the DJ's control was a button that would mimic an earthquake on the dance floor. If the button was held down, eventually the whole room would start to spin in place. One trampoline was charmed to catch people jumping down into the room, while another bounced them the 70 feet up to the enlarged foyer where the only door in and out of Grimmauld Place was. Half a dozen more trampolines were around the floor and pre-charmed with several easily modifiable settings. Brooms were scattered all around the place for those uncomfortable with the trampolines. On the other side of the stage was the pudding pit for wrestling. Howlers were sent off to all the major magical alleys, Hogsmeade, Hogwarts, St. Mungo's, and even the Ministry. They all said the same thing. Voldemort is dead. If you feel this nugget of knowledge is worth celebrating, then come party with the Lords Black at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Leave your conscience at the door. Clothing optional. Tonks urged her platinum blonde hair to grow longer and cover her ridiculously sized bare breasts. She took a few more tentative steps, adjusting to the feel of hooves. Are you sure 5 minutes isn't enough? 10, Harry said, nodding in approval of the partial transfiguration. Tonks had to take a Norton's brew to get it to stick, but her bottom half had been replaced with the body of a horse. When you added in her nude upper half, she made for a hot centaur. 10 minutes from the moment we appear, and you can't just stand there. You have to engage in conversations with people. Tonks was pulling her hair flatter, trying to keep her nipples from poking out. She looked at the bright smile on Harry's face. I'm beginning to think a midget detention doesn't sound so bad. Just 10 minutes, Harry reminded her. And then we've got a truce. I shall pursue no further vengeance for this morning's quibbler, but if any new pictures surface, all bets are off. Tonks gave up playing with her hair and tried to swish her tail. She only managed to wiggle her bottom. You're not forcing me to return all the other pictures and destroy the negatives. Harry gave her an experimental squeeze and looked up at her indignant frown. Where would be the fun in that? Tonks slapped Harry's hand away when he went for another squeeze. Let's get this over with. Harry tapped a disillusionment charm over his head and grabbed Tonks' arm. I'll help you to the dance floor. Harry rested a hand on Tonks' back where it met the horse transfiguration and guided her from the backyard to the foyer. Dozens of people were standing around the railing, circling the 20-foot in diameter hole in the foyer. They were chattering wildly, breaking into excited hugs and exclamations of joy, and passing bottles of unknown alcohol around merrily. But not a single person missed the fact that a large and healthy female centaur just walked out from the kitchen. Males and females alike were struggling to meet Tonks' eyes. She just nodded silently at them while Harry was sniggering into his disillusioned hand. I got you, Harry assured Tonks as she gracelessly hopped over the railing and down the hole to the dance floor. The receiving trampoline caught them smoothly, and their fall slowed to a gentle stop. Tonks took a few shaky steps and walked off the trampoline with the help of a disillusioned Harry. 9 more minutes, Harry muttered out the corner of his mouth as he gave Tonks a gentle smack on her hindquarters and walked away. Wow, one man exclaimed shortly before getting cuffed in the head by his wife. Greetings, Tonks said, walking up to the unknown man. I am Sugarbane. Tell me, do you know where I could find Lord Harry Black? Several scantily clad women had all surrounded her and asked, What are you looking for him for? Tonks had to smother a smile at the slutty Lord Digger's jealousy. She arched her back proudly and thrust her chest out. Stories of his legend have spread far across the lands, and I tire of the pathetically small horse cocks among the males in my clan. A disillusioned man fell to the floor in an effort not to laugh out loud. Tonks nodded at the incredulous faces. Fridwulfa, the giantess, tells of the prowess. Tonks, Jimmy exclaimed, having recognized her mannerisms, even if he'd never seen this face before. Tonks took 4 slow and wobbly steps towards Jimmy, and when she was finally close enough, she slapped him across the face. Hold your tongue, youngling. Jimmy put his hand against his sore cheek, but couldn't tear his eyes away from the sight. Eyes up, Tonks snapped. Sorry, Jimmy said, looking Tonks in the eye. He stole a quick glance to make sure the breasts were still there, but held eye contact for the most part. Tonks sighed and asked, Do you know where I could find Lord Harry Black? Huh, Jimmy asked with a wandering eye. Eyes up. Jimmy jerked his head up. Lord Harry Black. Yes, Tonks eagerly asserted. Jimmy looked over to the right and then the left. There he is, that's him. Tonks had her arms out to the side to steady herself as she half-galloped towards the extremely amused Harry and Sirius. The effect of her brisk movement was not lost on any of the men there. Lord Harry Black, Tonks said with a slight bow. The stars speak of a glorious joining. Harry was holding his chin in thought. Can you gallop again? Tonks restrained herself from trying out a donkey kick. Instead, she hopped in place a couple times, making sure her swollen mammary continued gyrating in small aftershocks. She stoically deadpanned. The heavens have foretold my coming. Harry knew he was going to crack up if he let Tonks keep talking. He smiled at Sirius. Why not? Harry took 2 steps and used his magical arms to hop into place on Tonks' back like she was a normal steed. He twirled his wand towards the wall and a curtained doorway appeared. Giddy up! Harry used his magical arms to steady and urge Tonks forward, leaving a stunned packed dance floor behind. As soon as they were past the curtain, Harry fell off Tonks' back and let out the laughter he'd been holding in. Tonks stopped and steadied herself in place. That wasn't 10 minutes. I don't care, Harry assured her through his mirth. That was perfect, full credit. Oh, Tonks, did you see the looks on their faces? You mind giving me my legs back? Tonks said, waving her hands towards her equestrian half. Jimmy needs a little payback, too. He's a teen, Harry argued. And those were bouncing. Why did you have to bring Hagrid's mum into this? Tonks shrugged as she kneeled down and rolled onto her side. You know any others giants that have boinked humans? True, but she died a long time ago, I think. Harry carefully reversed the transfiguration, leaving a completely naked Tonks lying on the floor. I doubt anyone fooled by that is going to be up to date on giant current events. Tonks stretched and morphed her body into a more comfortable form as she readjusted to being bipedal. She ignored the pile of clothes Harry set out and stalked over towards him. Now it's your fault I'm feeling all randy, so you have to fix this one. Harry didn't fight back as Tonks pushed him down and stood imposingly over him. Really? A predatory smile and a swish of Tonks' wand were the only warning Harry received. 10 ridiculously frenzied minutes later, the top half of Harry's naked, sweaty body stuck out from the curtains and found a crowd of people waiting. Anyone got a cigarette? A loud whinnying sound of relief could be heard in the background. Thanks, Harry said, accepting a silent offer of a cigarette from a man. He smiled extra brightly at the resigned but amused look on Lily Potter's face as he disappeared back behind the curtain. 8 minutes and 1 shared cigarette later, Harry emerged from the curtain, providing the cover for a hidden and disillusioned Tonks to sneak out right behind him. Harry waved his wand, and the curtained doorway disappeared from view. Where's Sugarbane? The primarily young and male-waiting crowd asked. Harry spotted a brightly smiling and clearly drunk Ron Weasley nodding eagerly to the question. Harry quickly lied. She said she's going to need to sleep for a few days, so, yeah. Lily approached Harry, trying to look disapproving as she handed him a clear glass. Some whiskey, to wash the sin from your mouth. Harry smiled at Lily, inspecting the glass. We're going to need more whiskey. Yes, Lily agreed. We're probably going to need to soak your... Mum, Jimmy shouted. Sorry, Lily apologized, thinking she might need to lay off the whiskey. Up on stage by the DJ, Sirius cast a sonorous charm and shouted, Welcome. Conversations stopped and turned to the host. The Dark Lord is dead, the Dark Lord is dead, Sirius sang with a little dance. Everyone cheered and thrust their hands into the air. For those that don't know, I am Sirius Black, one of the lords of this noble and most ancient house, or some such rubbish, Sirius preened under the cheers and praise for him. First off, let's give a big hand to Gin Weasley and the Hog's Head for the drinks. Gin waved as a spotlight flashed her way. And of course her illustrious brothers and the fine folks at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes have provided a number of fireworks. Sirius shouted, pointing a spotlight towards Fred and George. The twins responded by triggering a pair of magical rockets. The first one reached the main level and exploded, sending a large shower of harmless white sparks all over the foyer and cascading down to the dance floor. The second one spiraled up through the hole out the roof and blew a deafening bang as massive WWW logo hovered in the sky for 10 seconds. Several ministry workers palmed their faces and went off to make up a story for the Muggles. And providing the music, Sirius said, pointing towards the man with a fashion sense only Albus Dumbledore would appreciate. DJ Drastic Squibtastic. The quiet music exploded into a frenetic beat, and the man pressed the button a couple times to get the room shaking. Now I can understand no one breaking in the pudding pit yet, Sirius continued, working the crowd as the music quieted. We still need to get Tonks a little drunker, but we're getting there. Oi! The pink-haired Auror shouted down from the railing in the foyer. Sirius just waved at her as people laughed. But I'm disappointed no one's using the trampolines. Maybe you need a demonstration. Harry, show them how it's done. Sirius continued to narrate while Harry grudgingly walked over to one of the 6 blue-trimmed trampolines. For those of you sober enough to understand, that big hole up there is charmed so that anyone falling through it lands safely on the receiving trampoline. It won't catch you if you're on a broom, and it won't catch you if you're bonded to a different trampoline. Harry bounced softly in place until a flash of light appeared. Now Harry's tied to that trampoline, Sirius explained. Just sit there until it syncs with you, and then it responds to your wishes. Harry had started bouncing 10 and 15 off the ground. Don't be a pansy, Sirius chided Harry. On his next bounce down into the trampoline, he sank just a little further and longer in before he was launched like a missile, straight up through the foyer, the warded 2nd and 3rd floors, and out the hole in the roof up into the night sky. Harry's less than manly scream of glee came zooming back down into the hole and landed right back on the trampoline again. He shouted, overdid it a little, and shot back up into the sky. The crowds were all looking up waiting for Harry to come back down, but he never did. What my camera-shy fellow Lord Black has done is to sever his connection with the trampoline, Sirius explained. He's probably setting up the barbecue on the roof right now. Sirius turned his head, watching the hole in the ceiling, while a couple people on brooms flew up to check, only to zip out of the way of Harry as he fell. He landed smoothly on the receiving trampoline and nodded at Sirius. Fire pits are lit, and the night sky up there is beautiful. Sirius urged them all and nodded at the DJ to start up the music again. Harry apparated with a soft pop and launched the slippery projectile at his godfather. Sirius felt the splash on his back and sighed. Oh yeah, and in addition to all the fireworks on the roof, a few of the 500 water balloons up there are filled with clothes-dissolving potion. Sirius ran through the crowd as his upper body and lower legs were already bare. He immediately synced with a trampoline and jumped out of view just as the last of his underwear disappeared. His still amplified voice called down, fair warning to anyone thinking of crashing here. If the sun is up and you're still passed out or lying around, we're going to toss you into the flue with no destination. Now turn that music back up. The music started pumping loudly, and the cheering even drowned that out as the party resumed. Lots were dancing, some using the brooms to get to the roof. Several people used the trampolines to just bounce and make poses for those surrounding the railing in the foyer. There was no argument with giving the ladies first dibs on the trampolines. Much alcohol was consumed, and merriment had. Inevitably, 20 brooms, some with individuals, some with couples, were all positioned for the first annual naked broom race to Big Ben and back. All the competitors were wearing "I'm so dead" Voldemort masks to hide their faces. The masks looked especially amusing on the dozen or so mighty fine-looking naked female bodies. Harry had magically attached the mask to his face after his clothes dissolved for the 3rd time. He looked to his left and saw a pale, nubile woman's body that was clearly affected by the breeze. He looked to his right and saw a pair of identical naked female bodies on a single broom and came to a conclusion. This isn't going to work, Harry muttered, pulling the broom out from under him and spinning to face the other way. He remounted his broom with the bristles in front of him. 3, 2, 1, Go, the mask-wearing referee shouted. Harry zoomed off the roof, getting way ahead of the pack, despite flying backwards and facing the wrong way. He was watching all the naked women gripping their broom handles tighter. Sweet. Harry had to reach behind him and jerk the handle of the broom as he was flying a little too close to a large Victorian house. Whoa. Ha ha, a particularly competitive woman shouted as the pack flew over the stumbling backwards facing wizard. Not so cocky now, are you? Well, you can't beat the view, Harry grinned, looking straight up at them. And it's not like these brooms protect from shrinkage. Harry kept flying underneath them, with his eyes aimed skyward while maintaining the pack's pace. Sweet. A scream erupted as a few of the racers got too close, and one of the two identical naked bodies fell off her broom. Shit, Harry said as he jumped off his broom, spun it around to face the right way and dove after her. He caught her arm just before she crashed into the street below. Hang on, Harry said, as a bus was headed straight for them. He zipped back up into the air and swung the scared woman up over his head and landed her right in place onto the back of his broom behind him. She was still out of breath as she clutched her arms around Harry, holding him tight. You okay? Harry asked as her race partner came flying over. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, the likely twin sister shouted. I'm okay, she assured, scooting closer to Harry. I'm okay. You saved her, she said, looking at Harry gratefully. It happens, Harry ruefully admitted. You two want to catch up and win this race. No, the soft voice over his shoulder said, resting her cheek on Harry's back. Take me back, please. Harry realized his passenger wasn't going to get back on the other broom and agreed. All right, but we're going to have some fun on the flight back then. Hold on. Harry felt the woman's breasts press up against his back as she gripped him tighter, and he dove down to street level, pulling up just before hitting the pavement. The fearful shriek of glee was like music to his ears, despite being shouted at point-blank range. He saw the other woman was hunched over and keeping up with them as he happily swerved in between cars, stop lights, and trees the whole way. Oh, Harry eeped, that's not the broomstick. Are you sure? Came the breathy answer in his ear. It feels like it. Harry considered the question. Besides, she whispered, licking his ear, my sister and I must thank you for saving my life. Harry gulped and decided to take a slightly longer way home. Streaming up into the sky, hopping the thinner, colder air would settle him down. Slow down, the cry came from the other broom rider. Harry had leveled off as the other girl caught right up to them and hovered just a little higher. She suddenly leapt from her broom and landed right in front of Harry, who had to pull his arms back. I can't let you have all the fun, the new girl in front said, while holding the other broom in one hand, grinding her backside towards Harry. He was struggling, but managed to steady the broom wrapped safely in a naked twin Voldemort mask wearing sandwich. I don't think this broom was meant for three, Harry said suddenly, finding the night air far less cold. The one in front was holding Harry's arm against her side as she leaned back and whispered in his unoccupied right ear. Then you should probably take us somewhere, Lord Black. Harry found himself agreeing heartily. Recognized me, huh? You have a habit of getting your picture taken shirtless. The answer came from the girl in back, nibbling his left ear. Harry spotted the fire from the pit barbecue in the distance and flew back towards the party. It's nice to know you've been studying my pictures, Padma. Both Paddle sisters seemed to stiffen, and Harry was reassured that he still had some control over the situation. The awaiting crowds cheered them loudly as the broom carrying 3 naked people and an extra broom arrived back at the roof. There's no way you made it there and back already, the masked referee argued. You're right, Harry said as both women hugged him tighter. I lost the broom race, but well, I win. To winning, a clearly inebriated man toasted, and everyone around clinked glasses and cheered another reason to take a drink. Harry flew down the hole, making sure everything was going okay, and circled over the heads of the people still dancing. The naked twins, sandwiching him, were blushing and holding on while he lazily flew around. What are you doing? Parvati asked from in front, feeling all the eyes on her. I could say I'm just making sure the party's going okay, Harry earnestly answered, spotting several Aurors and sober, responsible adults manning the door, the bathroom lines, and generally keeping an eye on things. But honestly, victory lap. Both Paddle sisters ducked their heads to hide their smiles. Harry spotted Sirius wearing a Voldemort mask and an engorged copy of the troll leg umbrella stand. He poked him in the shoulder inquisitively. You doing okay? Sirius knew only person who'd poke him with an invisible arm while sandwiched between hot, naked twins. Not as good as you are, but yeah. Harry suddenly felt the identification ward's trigger, and one of the presences he wasn't expecting arrived. Did you catch it? Sirius nodded. Bring him on down here. Harry was squeezed tightly as he flew back up and around the people bouncing on the trampolines. He whispered to both of his passengers. Don't think I can't tell how much you like people looking at you while hidden under your masks. Both Paddles were giggling softly and holding on. Harry flew right to the front door and stopped before a nondescript man. Are you going to wear that glamour all night? I suppose not, the man known as David Monroe agreed, dropping the simple charm and revealing the face his enchanted necklace displayed. Most people didn't react any, but there were a couple of shocked gasps. Harry could tell neither Padma nor Parvati had recognized him, and he whispered to Parvati, "Give him the broom." Tom took the broom and followed Harry down the dance floor. Tom whistled softly in appreciation for the magic of the room. Serious work, I'm guessing. You can identify our styles now, Harry chuckled, as a few others were whispering and pointing to the fully clothed, unmasked man landing on the stage. Sirius had gotten back up on the stage wearing the troll leg like a barrel. He pulled his mask up, showing his face, and cast Sonorous on his throat. Excuse me, he shouted as the music quieted. We have a very special guest tonight, Sirius yelled as his voice carried throughout the foyer and up to the roof. Ladies, gentlemen, perverts, deviants, miscreants, and scoundrels, Sirius said, walking over and thrusting his arm around Tom's amused shoulders. For those of you who don't know, I'd like you all to meet David Monroe, the vanquisher of Voldemort. Cheers and shouts erupted from everywhere, and thunderous applause shook the foundation of every house on the street. People from the roof were flying down as others jumped the railing and landed on the receiving trampoline to get a better look at their surprising savior. Tom just smiled modestly and waved his thanks while they all kept clapping and shouting his name. Did you need anything tonight? Harry asked Tom, who was beginning to blush under all the praise. Tom shook his head. Everyone's calling this the party of the century, so I thought I'd see what sort of shindig you two were throwing. You know the DMLE is scared of what would happen if they tried to shut this down. He leaned over towards Harry and Sirius. Alan's still being interrogated, but he may stop by later. Well then, Harry said, amazed that the people were still cheering and applauding. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I have better things to do and many positions to do them in. He waggled his eyebrows and flew back up towards the protected floors, disappearing still happily held in a naked twin sandwich. Sirius thrust a 20-gallon bottle of brandy into Tom's hand. You know, I'm guessing here, but I bet defeating the Dark Lord could get you laid. Just maybe. Tom opened the bottle and took a sniff. He glanced over at Sirius. Have you been drinking? A little, Sirius admitted while snapping the straps holding his troll leg suit up. Ooh, a Potter. Tom just watched in amusement as Sirius ran over towards Jimmy, who had passed out head first on the makeshift bar Jin was working at. Jimmy, Sirius asked, pulling the young man's head up by the hair. Ooh, the exhausted head boy groaned. Sirius let his head drop back into his folded arms on the bar and smiled at Jin. Hey, Jin, you want to do me a favor? What's that? She asked, sipping on her own beer. Jimmy's got a guest room on the 3rd floor, Sirius explained as he slapped a sticker onto her arm. Don't take that off or it'll vanish, but now you should be able to see the 2nd and 3rd floors. You mind helping him up to his room? Jin looked at the stream of drool connecting Jimmy's open mouth and a small puddle on the bar and found it pathetically cute. Sure, she agreed, moving over and slinging one of his limp arms across her back. Oh, and when you get him to bed, make sure that he drinks this potion before he falls asleep for the night. Got it. Jin accepted the clear vial and helped Jimmy over towards the trampoline that took people up. Padfoot, Remus said as he walked up behind him. You're not trying to play matchmaker again, are you? Who, me? Sirius replied a little too innocently. What was in that potion? Remus warily asked. Same thing Fred and George tricked me into drinking earlier, Sirius admitted while looking down his troll leg suit. He looked back at Remus. New one they're working on called Pecker-Up. It's basically a pepper-up, but it also makes the drinkers. I got it, Remus interrupted with a frown. So when Jimmy, oh. Yup. And you think she'll. And maybe. Remus sighed. You're like the tallest and sickest Cupid ever. Worked with you, Sirius argued. Speaking of, where's your worse half? Did she even make it? Remus shook his head. Didn't you notice the winner of the naked broom race was slightly pregnant? Really? Remus nodded. She painted over the Black family crest on her arm, and since the food is on the roofs. Ah, Sirius said in understanding. Say no more. The two idly chatted, watching all the people dancing and cheering, flying all around them. Occasionally, people would come over for drinks, and Sirius would happily help the naked ones first. After 20 minutes and no sign of Jin, Sirius decided he'd waited long enough. Well, I guess this Cupid hit another money shot. So it appears, Remus agreed, sipping on his beer. You want to do me a favor? Not when you ask like that, Remus said, shaking his head. No, Sirius argued. Nothing like that. I just don't think Jin's coming back anytime soon and wanted you to watch the bar, maybe help mix a few drinks. Remus nodded. That I can handle. Excellent, Sirius exclaimed, because this erection is really starting to itch. That was more than I ever wanted to know, Remus said, waving Sirius away. Sirius turned towards the still full crowd and just yelled this time, without any help from a charm. Excuse me, sorry, but I seem to have been cursed with a magical erection. Would anyone care to help me with that? Several hands went up in the air. Remus felt pity on the world where that pickup line works. Excellent, Sirius agreed at more than 24 arms in the air. Okay, fellas. Sorry I'm not that drunk and you shouldn't believe what you read in the papers. Now why don't I start with you? Sirius said, grabbing the arm of a masked naked woman. The rest of you can wait in line or draw straws. Or they can watch, the unknown woman suggested. Sirius turned to look at the woman whom he still hadn't seen the face of or even knew the name of. I love you. Sirius waved to all the other women with their arms in the air. The rest of you follow me if you want. Not all of them did, but Sirius figured 8 was enough. Harry woke up to the feeling of 2 warm bodies pressed up against him. Padma was nestled snugly under his arm, while Parvati's head was resting on his chest. Sweet, Harry mumbled happily. A loud knock was heard on his bedroom door, disturbing the twins' sleep. What? Harry shouted in irritation. Hey, Harry, Sirius' voice came from the other side of the door. Can I come in? I've got. There was a brief, muffled conversation before Sirius continued. Kelly with me. Harry pulled the covers up so that only their heads were showing. It's open. Sirius walked into the room, having already showered and cleaned. He looked at the twin women under Harry's arms curiously. He waved between Kelly and the twins. Okay, so how do you 3 know each other? The 3 women were all shaking their heads. I don't think I've ever met them, Kelly explained. I told you I'm from the States and I'm just here visiting my cousin. Who's your cousin? Sirius asked. Scott Martin, she answered. He's a squib from California based in the London headquarters of UPPS. Parvati was sitting up and holding the sheet to cover herself. Never heard of him. Harry sighed. Sirius, it's not going to happen every time. Ha, Sirius scoffed. So far this morning, I've ended 3 feuds that have all been going on for centuries and reunited an orphan with the aunt that wasn't allowed custody. Now Kelly is all that's left. So come on, no one's got a missing relative or mystery that's befuddled them for years. Padma and Parvati were looking to Harry for help, but he just shook his head. Sorry, Kelly shrugged. I'm just a girl on vacation who can appreciate a good party when she sees it. Sirius was getting desperate. No ancient family feuds or rare artifact you have to find. No gatekeepers or keymasters. Kelly shook her head. Muggle-born. Padma shrugged. Not unless you know someone with Bombay blood. Kelly gasped. I have Bombay blood. Parvati jerked up suddenly. And you're magical. Kelly nodded. Graduated from Salem. What did you need? Padma was beginning to feel hope again. Our mother has been slowly dying for years. She needs a kidney transplant. I was born with 3 kidneys, Kelly exclaimed in surprise. This is unbelievable. Sirius was smiling brightly at Harry as the naked twins jumped over to talk more with Kelly. Say it. Harry shook his head. Come on, I earned it. Harry sighed as he watched Padma and Parvati getting dressed, paying no attention to him or Sirius at all. You were right. I shouldn't have doubted you. Sirius closed his eyes and basked in the admission. Oh, it feels good. It feels very good. Harry yawned as he slipped on a pair of pajama bottoms and a robe. He saw the 3 women leave the room without even saying goodbye and felt blessed. He noticed Sirius was really furiously rubbing the front of his pants. The morning itches, eh? Sirius was still scratching. The what? You know, Harry assured him while scratching himself too. The usual morning itches, the ones you're supposed to get. Harry, Sirius said, looking down the front of his pants. It's not supposed to be itchy. Harry slowed down his scratching. It isn't. Sirius sighed, thinking they'd both be needing a visit with a healer. No. Harry closed his eyes in frustration at his naivety. There's no such thing as sexual goosebumps, is there? Oh, Harry, Sirius had to laugh. I thought it was a Vila thing. Sirius was still snickering. I hate to break it to you, but I doubt she was a Vila. I'm beginning to think the same thing, Harry admitted. He paused for a moment before going right back to his scratching. Bugger. With every great gift comes a curse, Sirius ominously explained. Harry knew he should stop scratching and managed to convince himself rubbing didn't count as scratching. So, is there a counter curse? Not to my knowledge, Sirius replied, deep in thought, but there are some good ointments. Chapter 30. Shiny, Tom repeated. I show you one of the most complicated prisons ever created, and your first impression is shiny. Well, it is, Harry argued. I just hope the bindings holding him in place are as good as the polishing charms. He's not going anywhere, Tom said with confidence. So was it a conscious choice to pass on concrete, steel bars, and the usual jailhouse classics in favor of the aquarium meets lava lamp Art Nouveau style? Tom looked at his creation with a frown. It's a prison for the unbound spirit, not a physical manifestation. I'm not contending the purpose, Harry agreed. I'm just saying it looks like someone engorged an ugly vase your mother-in-law gave you. The kind of thing you have no choice but to keep on the mantel in case she drops by unexpectedly. Tom walked around the grandfather clock-sized contraption. The top foot was a cylindrical copper seal trimmed in brass. It capped a 2-foot stretch of transparent material and sat on a copper base so that the aquarium aspects were at eye level. On 2 opposite sides ran a series of brass latches and locks. I didn't consider aesthetics much when designing it, but you know if you really wanted we could. No, Harry chided. We're not putting Voldemort on display anywhere. As amusing as it might be, I try not to tempt fate if I can help it. Harry cast a charm over his eyes and was examining the spell work he recognized in the prison. A fingernail-sized black knob inside a small brown bubble from within the opaque green tube was swirling with a sickly gray magic. So what happened to the trap you told me about? Tom could tell Harry was trying to figure out the prison and answered. Voldemort was feeling vulnerable after the loss of more than half his Death Eaters in only 2 days. Nice job on that, by the way. He needed some leverage and planned to kidnap, among others, the minister's daughter, a young woman who just happens to be a patient of mine. A patient of yours, Harry repeated. How'd you manage to get the minister's daughter as a patient? Tom smirked in a manner eerily reminiscent of the teenage diary Harry knew. I am one of the foremost experts on healing the mind. My services are highly sought after. That's worrisome. Harry, I should remind you that while I am not Voldemort, nor am I a Dark Lord, I am still Tom Riddle. And I've been exploring the boundaries of magic in relative secrecy for the last 2 decades. Harry suppressed a shiver. It started with Frank, but I saw a genuine opportunity to gain allies and favors. Ones I intend to make full use of when the proper time comes. The minister's daughter is not my patient by coincidence. It's worth noting that I've spent significant time inside the minds of 8 different presidents, 12 prime ministers, and 4 kings. I don't want to know, Harry shook his head. When I heard the minister's daughter was a target, I moved her appointment up, passed the details on, and altered the plan to fit. Voldemort brought only 4 other Death Eaters with him, and 3 of them I'd already compromised. Compromised? Harry asked warily. Tom was willing to explain this because he knew the charm of brotherhood would prevent Harry from telling anyone. You know, he's got compulsion charms, loyalty charms, and in some cases outright control charms running through the dark mark's connection to their soul. Harry nodded. Well, he only ever checked that the charms were still in place and were his magic. More than half the Death Eaters, though mostly the weaker ones, see me as number 1 and him number 2. They still listen and follow him, unless the moment comes for me to belay an impulse and give them a different compulsion. Harry blinked and showed Tom he wasn't too happy about this minor revelation. You have your own Death Eater army. Tom frowned. It sounds worse when you put it like that. Remember when you said you weren't following Voldemort's path? It's not like they know about me, Tom argued. And you know it's because I have my own Death Eater army that it'll be so easy to capture them and all the others. You're not going to keep them out of prison or allow them to buy their way into your favor. Harry, Tom explained, these people believe they are loyal to Voldemort. They don't remember me modifying their soul connections. Harry didn't particularly care, but was still getting a feel for Tom's sincerity. And you're going to let them hang for the things you and he made them do. No, I'm not, Tom corrected. They will be tried as both the criminals they are and the victims of the Dark Lord. Even if by some miracle they manage to dismiss all their actions as unwilling puppets of the Dark Lord, they still have to confess to whatever crime they committed to earn their dark mark. I don't know if any will ever get released from Azkaban. Frankly, I'm more concerned with the Death Eater bandits having a shortage of targets and too much free time. Rumor is they hung up their ski masks and have gone legit, Harry admitted with a grin. He pointed towards the impressive contraption he'd given up trying to unravel. So how does this thing work? Tom's face lit up proudly as he explained. There are 3 separate chambers surrounding the anchor. Harry got up next to the clear aquarium section of the spiritual prison. There was a small knob surrounded by what looked like to a dark brown murky liquid. That brown bubble was inside a tall green tube that was held in place in the center. The rest of the round aquarium was filled with clear blue water. The inner chamber that looks brown, Tom explained. That's actually a bright red liquid crystal of my own design. It prevents every possible sensory input, including magic. The next chamber of green liquid surrounding that is more crystal. The green is actually the arithmantic opposite of the red, and they are both poisonous to body and soul. So if anyone managed to get through green would be completely vulnerable to the red, and vice versa. Harry was looking closer at the anchor in the middle of the magical prison, and the blue liquid. Salt water, Tom answered happily. Salt water. I'm opposed to conjugal visits, but there are times we may wish to. Tom's voice trailed off as he drew his wand. Allow me to demonstrate. He cast a spell into the smooth block of obsidian at the base of the front where the aquarium met the copper base. The clear tube protecting the green liquid crystal split vertically and unfolded open. The green fluid spilled out into the water, slowly dissolving into a greenish-tinted cloud. What are you doing? Harry asked warily, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Relax, Tom quickly calmed and sent magic into the charm of brotherhood he shared with Harry. He tapped his wand on the obsidian, and the water and green liquid began to swirl wildly in a tornado of fluid. Slowly, the green liquid crystals separated from the water at the outer reaches of the sealed tube. Thick, solid beads of green liquid crystal were sucked away, leaving the clear blue water and a reddish table tennis-sized ball remaining. Tom cast another spell, and the spherical bubble surrounding the red fluid slid back into itself, allowing the other liquid crystal to disperse in the water. Another whispered spell sent the mixture swirling in a whirlpool until the red liquid crystal separated and was also sucked away. Have to remove the poisons or they die too quick. Harry looked curiously as Tom cast another spell into the obsidian. A jellyfish no more than 3 inches around and 8 long appeared lazily contracting in place inside the salt water. "Watch it," Tom pointed when Harry turned to look at him. The jellyfish, which had been calmly waving on the slightest currents, suddenly froze up and darkened from a whitish pink to nearly gray. "To be on the safe side, we don't want to do this with any creatures or weak-willed others around," Tom said, as he slid 2 thin vertical panels of glass straight through the middle of the aquarium. He twisted a few latches and tightened a few flaps before suddenly swinging the prison open. The front half of the bisected cylinder was just water, but the back half housed the anchor and the possessed jellyfish. And now through this, we can use legilimency on the jellyfish. Harry saw Tom look towards the jellyfish and silently aim his wand. Tom winced a little and explained, "It stings a little. Voldemort's not really aware enough for any higher thought processes. He's definitely angry and feels threatened, but his memories are easily viewed." Tom snapped his legilimency probe free and turned to Harry. "Anything you wanted to know about Voldemort?" Harry was watching the barely moving jellyfish and recognized a slippery slope to nowhere good. He thought it over, though, and decided he should familiarize himself with the sensation. "Legilimens," Harry said softly, aiming towards what he hoped was the brain of the jellyfish. He felt the cold sting in his head and left Voldemort's mind quickly. "Huh. What did you see?" Tom asked curiously. "Briefs," Harry answered. Tom glanced away from the jellyfish and to Harry. "You have total access to the innermost recesses of one of the darkest minds in centuries, and you sought out." "Boxers or briefs," Harry nodded, "and I'm not the least bit surprised." Tom didn't hold back his chuckle. "I should have expected something like that." He swung the 2 halves of the round aquarium into their closed position and latched the prison back together. "What is that?" Harry said, pointing towards the 2 panels of glass Tom was leaning against the wall. "These are just glass, charmed unbreakable. They have to let magic in and out for legilimency to work," Tom explained. He pointed to the aquarium. "All 3 chambers are dwarven wrought crystal. A diamond blade would chip before scratching it, and every form of magic I've found just bounces off it." Harry was impressed. He saw the jellyfish shake before it twisted around suddenly and floated lifelessly to collide with the aquarium wall. "Dead." "Yeah," Tom said. "They only last a few minutes. Now to get Voldemort back into his cell." He cast another spell into the obsidian, and the little knob-like anchor flared bright white, glowing with life. Harry hissed, grabbing at his most famous scar. "What the hell?" Tom had already sealed the first bubble-shaped chamber and filled it with the red liquid crystal as the button-sized anchor darkened to its gray murky state. He turned to Harry warily. "Are you all right?" "What the fuck is that anchoring him?" Harry snapped, relieved to see his scar hadn't split open. It merely had startled him. "This is one of those things that sounds a lot worse than it really is." "Riddlebottom," Harry warned. Tom admitted sheepishly. "It's the skull of an unborn human fetus at about 9 weeks. "Excuse me." "Technically 9 seconds after 9 minutes after 9 hours after 9 weeks since conception. But that's just kind of a mouthful and not really relevant." "What was it doing?" "It's a cage for unbound souls," Tom explained. "If the 2 liquid crystals ever combine, it creates a fire on the level of fiendfare, but it also activates the soul cage to ensnare and hold. When it's activated, I feel it twitter because of what I am, but I didn't think I'd need to warn you. Did you perhaps unsuccessfully dabble in some soul magic?" Harry sighed, feeling the headache leaving as quickly as it came. "Nope. The scar used to be a link between my Voldemort and me. It's just been a while, and feeling anything through it is usually a bad sign. I'd imagine so. Soul magic scans have always gone a bit nutty on it. I assure you I had no idea, Tom diplomatically offered. I wasn't trying to test you. Harry waved him off. Don't worry about it, but I got to say, I'm not big on the idea of you spending a lot of time digging into Voldemort's mind. Neither am I, Tom explained. But I'm not arrogant enough to believe he hasn't left a few traps of his own devising behind, and having access to his memories could prove infinitely valuable. You've got a plan, Harry stated firmly while watching Tom. Tom nodded as he engaged the second chamber and green liquid crystal. He vanished the dead jellyfish's body. You don't know the spells to manipulate the chambers, and I was thinking I wouldn't tell them to you. This is what the extra anchor stones are for. Tom nodded at how quickly Harry caught on. Exactly. You put the latches, the doorway, the only way to access the prison under a fidelius or something similar while leaving the rest of it visible. This way, either of us could easily check the status of the prison, but it takes both of us working together to ever open it or attempt to communicate with Voldemort. Why? Harry said, turning to look at Tom curiously. Why protect it? No, I think I got that one. I meant, why do you keep freely sharing your control with me? Tom waved his wand and conjured a perfect but simple chair. He sat down, expecting this to be a long conversation. I'm an excellent judge of potential, Harry. Even Voldemort was always cognizant of the power others held. Who was a threat, who had talents, who could be used and how. Admittedly, there were a few blind spots. He paused to allow Harry to chuckle. But overall, he could watch someone and in a matter of minutes determine their worth with a scary amount of accuracy. And you, Harry said from his own conjured chair. Tom was not a modest man. It takes me less than a minute, and do you know what I see when I look at you? Several smartass remarks came to mind, but Harry was too curious to do anything other than shake his head. An equal, Tom admitted, looking Harry right in the eye. Conveniently, one with very little interest in fame or glory. An equal, Harry repeated skeptically. Have we not both defeated a Voldemort and fulfilled the same prophecy? We share brother wands from Dumbledore's phoenix, his familiar's blessing for the next leaders of the magical world, perhaps. There are too many similarities to call it coincidence. Harry was slowly nodding in agreement as he got up. He moved the 6 extra anchor stones slightly. He began to feed power into them, preparing a fidelius. Perhaps it is still unreached potential, Tom softly joked. Sirius told me that in addition to Black and Slytherin, you're well on your way to earning the title of the Lord of Ointment. Yeah, Harry muttered. Hearing that you and he were getting chummy just about made my weekend. Tom knew embarrassment and sarcasm were still the way to Harry's heart. He told me there's even a rumor that the healing community may name this newly discovered strain the seriously Harry Black bumps. I'll give you 3 guesses on who started that rumor, and the first 2 don't count. Harry grumbled, remembering several rather unpleasant flu calls he'd made from the healer's office. With a whispered phrase, he activated and sealed the fidelius charm. Oh, Tom said, closing his eyes in pain. Remind me not to be looking when you do that. Harry plopped back down into his conjured chair. No, it doesn't feel like enough. Tom was rubbing his aching head. It hurts more than the legilimency did. Not that, Harry said. You seeing me as an equal. I would think the other reasons are obvious, Tom said, waving towards Voldemort's liquid prison. Harry felt the Brotherhood charm buzzing gently, hinting towards a more complicated answer. Tom took a deep breath and explained, I'm not going to live forever. And when I go, it's not guaranteed that I'll be pulling him with me. Someone has to make sure he is gone, and given the prophecy, it's possible you're the only person who could even do anything about it if he's not. Not going to live forever, Harry questioned. You're certain about that? I plan to change the world and have a legacy that lasts the test of time, but I hold no illusions about the fragility of my existence. You're a Slytherin wrapped in Hufflepuff clothing, aren't you? I'll take that as a compliment, Lord Slytherin. Harry was watching Tom closely as he stated, That was your sacrifice, wasn't it? Tom showed no surprise as he turned to Harry. I know you've researched the balance. Mortality was your sacrifice. Tom's face betrayed no emotion. What was yours? Harry considered it a moment and shook his head. Not today. Maybe some other time I'll tell you. Tom inclined his head in understanding before his eyes lit up. Was coming here to this world, leaving your own behind, your cost? Harry smiled darkly, shaking his head. Or do you not know yet? Tom questioned. My understanding is that some costs aren't realized for years. Harry wore a pained smile. My victory was hollow. Tom's eyes widened. Your sacrifice was deemed sufficient. Harry nodded. Tom couldn't keep the look of sympathy off his face. He watched Harry for a few seconds. My sacrifice was indeed mortality and a pledge to fix Voldemort's mistakes. Mistakes? I can't take responsibility for his victims, but his original goals, the admirable ones, are still worth striving for. And now that we know one way not to achieve them, it should be a bit easier, don't you think? Harry nodded. I don't suppose you know your cost yet. Tom tried to hide his smile. Not today, Harry. Maybe some other time. Fair enough, Harry agreed while taking note of Tom's curious response. Where are we anyway? Well, if you'd listened to me in the first place, you'd recognize this room. We're at the Shrieking Shack, Harry asked in surprise. Tom nodded. This cellar's been hidden since my days as a student. It's not a Fidelius, but a Stavros modification. You were keyed in when I apparated us here. You plan to leave Voldemort this close to Hogwarts, Harry said doubtfully. To be honest, I'd prefer to put him in the Chamber of Secrets, but I think we should wait until Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster is over. Harry just looked at Tom incredulously. Listen, the prison is stronger and causes Voldemort more pain based on the volume of magic nearby. Yes, a remote cave or the North Pole would be harder to stumble across, but the liquid crystals would weaken over time. And there's nowhere in Europe with ambient magic as strong as Hogwarts. I'm open to options, but it needs to be near a high concentration of magic, which means it'll need to be near wizards and witches. Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village on the island. The Ministry, Harry suggested. Tom shrugged. Not nearly as strong, and while I believe it's impossible if somehow Voldemort got out, he'd run for cover first. Not attack students or villagers. The only added danger is if someone found out he was still alive and where he was. Could someone scry his location? When we're trying to read his memories, yes, Tom admitted. Behind Stavros' wards, it'd still take them days and will never leave him out that long. But as long as he's caged and surrounded by the red liquid crystal, nothing, and I mean nothing, can find him. No sensory input at all. No magic can find him. He certainly can't see, hear, or even sense us. And the Chamber of Secrets has plenty of experience having safely housed a monster for centuries, Tom said with a smile at the supposed mystery. I'd say let's sneak in and put him there now, but Dumbledore's had decades of being attuned to Hogwarts. Whenever the next headmaster takes the job, we can slip him down there during the turnover, seal it off, and no one will be the wiser. Harry nodded, getting used to the idea that Tom had a rational explanation for everything. Is the basilisk in the woods behind Riddle Manor? Tom shook his head. I helped him to the ocean and he went for a swim. In a few months he'll probably reach my place in Australia. I must admit I'm surprised you haven't pressed me to reveal myself to Dumbledore. You think he'd enjoy that? Harry said, unable to stop himself. Tom realized his poor choice of words too late and didn't dignify Harry's question with a response. Harry was snickering at the idea of Tom flashing Albus. I know, but truthfully, right now, I don't care much either way. Eventually, Albus is going to figure you out. He's too smart not to. But it might not be a bad idea to let him see you accomplish some good things first before approaching him. I know you trust him. Tom felt the need to defend his position. But ever since the moment he delivered my Hogwarts letter, he's looked at me with suspicion and fear. Like I said, he's smart, Harry retorted with a grin. He saw the magic I commanded even before I knew what magic was, and he saw me as a threat to his power, Tom argued. I could see he'd decided I was dark and evil before I'd even learned which end of the wand to hold. Not to piss on your parade, but he wasn't exactly wrong. Tom frowned in silent disagreement. I was one of the younger kids in the orphanage, and I had discovered a hidden power. I could bully the bullies. I could stop them from picking on me. Up until the moment Dumbledore met me, I cannot see how any 11-year-old could have been any different. And from that, he made up his mind on me. Tom shook his head. It was easier for him to see me as another Grindelwald than anything else. Hey, you don't have to sell me, Harry assured. My Albus fucked me over almost as much as my Voldemort did. Really? Harry nodded. I think he may have cared too much in my case, though. So while he made a shitload of mistakes, it was always what he believed to be in my best interests or for the so-called greater good. Tom furrowed his brow. What did he? Harry answered before Tom could finish the question. He placed my freshly orphaned baby body on the doorstep of a family that hates magic and hated me for existing. He even admitted he knew I'd have a hard life. Tom just looked at Harry curiously. Harry shrugged. When I feel like blaming someone, it's usually him. But the Dumbledore of this world has always treated me as an adult, as an equal, and there's no denying the man is brilliant. Personally, I think he'll understand and support you, but I also think it's worth waiting until you've got some more evidence that you're on the side of the angels beyond usurping a Death Eater army. Tom inconclusively nodded. You're going to tell him about the Slytherin name and some of our plans. Yeah, Harry said. We're going to need his support on a few. I think you underestimate us both, Harry, but it would be easier with Albus on our side. We can focus our initial agenda on areas of common ground. Harry was looking at Tom curiously. You know, inevitably someone else will notice your charmed necklace. The Ministry will record and scan you. What happens if your true name and face come out? Tom smiled proudly. It was actually Alan who came up with this one, but if I'm ever unable to stick that one back in the jar, then I shall readily admit to being Tom Riddle. Uh-huh, Harry said. Tom put on a mask of a deadly serious scholar. It was in my research on magical applications of mind-healing techniques that I attempted to separate negative emotions like rage and jealousy. No, Harry shook his head, seeing where this was going. I actually separated those pieces of wrong and evil, but in an attempt to remove them, they attached themselves to a piece of my soul, wrenched it free, and formed a separate entity from myself. Oh boy. Tom nodded, without any trace of a smile. This evil twin spiraled way beyond my control. He was as powerful as me and infinitely more ruthless. I tried to hunt him down. I tried to contain him, but people saw his face and his deeds and attributed them to me. I had to hide while I worked to defeat this horrible, unfortunate, but accidental creation. Enter that fucker, Harry narrated. I knew I couldn't ever show my face, so I created a new identity. A different face and a new name I could use until the opportunity to finally end the madness presented itself. I was able to destroy Voldemort, but by that time, Tom Riddle's legacy had been set in stone. It was not an easy decision, but I felt I could help more people by remaining hidden under the only face and name I thought of myself as for the last 2 decades. Tom's look of pained sincerity twisted into a smug, victorious smile. Now does that story seem more plausible, or does it make more sense that I'm just a split piece of the former Dark Lord's soul who leached Neville Longbottom's life before suddenly deciding the Dark Lord was a bad guy? Harry was suitably impressed. And of course, if or when it breaks, you'll also have years of accolades, community service, and countless influential people willing to speak of your high moral character. I hope it never does break, Tom agreed. But I do like to be prepared. Now, if you'll excuse me, Alan's going to be getting officially released from custody, be declared a hero by the DMLE, answer a few questions for reporters, and then make the front page for being a close personal friend of mine. Yeah, Albus is expecting me by now as well. Harry got up and vanished his own conjured chair. If I come up with somewhere better for this, are you open to moving it? Harry, if you come up with somewhere better, I'll want to move it just as much as you, Tom assured him. You know we're going to have to make plans in case either of us dies, Harry commented. Tom nodded slowly. I've actually got a few ideas for that. Yeah, but it's a situation a lot like Albus, Tom explained. We should put it off for a while, at least until we genuinely trust each other. Harry thought that one over and suspected it to involve soul magic. Okay. Good luck, Harry, Tom said as he apparated away. Harry took a breath to ready himself. I'm only going to be indirectly threatening and blackmailing one of the most powerful and respected wizards of all time. What could I possibly need luck for? He looked around the room and realized he was talking to himself again. He apparated to the edge of Hogwarts wards. Right away, the magic of Hogwarts was singing to him in a way it never had before. He used to feel like Hogwarts was his home away from home, but now it felt as natural as an extra layer of skin. He only thought about the reaction when his ring finger began to tingle happily. He twisted it around, canceling its invisibility, and saw the jewel in the Slytherin family ring was glittering wildly. Harry knew people said Hogwarts loved and took care of all her children. He grinned under the realization that she had a new favorite. He cast an oculamagi spell over his eyes and looked at the wards as he walked. They looked no different, but Harry was certain they felt different. He began to theorize that the wards recognized his status, too. He had barely considered the possibility before his ring finger was tingling in response. Harry looked both ways before throwing caution into the wind. He apparated up to the front steps of the castle with a soft pop. Harry couldn't stop the smile splitting his face in half as he canceled the oculamagi spell. We're going to keep this little tidbit to ourselves. When his finger tingled again, he couldn't help but wonder if the Hogwarts wards had understood and agreed. He pressed his hand against the outer stone wall, closed his eyes in concentration, and thought about what he wanted to see. He opened his eyes and couldn't believe his luck. Sweet. He hopped up the stairs and began to walk through the castle with an extra skip in his step. He reached the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office and began a starring match with it. A few seconds later, the gargoyle silently slid out of the way and let Harry up. Harry knocked on the door from the outer chamber. Harry, Albus called out, come in, come in. Is this a bad time? Albus stacked up the paperwork on his desk and shuffled it into one of his drawers. Not at all. I've been expecting you, in fact, as I'm sure you remember. Right, Harry said as he walked over to Fox Perch and gave the partially sleeping bird a gentle rub on the back of its neck. Harry, I know you can't tell me much, but I was hopping. Actually, Albus, Harry said, plopping down into the chair across from the headmaster. I'm not here to talk about David Monroe. Oh, Albus said in faint shock. Still waiting on your order member merit badge. Harry chuckled. No, the truth is I came here to talk about you. Albus got up from his seat behind the desk and moved to the chair next to Harry's. He turned it to face the younger man on equal ground. Me. Yeah, you, Harry said. He hesitated only a second before jumping right into it. Because the thing is, you've been spreading yourself too thin. Albus popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth and was surprisingly intrigued. He nodded at Harry, indicating he should continue. Between running the Order, fighting a war for the past 3 decades, your duties as Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation, and undoubtedly countless more I'm unaware of, you've been only an adequate headmaster of Hogwarts. Adequate? Harry nodded. The students look at you in awe, and most of them are probably too intimidated to even approach you. I don't doubt you put their health and welfare first, but that is first on a long list of responsibilities. Albus was frowning. I admit the times I've had to leave the school and defend innocents from attack, I've had similar worries. But with the defeat of Voldemort, I expect my schedule to lighten. Lightening is good, Harry agreed. Lightening is very good. In fact, I was thinking of helping you out with that. Oh dear. This is a good thing, Harry meekly argued. Albus warily asked, what do you want? There are a number of answers to that question, Harry said with a mischievous smile. Harry, Albus tiredly urged. I want you to become the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever had, Harry quickly answered. I want your complete focus to be on the education of students now that fears of imminent attack will soon be a relic of the past. Albus still wasn't sure what Harry was up to. It's not that simple, Harry. It can be, Harry said. Anything you convince me is worth doing, I can help make happen. You want to introduce some new electives, hire more teachers, offer more specialized tuition, host weekend demonstrations, bring in more experts. Harry, Albus interrupted, I don't think you appreciate how complicated and limited my budget is. So let's increase it. The Board of Governors would never. Here's a thought, Harry interjected. You want to get rid of the board, it would certainly make major changes easier. Albus frowned in confusion. What's going on? Harry helped himself to a glass of fire whiskey and left the bottle out in case Albus wanted some. When the Wisengamot formally reconvenes in the fall, I will be wearing a declaration patch, and Lord Black is going to nominate me for Chief Warlock. Albus sat up straighter at the implied threat. Really? Harry nodded happily. Yup, and I'd appreciate it if you seconded the nomination, but if you want to settle it in the ring, I will. Albus smiled at the idea. And do you think you could take me? In a fair fight, Harry shrugged. I have a few doubts, but I don't fight fair, Albus. I cheat, and I cheat a lot. Albus commented, silently finding himself agreeable to Harry's nomination, but not willing to admit that aloud just yet. I should mention that Lord Black won't be nominating me as Lord Black, Harry said with a grin and a salute of his glass. He's going to nominate me under my new title, Lord Slytherin. Albus wandlessly summoned the bottle of fire whiskey and poured himself a glass. Harry gave Albus time to compose himself, inwardly relishing moments like these. Lord, Albus had to force the name out, Slytherin. Harry twisted the ring, allowing it to be visible. The ring glittered and twinkled in the light. Hogwarts loves me. The Slytherin family ring accepted you, Albus stated, and made you Lord Slytherin. Don't have kittens on me, Harry chided while twisting it back into invisibility. The Horcrux is gone, and really, did you think I just gave up those other Horcruxes for nothing? Albus goggled at Harry, unable to accept the idea of bartering pieces of the Dark Lord's soul for one of the most infamous and hated wizarding lines. Harry slowly sipped his glass, waiting for the shock and surprise to leave Albus' face. Albus couldn't decide what question to ask first. But you were a Gryffindor. Ironic, isn't it? Harry, this is. I know. Harry pointed towards the snoozing artifact on the shelf behind him. But the Sorting Hat told me Slytherin would help me on the road to greatness. And you taught me all about second chances. Anyways, I'm telling you this now as a courtesy, and also so that you'll take me a bit more seriously when I say we can dismantle the Board of Governors. I can help get you anything you need to re-establish Hogwarts as the finest institute of magical learning in the world. Albus was silently watching Harry. This is what you want. No offense, Harry, but it sounds a little more altruistic than usual. The Order's disbanding. The war's over, Harry reminded. You've had a great run, Albus, and you've shouldered the hopes and dreams of several generations of wizards for an immensely long time. But a new world is forming, and these metaphorical torches can be passed down smoothly, or I can cheat. Albus was finding it oddly comforting to hear Harry's willingness to accept responsibility. And where does David Monroe fit into all of this? He's at the center of it, Harry said. When I said he was the next Albus Dumbledore, I meant it. I'll tell you now that by next spring, he'll have turned his popularity into the Minster of Magic position. Monroe as minister, and you as chief warlock. Scary, huh? Albus sighed. I find most prospects involving you to be scary, Harry, and the thought that there's another wizard with an even more mysterious past, as much power, and more ambition than you is even more worrisome. For what it's worth, Harry said, flaring magic into the charm of brotherhood he shared with Albus. This is the weaker of the two charms of brotherhood I'm sustaining. Albus responded with an equal push of magic. I take it you trust him more now. Harry got a mixed look on his face. You know, every day he doesn't try to kill me, I trust him a little bit more. Oh, Harry. Yeah, he's a character. Albus had already decided to accept Harry's suggestions and was looking forward to the weight of the world on others' shoulders. I'm guessing that seeking a more active role in politics was not your idea. Harry grumbled. Tell me about it. At first, David wanted me to run for minister. I quickly disabused him of that notion. So most of this is his doing? Albus questioned. Harry could tell Albus was fishing, but he had planned on explaining most of this anyway. I shit you not. He's got a 50-year plan. Oh my, Albus grinned at Harry's reticence. Step 1 is to cultivate the environment, alter public perception on things. Albus forwent the fire whiskey and poured himself a cup of tea. Like what? Treatment of dark creatures, misconceptions of muggles and muggle things. Power and prestige established by birthright rather than virtue. The usual, Harry explained indifferently. And if I were to press you for some more details? All right, here's one he's talked me into, Harry agreed, sitting up straighter. You know there are dark magics and then there are dark magics. Albus decided a dash of fire whiskey in his tea wouldn't be such a bad idea. I'm referring to the more powerful aspects of magic that get classified as dark out of ignorance or potential for abuse. The idea that if it's something the average wizard cannot safely do, then it's something no one should do. Harry, you cannot base your understanding of wizards on men of our caliber. I'm not, but here's an example I didn't know, Harry suggested. Blood magic and necromancy are not things you want just anyone to be able to study, but you can open a line of communication with the dead for just a couple minutes with a cost of 2 drops of blood and no other adverse effects. That's it. 2 drops. Magical portraits require a remarkably similar procedure with the living, but for them, it's legal and acceptable. Why not allow a murder victim to identify his attacker in a carefully controlled courtroom environment? Why not allow families a safe way to say goodbye? That is never all those magics are used for, Albus pointed out for the sake of argument. I know, Harry admitted, but that's the idea. No magic is forbidden if it doesn't impinge on others' freedoms or rights. I'm not advocating anarchy or a free-for-all, but merely governmental oversight and regulation. Setting up a system where a wizard like you or I can prove and establish that we have the capability to safely explore an arcane field of magic, and are then authorized to use it. That would take a lot of work, Albus commented. Harry shrugged. Right now the government's regulating just a few specific things like animagi registration or apparition licensing. We're saying instead of covering a few small exceptions, cover the broader areas. As proud as wizards are, you know they won't take kindly to being officially ranked by power and ability, Albus added. True, Harry said, but that's because a bunch of pompous, weak arsees think the world is entitled to cater to them due to their birthright. All of this will undoubtedly be an ongoing debate. I find myself relaxing, Albus admitted, and looking forward to focusing on Hogwarts. So you're in. I am willing to second your nomination, Albus agreed, in exchange for Lord Slytherin's assistance and hands-off approach at Hogwarts. An occasional pinky here and there, but hands-off, Harry agreed. Albus nodded in acquiescence. And I wouldn't mind getting a crack at that duel behind closed doors. It would give me an opportunity to teach you how to not waste so much energy so quickly. Yeah. Harry grumbled, feeling slightly embarrassed over his reliance on pepper-up potions. Albus was smiling and fighting his instinctual need to know everything. A 50-year plan. Oh, lordy, Harry shook his head. You wouldn't believe some of the things he wants to do. Do tell, Albus urged. Harry considered it and decided. Okay, this one is probably 20 years down the line and will require international assistance. Albus interjected. The war with Voldemort has not earned us very good relations with the rest of the world. Probably why it's 20 years away, Harry said. But basically, he thinks that a few European ministries working together can pitch in and, well, buy the ruins of Atlantis from the merfolk. Albus' eyes widened, having only heard the rumor that the merfolk knew the location of Atlantis. Yeah, Harry agreed. He doesn't think the resources exist to recreate it, but that we could fix the island enough to get it back up into the sky. It comes from a time when they weren't any satellites or airplanes, so it'll be a warder's dream and a diplomatic nightmare, especially if access is restricted to only the most powerful and intelligent. Good Lord, Albus blinked. Harry shrugged, indifferent. I'm still not completely convinced that he's not trying to build an army of super wizards to conquer the world from the sky with that one. But hey, time will tell, right? Harry, Albus pleaded as he cleaned his glasses out of habit. Perhaps you should exercise more restraint in revealing the frightening details for the future you and your cohort have planned. Perhaps I should, Harry agreed, suspecting he'd already revealed more than Tom would have liked. But I know it's not escaped your notice that our biggest obstacle is going to be overcoming the ignorance of people and the irrational cultural taboos. That fight begins here, in educating the students and turning Hogwarts into an institution where people don't just learn magic, but they learn to love magic and be challenged by it. You don't think we do that now? Albus asked curiously. I think, Harry considered his words carefully, I think you've taught them how to survive in the face of war, stressing defense and its applications in all the other disciplines. Albus inclined his head in agreement. And I think you have the rest of this year and most of summer to figure out exactly what changes you want to make. If it's significant, you may have to sell me on the idea, but we'll make it happen. Headmaster, headmaster! The frantic voice of the deputy headmistress called out as she rushed up the stairs. Albus glanced at Harry worriedly. Minerva, what is it? What's the matter? Minerva glanced at Harry sitting there calmly and explained. It's the castle, all of it. What? Albus asked, sensing nothing through the wards. She leaned forward and whispered in horror. It's green. Albus hurried to his window and peered around the edge to see the towers and walls had all changed to an unmistakable bright Kelly green. Harry! I should go, Harry shouted as he ran down the steps. His first impulse had been to apparate away, but he wasn't ready to reveal that one just yet. I'll talk to you later, Albus. Harry, get back here, Albus yelled. Change it back, Harry, this isn't hands-off. Harry's mix of running away and walking nonchalantly had him determinedly power-walking to the entrance hall. He looked to his left as a familiar man came barreling up from the dungeons in a remarkably similar power walk. Sirius. Hey, Harry, Sirius said, moving way too briskly to call it simply walking. What are you doing? Sirius smiled brightly. It's possible I may have been watching an engorging ward in action that was secretly cast over Snively's office doorframe. What are you doing? Harry grinned in step with his godfather. It's possible I may have turned Hogwarts green. That was you, Sirius cheered before thinking it over. They both slowed to a walk when they reached open air. Of course that was you. Hey, I was thinking of messing with Narcissa. Yeah. Bellatrix says Narcissa won't answer her letters. I guess she's all snippy about her husband's many disgraces and the arrest of her son. The nerve of some people. Yeah, well, Sirius grinned. She's collecting a fat insurance settlement for the loss of their family safe. Tonks was thinking Narcissa could be spotted illegally selling items she claimed lost in the fire. That's cold. Sirius shrugged. Tonks has a bit of a mean streak. Yeah, Harry nodded. They install those at the Auror Academy. Really? Harry sent an invisible finger to poke Sirius in the eye, but it crashed into an invisible ward that flickered in and out of view. Ha ha, Sirius cheered. Never again shall you awe. Harry rolled his eyes at the futility of Sirius' attempts at protection and quickly pinched the back of Sirius' knees. He crumpled immediately, flopping backwards with an awkward yelp. Oh, come on, Sirius shouted indignantly as he struggled to his feet. How fair is that? I suppose I could have pounded my way through that little ward band, but if I'm not careful about when it collapses, I might push your eyeball into your brain. That would be bad, Sirius commented, dusting his robe off. Here's a thought to twist your pickle. If you hadn't saved Ginny in the Chamber of Secrets, you could have had teenage Tom Riddle easily clean up a bodiless Voldemort. A. Riddle-Asley, Harry posited. Can you even imagine how obsessed with me he would have been? Hey, An angry ghost appeared to defend herself. Ooh, are we going to the Hog's Head? Ginny, Harry whined as he made sure no one was looking. Here, Dementor, 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 Ginny called out. She covered her translucent mouth with her hands and proceeded to make a rasping noise that sounded vaguely like a strangled penguin. Ginny, get out of here, Harry snapped. Make me, she pouted before turning towards the forest and making the same strange noise again. Harry growled slightly, and Ginny's ghostly body disappeared from view with a pop. Hey, Harry, Sirius wondered while glancing over his shoulder. Was that really a Dementor call? I doubt it. I have a hypothetical question. Sirius was doing a poor job of concealing his concern. How much justifiable jealousy is permitted before I turn into a woman? Harry arched an eyebrow at his godfather. If you have to ask, you're a woman, so spit it out already. We can't do our thing together anymore, Sirius said, thinking the glory of their thieving days had passed. You're magically bound to a pair of manipulative bastards. I thought you liked them, Harry interrupted. I do, Sirius asserted. They're still manipulative bastards. Moony is a vindictive asshole and I like him well enough. Okay, Harry conceded. But it feels like we're not going to have nearly as much to do with each other, Sirius said, trying not to pout. Padfoot, I'm not kicking you out of the new Slytherin ancestral home, or anything. Oi, Sirius shouted. That's my house. And we've still got our gift. The ointment will clear that up. Not that gift, Harry chided. All right, here's an idea. There's a dueling tournament in Rome in about a month. Top 2 spots get automatic invitations to the World Championships. You'd kill me. I was thinking the pairs division, actually. Sirius was intrigued. That could be fun, but it's a little civilized. There's always the rumors about the Vatican while we're there. Now we're talking, Sirius agreed. I was also considering some alternate outlets for our talents. Yeah. Sirius nodded. I know the vaults would be either impossible or more trouble than they're worth, but what would you think about breaking into the lowest levels of Gringotts? Sirius, Harry said tiredly in a manner reminiscent of Albus. And stealing a dragon, Sirius finished. Or 2. Harry sighed. You know we're supposed to stay out of trouble. You're the one tantalizing me with rumors of the Catholic Church's secret stash, Sirius argued. That's out of the country, Harry argued. It doesn't count. I thought you might say that, Sirius happily agreed. And when I did a little dragon-snatching recon, I just happened to have made a copy of all of Gringotts' planned future excavation projects in Greece and Egypt. You want to go tomb raiding? Harry asked. You know curse breaking isn't the same thing as bypassing modern wards. It's similarish, Sirius defended. You know what could be a lot of fun? Harry rhetorically asked. I was thinking we could grab a great big bag of gillyweed. What kind of weed? Gilly, Sirius, Harry said, shaking his head. Just take a whole bunch of it, a couple of kits, and then we could scour some hard-to-reach ocean floors for sunken ships and buried treasure. Booty, Sirius asked excitedly. It can be part of a worldwide tour of nudist beaches, Harry said with a smile. And there are some pretty scary creatures if we go deep enough. In the ocean, too, Sirius added. Yes, Padfoot, Harry agreed before noticing his godfather was still hesitating. What's got sand in your vagina now? Sirius grinned before making a puppy dog face. See, it's nice that we still can do stuff together, but I was thinking there's this thing called a charm of brotherhood. I'm not doing another of those, Harry insisted. It's weird enough feeling both when I'm talking to one of them about the other. If they were ever in the same room with me, it'd feel like bad sex. Harry saw Sirius was still pouting. But you know what we could do is to make an official blood tie between the houses of Slytherin and Black. What's that do? Sirius asked curiously. For one, as the 2 family lords, we would legally be blood brothers, Harry explained. That's way more than any charm. They'd arrived at the Hog's Head, and Sirius held the door open for Harry. I think I'd like that. Will that soothe your overdeveloped feminine side? Sirius just smiled and nodded. He pulled Harry over to the side and turned him away from the bar. "Listen, Harry." Harry saw Sirius was still showing emotion and began to wonder if Moony had doused him with a potion or maybe estrogen. "Things all around us are always going to be changing." Sirius put a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder and gently explained, "And I just want you to know." Harry had his back to the bar and no warning before the charm activated, and a magical boot swung up into his twig and giggleberries with enough force to lift him off the ground. Harry caught a glimpse of James Potter's smiling face as his body went limp, and he fell to the floor. Sirius shouted the victorious end of his sentence. "You got skunked by Bizarro Prongs this time, bitch." "Oh," Harry lowly moaned as he cupped his junk. A pair of invisible magical arms grabbed onto Sirius and slammed him headfirst into the bar. Sirius' forehead hit the brass edge with a loud boink that sent him reeling backward. He crashed into a table and was squeezing his eyes shut while twitching on his back on the floor. "What the fuck?" James winced at the violent retaliation and began to question his role in this. He heard both Lord Blacks groaning on the floor and noticed no one else in the bar was even paying them much attention. A regular at the bar saw James' look of confusion. "They're always like that. No, what you gotta watch out for is when that one next to you gets some fire whiskey in him." "What?" James gasped, turning to his son in surprise. "Moe," Jimmy snipped. "Shut it." Moe just laughed and pointed at Jimmy. "I saw this one beat himself up, punched his own face purple, damnedest thing." "Fucking hell, Harry, I think you knocked my brain loose," Sirius said as he made his way back to his feet. "Are we cool?" Harry was taking slow, deliberate steps in an effort to walk it off. "Yeah, we're good." "Lovely," James said, rubbing his hands together. "Because my dinner arrived while we were waiting under the invisibility cloak." "Oh no, no, no," Harry said, shaking his head. "I'm not done with you yet, Potter." James saw the look in Harry's eyes and felt the eager glares of most everyone else in the room. "Right. You know, I just remembered some paperwork I forgot to finish." "Dad," Jimmy said as he saw his father briskly heading for the door. "What about your food?" James just waved over his shoulder without turning around. "You can keep my sandwich." Harry furrowed his brow and tilted his head in thought. "Is that turkey?" Sirius asked, grabbing half of James' sandwich. "I'm getting the weirdest feeling of déjà vu," Harry said, grabbing the other half of sandwich. He plopped down into a chair, sitting across from Sirius and Jimmy. "Any idea from what?" Sirius asked in between bites. Harry had the answer on the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't quite get it. "No," he said with a resigned sigh. He chewed up another bite of his sandwich. "It's like I can hear those words over and over. You can keep my sandwich." With all the déjà vu, do you guys ever think that maybe we really did play the Obliviate game? Jimmy wondered. Harry glanced at the little brother he never had. "We play it all the time, and yes, Jimmy, you're horrible at it." "Really?" "It's usually after a few rounds of the gullibility game." "Okay, now you're just making fun of me," Jimmy insisted, before worriedly clarifying. "Right." "Why would you remember? You can keep my sandwich," Sirius repeated. "I don't know," Harry pleaded. "If I did, it'd just be a memory or with my luck a traumatic flashback." "It's a fucking retarded line." "Thank you, Sirius. I'm just saying it'd never make it onto a t-shirt." "You're still talking." "But there's nothing memorable about that line." "You're only harping on it because I can't remember it, and you know that frustrates the hell out of me." Sirius grinned. "And your point is?" "Hang on," Jimmy interrupted. "I don't even know how to cast a memory charm." "That's probably why you're so awful at the game," Harry retorted. "HMMPH," Jimmy grumbled. "And here I was going to tell you the significance of your line." "Oh, come on," Harry whined. "Tell me." Jimmy thrust a victorious fist into the air. He made the low, rumbling sound of an approving crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new leader in the gullibility game." "All because he can't remember the line, 'You can keep my sandwich,'" Sirius happily reminded. "One of these days," Harry warned them both. One of these days I'm just gonna snap, go dark, and kill you all. You realize that, right? Not today, Harry, Sirius said. No, not today, Harry agreed. But tomorrow's a distinct possibility.